Still have the drone on Jen Lichter on the left-hand side. It's been 1 minute and 40 seconds since I pressed start on my stopwatch. So if that is the case, it does look like Jen has added a little bit of a cushion.
And again, Jen's got McKenna out there just pushing the pace.
Yeah, I guess just to make the obvious point even more clear. Oh, look, here's Riley through Cal 1. The split I have on my phone is 2:15, 2 minutes, 15 seconds from when we saw Jen go through. So Riley looks like lost a tiny bit of time to Jen and taking a little bit more time in the aid. Uh-oh. Oh, just getting wet.
Yeah, just getting some water poured on them. I think it's a
Jen
really
hiking
good call.
up that hill just outside the aid. This is where we saw Francesco overtake Hans on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so that was right after Cal 1, but we got very delayed splits at that aid station.
It's much steeper than it looks here on the drone footage. So not unusual for Jen to be hiking this section.
Yeah, it is very, very steep. There's some great report from AJW about, I think it's like there's
like 16 rollers.
There's 14 climbs and you have to run 11 of them or something of that nature. But they are sneaky. I remember my first year racing Western States and I was letting my pacer lead and she's such a good little grinder that I was overexerting myself ever so slightly on some of those climbs and starting to get crampy, actually. So I was like, whoa, I've got to lead on this climbing section. Otherwise, I think I'm going to overdo it ever so slightly.
Yeah. McKenna Morley, Jen's pacer. That's why you see two people on your screen here. I know it's obvious, but worth repeating for those who don't understand. McKenna Morley there as a moral support for Jen Lichter, who breaks back into a jogging stride. So the woman you see in what appears to be second place is actually our race leader, Jennifer Lichter. They're on screen, approaching another switchback here. Then things flatten out at least a little bit. They begin they reinitiate the very runnable section of the Cal Street. Meanwhile, hit and refresh on the men's race through Cal 2.
Seems like there might be updates from Iron Far as well that I'm trying to pull. It seems like that gap might be quite small. Let's see if I can get an official split on it. Stretching it out in studio here. Waiting for that official report to come in on our leading men through Cal 3. Has Hans been able to close it down or at minimum stem the bleeding ever so slightly? Oh, and an awesome update from Heather Jackson.
Francesco Pupi through Cal 3 as of 11 minutes ago.
Okay.
So, but that's probably the update probably just came through. What's
our split?
No split on Hans yet, but my guess is that the Franz just came through when I hit refresh.
Oh, so. Yeah, no. We called Fran coming through at 9:55 elapsed.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no. We're waiting for the Hans Troyer split at Cal 3.
My bad.
Rumor has it that it might be updated on iRun Far, but my coverage is lagging there as well. But we've been talking about race car pace cars this week. The race car pace car with Riley Brady right now is an ITU triathlete and good friend of theirs, Sophie Lynn, who is quite fast. So a very exciting person to be on Riley's team today. Also love that Heather Jackson's watching the coverage and cheering on fellow triathletes.
Awesome. Receiving word that the timing mats are dead along Cal Street. They're working on it. But they will be uploading manually, and we're going to try and get information sent directly to us here in studio.
Yeah, and then because of timing, duration of the live broadcast, effectively you will be bumped from one live broadcast feed to another as we move from our first stream of the day into our second full stream of the day. And if for some reason you don't get moved directly over to it, just refresh your browser and you'll find us in the live stream number 2 for today. Someone asked who's snoring in studio. No one's snoring. They're just putting up the finish line behind us here. So there's a little bit of a construction site going on all of 100 feet from the studio.
It could be me
You're not snoring.
pushing my chair out and pushing it back in when I stand up and sit down on very consistent intervals.
Trevor from Soul Focus is apologizing on the live broadcast for being a little bit noisy.
All right, so here's Riley on this steep hill. We just saw Jen hiking it. This gives you a better perspective of it.
That it
Mind
is
you,
quite steep.
They are 66, 67 miles into the race today. Where's that Troyer split?
Again, these splits coming out of the field are quite delayed. They're using ham radio operators to get stuff off of the Cal Street section due to some connectivity issues. The old tech still prevails. Bumping over to that second stream.
So last we had seen, Ryan Montgomery was about 5 minutes back of Hans Troyer, sitting in third place. Yeah, this is the time of day where every year on our broadcast, the technology starts to get very strained. A lot of people on all these different platforms that we're using for our broadcast, luckily not dealing with 100-degree weather, which usually is much more conducive to equipment health. So we will do our best to relay information just as soon and as quickly as we can get it here in studio. We see Hanaka Akiyama going through Forest Hill here. On the left-hand side, that is friend and pacer, Katie Asmuth. Katie is a 3-time top 10 finisher at Western States, finishing as high as 4th place. Katie's going to be pacing Hanaka. I don't believe maybe on the Cal Street section, just doesn't look like she's geared up for the stretch, but looks like she's accompanying.
Yeah, I can't remember which section she's pacing, but she is hyping up the crowd.
Hype woman.
I was talking to Makiko, who's a local gal who has gotten to spend a bunch of time with Hanukkah over the last couple of weeks, and said that Hanukkah is a very positive person. But she said, if anything goes wrong and she's not positive for any reason, Katie is going to be such a good person to have with her because she is always so positive when it comes to running.
Incredible. Some stats from Travis here in my text messages. Looks like 8 of the top 10 fastest times ever for the women through Forest Hill today. Only times in the top 10 that remain from previous years. Of course, Katie Shive from 24 and Courtney DeWalter from 23. Looks like we're on Riley Brady from the drone perspective this time.
Yeah, continuing to check in with our men as they make their way down this Cal Street section. We're trying to get some direct input from the field. We do know, though, on the women's side, we've had our entire top 10 through Forest Hill. Hanukkah is sitting right outside of the top 10. Just in front of her, you have the likes of Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder. We saw Hannah Allgood. And then Hao Ha is currently holding onto that 10th position, which I think actually means Molly might be sitting in 11th and then Hanukkah in 12th. But I don't have an official split on that yet.
Okay, I've got a back channel working with Ultra Live to try and get a Hans split through Cal 3, along with Ryan Montgomery, Vincent Bouillard, Zach Miller, Thomas Carden, Adam Peterman, etc., etc.
I don't think we have Molly yet through Forest Hill. So that means that Molly has fallen currently outside of the top 10.
Oh, that's a great perspective of Cal 1 there.
Yeah, it is.
Remember really a couple of years ago, they actually had to use that dirt road down to access Cal 1. I think that was 2023, the year that Dakota and Tom Evans
Yep.
exited together. Who are we on now? Who could it be? Who could it be?
They are moving.
It looks like
This is
Lottie,
coming.
maybe? No?
This is
This
it
has gotta
Marianne?
be. Oh, Marianne, I think you're right. With Pacer.
Yep. And then shortly behind Marianne's should be Lottie Brinks.
Yep.
Yep. I think that's who that is.
Great call.
Okay.
So Marianne Hogan now into the Cal 1 aid. We can get a rudimentary split. Okay, wait. I got updates from the men here, Corinne. Maybe you could look up Marianne. Oh, Marianne in and out. Wow, that is quick.
Done.
Okay. Hard to tell what this means. Okay, no. All right, I got it. Okay, so if this is accurate, holy smokes, folks. Stay locked in here, okay? This comes directly from the good people at Ultralive via text to me. So, Francesco Pupi went through Cal 3 at 2:55 p.m. That's 20 minutes ago, okay?
Okay.
It shows bib number 34, who is bib number 34? Is that Francesco? Yes.
Francesco's
Wait.
34, Hans is 20. No, those are their ages. That's not their bib numbers.
Wait.
Francesco's bib number is 14. Hans's bib number is M8.
Okay, so it could be that Ryan Montgomery has overtaken Hans Troyer.
Ryan Montgomery's bib number is M7.
Who is bib number 34?
Vincent.
Okay, so Vincent and Ryan Montgomery appear to be together 4 minutes in front of Hans Troyer,
At Cal 3.
if this is accurate, which would put, I believe, Francesco Pupi ahead with a significant advantage. Everybody take this with a grain of salt. This may be imperfect information, but according to this information I have, it would show that Francesco Pupi has a 9-minute advantage over the combination of Vincent and Ryan Montgomery at Cal 3, and then another 4 minutes back to Hans Troyer, which would mean Francesco has made his move on Cal Street, which is exactly where he started to put significant time into the field at Canyons last year. Vincent and Montgomery would be together in joint second and third place at Cal 2, 4 minutes ahead of Hans. We are going to try and confirm this as soon as possible. Who's bib number 39? Is that Peterman? Or
That's
Toma?
Miller. That's Zach Miller.
So then that puts Zach Miller in 5th place, 4 minutes back of Hans. So it would be Francesco, then 9 minutes to the Vincent
Ryan
Montgomery duo, 4 minutes to Hans, 4 minutes to Zach, which means Hans is bleeding time. Hans is going backwards a little bit.
And then
Again,
on your screen right now, this is Fiona Pascal. My mind is kind of blown right now.
Wait, okay, so hold on. Now I'm getting text. Maybe Ultralive is updated. Yes, okay, so now confirmed. 9 minutes separate Vincent in second place. Francesco and Vincent.
Well,
9 minutes.
Vincent and Ryan together.
Right. So 9 minutes separate Francesco Pupi and Vincent Bouillard and Ryan Montgomery. So Francesco Pupi now with a significant 9-minute advantage after 73 miles of racing. That is a very, very, very important update. Thank you to ultralive.net for that. Again, these are all rounded to the minute, so they're not going to be totally exact, but these are directionally accurate and correct. Francesco Pupi now, if not comfortably in the lead of the race, now with a significant margin back to his rivals, Vincent Bouillard, Ryan Montgomery, which means, Corinne, even though Vincent and Ryan Montgomery are together, our top 2 athletes in the men's race are both European. Very, very interesting.
We were thinking that might happen.
Good. Oh, my goodness.
They're making a good play to potentially have another European finally win Western States.
So the question is, and Tomac Harden, if Hans is really losing time, Tomac Harden should be making up ground, which would put potentially 3 Europeans in the top 5. Of course, rooting for Hans to stick with it here, roll with the punches.
Fight through the low point.
Yep.
Get it back together.
Yeah, that is a tough stretch between Cal to Cal. I mean, you have that really smooth descent. So if you're
Yeah, but then there are all these stupid little climbs that are not that significant in comparison to everything you've done today, but you've got 70 plus miles on your legs.
yeah, okay. So now, what do we expect? What is our split to the river? Rucky Chucky, Caleb went through 10:39 last year.
My goodness. Someone says that we're crashing out. That's fairly accurate.
So it could be that we see Francesco to the river in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, and we will have a camera there, including our field correspondent, MK Sullivan.
Wow,
Someone
wow,
says
wow.
Vincent has entered champion mode. He has. He's making moves.
Okay, so now we have official splits through Cal 1 in the women's race. Have you already done this, Corinne? I'm sorry.
No, I have not.
Okay, so Jen Lichter in the lead. 10 hours, 1 minute elapsed. Then it's 2 minutes and 35 seconds to Riley.
Yep, we saw them both come through there.
Yep. And then it's
10
almost
minutes.
exactly 10 minutes to Marianne in third.
And then less than 1 minute, about 50 seconds between Marianne and Lottie Brinks, which is effectively where they were at Forest Hill.
Yeah, so 13 minutes, 30 seconds separating 1 through 4, 66 miles into the race. We're still on Riley. The camera operator has been with Riley for a while.
Those camera operators, the boys dropped them.
Yeah.
And now we've been able to see a good bit of Jen and a good bit of Riley as they make their way down to Cal 2. We do lose some connectivity in here despite, I think, our best efforts. But I know last year we absolutely cooked our camera operators in the heat. Hopefully they're not quite as blown out this year, but they are making good use of trying to keep up with these guys and gals.
Okay, so we've mentioned this now, but definitively in both the men's and women's races, our leaders are both making their 100-mile debuts. If we see both our champions win on 100-mile debut today, I wonder if that has ever happened in Western States history.
Probably not since the first Western States.
Good point.
Yeah. It's happened at least once.
Wow. So as expected, really turning into a historically dramatic day here. Still very close at the front of the women's race. Again, only 2.5 minutes separating Jen and Riley. Meanwhile, Francesco Pupi has opened up a 9-minute gap back to his rivals, Vincent Bouillard and Ryan Montgomery.
And I'll also be very curious to keep an eye on Jen's time and Riley's time as they make their way down to the river, because I think the projection at Forest Hill was effectively Jen Lichter finishing in about 15:30 elapsed time if paces continue to move as they are, which would put Jen within a minute of Courtney's time, and no one has ever come within 30 minutes of that time.
So that is the middle fork of the American River. A moment that runners have been looking forward to all day. They approach the Rucky Chucky River crossing from that dirt road you see on Looker's left-hand side here. That section along the lower flanks of this river valley here are some of the most challenging miles of the race. I feel like, Corinne, you feel like you're getting so close to the river crossing, and around every bend it just doesn't come
far. And then you hit 6 Minute Hill and you want to die.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking down at the Rucky Chucky River crossing here with our drone. And it should probably be about 10 minutes till we see Francesco here at the river crossing, if not maybe a little bit sooner.
Yeah, looking for some updates.
All right, let's see. So we should get Tomac Harden and Adam Peterman through Cal 3, too.
Yeah, and we do believe that they are crossing on foot this year. We do actually see that on our screen right now. Those volunteers stand there in waiters, holding that line for hours.
Yep.
Which honestly seems like a very rad volunteer job.
Yeah, all the way through the night, too.
Yep.
People will sign up for volunteer gigs to just stand in water all night and help people across the Rocky Chucky River crossing.
They made sure
the
my
spirit
sense,
of Western states.
Yeah, they made sure my sense of humor was intact.
Yeah.
I got to cross once in a boat and once via the rope line, and both were distinctly different experiences. I do think I prefer the rope line as one more chance to really cool off before you head towards dark for some of these runners, but a lot of these runners are going to be finishing in the daylight in our men's top 10 and maybe even the very start of our women's top 10 as well.
Yep. So something Corinne and I were talking about, I don't think this was on air, but Francesco Pupi had been making up time on Hans on all the climbs. As soon as he crosses the river on that dirt road you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that climbs up to the Green Gate aid station, a crew access aid station at mile 80. That could be Francesco's opportunity to put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, because he's been climbing well all day. I think it's just under a 20-minute climb for the leaders up to Green Gate. That could be Francesco's moment to really push. The thing that is also really interesting and challenging for the leaders here as they cross the river is you can hear the cheering at the river from quite a distance. So once you cross and begin the climb, they're all just listening back to hear the cheering from the river, trying to time it.
And I think from the Green Gate side, you can still send crew down to the river to accompany you up to Green Gate.
Right.
Which is, that was my personal preference. My crew never met me at Rocky Chucky. My crew always went to Green Gate and then came down to the river.
I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that anymore.
I don't think you're allowed to crew that whole section, but I do think you're allowed to send a runner down.
Oh, yeah, I think you can change pacers. You can change pacers on the far side of the river.
Yeah, which is historically where we did our change was at Green Gate, and so my pacer would come up, and my pacer from that other side would come down.
Yep.
And we are looking for more of our women to split through Cal 1. We do have updates there. Tara Dower is almost exactly 4 minutes back of Lottie Brinks. Then there's another 3 or so minutes back to Abby Hall, and only about a minute separating Abby Hall and Hannah Allgood, which is a great sign.
Yep.
For not so maybe so much for Abby Hall, who's sitting in F6 right now, but Hannah Allgood, I think, was experiencing, it looked like quite a big low kind of on that climb into Michigan Bluff, but she seems to have brought it back together on her way to Forest Hill. So making another little bridge, those two could really work together.
Yep. And none of them are falling apart.
Yeah,
you know, they're all just holding really solid.
Not a lot of carnage on that side.
All right. So, again, let me remind myself. Caleb Olson split at the river.
Okay, so because Skylar is moving on from Forest Hill, these are his takes from that aid station. Marianne's crew said that she only had 3 things to do to execute this finish, and Lottie was all vibes. Tara was locked in. Her coach, Megan Roach, said she feels awesome, stomach is good, and she's moving great. She was moving faster than Lottie on the road in particular. Abby was about a minute back, which we saw was moving less well. She did stop towards the end of that road to crew with her people before heading out with pacer Rod Farvard. According to Skylar, Hannah was the happiest, which is great to hear.
Yep.
Caitlin was focused, but Tabor looked more focused.
All right, here. I think we're on to something here, folks.
Cool.
We should see a pacerless, blue-shirted Italian very soon.
Looks like Riley also took a second at Cal 1 to sort out some salt. That camera runner is now going to go try to pick up Marianne Hogan. So we should get a visual from F3 on this Cal section from our camera runner.
Surveying the landscape here. So Caleb crossed the river last year at 10:39 elapsed. So about 12 minutes from right now. Francesco has been roughly 10 minutes ahead of Caleb's splits, I think, for the last couple aid stations. We're Seems like now coming through the loudspeakers here in the stadium.
Yeah, we definitely are. Well, I think it's because there's a big screen set up over here. And
What do we got
us.
here, folks?
This
It looks like our guy,
Francesco Solo.
Francesco Pupi, in the lead of the men's race here at the 2026 Western States 100, making his way towards the legendary Rucky Chucky River crossing. The Italian dealing with 2 significant injuries this spring, potentially peaking at the right time. He did win the Chianti Marathon for the 2nd year in a row back in March in his home country of Italy. He has won the Canyons 100K, so he is very familiar with this type of running and with these particular trails, even if this is his 100-mile debut. Francesco Pupi alone and in control of the race, interestingly without a pacer among all the professional athletes. Can you think of anybody else who's running without a pacer right now, aside from Francesco?
The men that have dropped out were all planning to run without pacers.
Jim,
And Killian were both planning to run without pacers. I don't know
Okay.
who's with Thomas either. I didn't see
Yep.
who he exited with, if he exited with someone.
Good point.
Some people will also not have pacers for this section and then pick up a pacer for the final 20, either from Greengate or from the river. But I do believe that Francesco is planning to go pacerless the entirety of the race.
So now we do have splits from Tomac Carden and Adam Peterman through Cal 3. It looks like they are running together. They're 3 minutes behind Zach Miller. So Adam Peterman, Tomac Carden, 20 minutes off the lead. And it looks like 7 minutes off of Hans Troyer, who among that top 7 appears to be in the weakest position, call it. Though we haven't laid our eyes on Hans in a long time. We're just interpreting the data through these splits. Francesco Pupi now.
I am getting reports that this section of the course is feeling quite warm. I've got folks waiting down at the river, and they said it has warmed up down there. It is feeling quite hot, particularly in the sun. To be expected on what has otherwise been a cooler day.
Yep.
Took a lot longer for people to get out of long sleeves. Took a little bit longer for people to get ice and water on them, but it definitely has progressed into a sunny, warm day. And when you're running 60, 70, 80 miles, you're going to feel pretty warm.
So thinking back to Rob Carr's split on the Cal Street section, he ran 2:03 in 2014. Nobody has broken Rob's record on this segment since. And it looks like Fran is on something like 2:10 pace. So Rob Carr still holding steady with the fastest ever split from Forest Hill to the river. It'll be interesting, Corinne. You made the great observation at Forest Hill that Francesco was the guy who didn't leave with cooling strategy. He didn't have any ice. He didn't get himself wet. It'll be interesting to see, based on that report you received from the field, whether or not the Italian chooses to ice down a bit or if he spends a little extra time cooling in the river itself. He is alone in the lead, and it seems like he is extending it. So you would assume he probably wants to do the small tactical things to ensure that he's taking care of himself. Wouldn't be too much of a risk to take an extra 30 seconds to stay cool here, given the fact that we do believe he has a roughly 9-minute lead going back to the Cal 3 aid station.
Yeah, curious to see what that split is at the river. And then, as I said, obviously lots of racing yet to go, particularly for these athletes that are racing and running into the furthest distance they've ever covered. Francesco at the front of the men's race, Jen Lichter at the front of the women's race. Neither one has ever raced over 100 kilometers, so very much in uncharted territory. That being said, that 20-minute-ish climb or less up to Greengate suits both Francesco and Jen very well.
Yep.
So if there's
Really
a
good
place
point.
for them to put in a little time, climbing to Greengate
Yep.
is definitely one of
To
them.
try and make the definitive cushion that they can maintain to the finish, it would be that climb on the opposite side of the river. Great point.
Yeah, real question is going to be that duo of Vincent and Ryan have been moving up, particularly Ryan Montgomery has been steadily moving up since Forest Hill. What is that gap going to be at the river? I am so curious.
We'll get Liam to confirm this, but it now feels to me like Francesco is losing time against both Caleb's 2025 performance and Jim Walmsley's course record performance. He is still ahead of Caleb, and therefore I would assume still ahead of Jim. But it looks like now, by the time he gets to the river, it'll be more like 6 minutes up on Caleb's split from last year, as opposed to roughly, the 10 to 12 minutes that he had been holding over the last couple of aid stations. So here he is. Francesco Pupi approaching the Rucky Chucky River crossing, mile 78 to the Western States 100. We probably do have a camera on the ground there too that we can transition. He is allowed for a crew transition here at this aid station. We may have lost sight of him here in the aid station.
Yeah, I don't think he hasn't gone down those rock steps
No.
yet, which you can see just on the left-hand side of your screen. So it does look like he's getting aid along either. I think
He's on the opposite side of the fence there.
Oh, yep. I wonder
Yeah,
if Rita's
yeah.
there.
All right, so again, Caleb crossed the river at 10:39. I'm not sure if Francesco has gone across a timing mat yet where that's positioned, but this puts Francesco again roughly 6 minutes under Caleb's split from 2025. So he is losing a little bit of time against those splits, but still very comfortably in the lead. But Corinne, it could be, and Liam and Travis can do some math to try and confirm this, we may be starting to see that sub 14 slip away.
Ever so slightly. I
Yep.
know that it sounds like Rita is on this side of the river crewing Francesco, and according to MK, he is about to head down the steps to the river.
Great.
Yeah, good to have MK on the ground there.
Okay. Francesco Pupi going down the stone staircase to the baptism in the Middle Fork of the American River, the Rucky Chucky River crossing. An army of photographers there to greet him, and an army of volunteers. Well, listen.
Oh, yeah, baby!
He's asking for it's optional. You're not required to take a life jacket, but it does help to have a little bit of buoyancy because you can just lay back and basically army crawl with your arms across the rope. And I do think that is way more efficient than trying to walk across the river.
Yep. All right, Francesco Pupi now officially in the water.
Yeah, so official split there is 10:33. Caleb Olson threw Rucky Chucky last year in 10:39.38.
Right. So losing a bit of time against those splits, but still, is this the fastest we've ever had somebody to the river?
This appears to be. This yes, as far as I can tell.
So
right now.
in the 53-year history of the race, Francesco Pupi stands alone as the fastest split to the Rucky Chucky River crossing.
Wow.
And as we mentioned a moment ago, once he gets to the other side, he's got a roughly 20-minute climb up to the Green Gate aid station. Another opportunity for crew access and support. Francesco has been climbing maybe better than anybody in the men's race today. If he can carry that momentum and continue to establish a gap on this climb, it could be game over here in the men's race.
Yeah, it very well could be. I'm very curious to see what the official split is when we get Vincent and Ryan through this Rucky Chucky River crossing, and then as they make their way up to the Green Gate aid station. MK says he is tired, but that doesn't mean much for Fran, which is very true. It doesn't mean much. The kid is incredibly talented.
Yeah.
New predicted finish time thus far coming out of Skylar, 13:50, but sliding in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Remember, they were as fast as 13:35.
Yeah. I wonder how that's calculated.
Skylar will have to tell me how he does it when he gets here to studio. When we have our men's and women's finishers coming to the track. We do also have that group of Adam Peterman, Canyon Woodward, Jeff McGavro through Cal 3 officially. Adam Peterman was through there with Thomas Carden. I think maybe we already talked about that. Thomas Carden, they came through at 10:15 elapsed together. And then about 15 minutes back, Canyon Woodward is sitting in 8th position. Jeff McGavro is in 9th position in 10:32. And now it looks like we're still waiting for a split. Jeshrin seems to be sitting in 10th position as of Cal 2. Anthony Costales in 11th as of Cal 2. but have yet to have Trayson Knopp and Will Murray officially split through on our end there.
So I'm just looking at Jim Walmsley's 2019 split through Rucky Chucky, 10:46. I think you already said this. Caleb Olson was 10:39. So Caleb had a 7-minute advantage over Jim's split. He ended up finishing 2 minutes behind Jim's split, which means Jim ran the final 22 miles 9 minutes faster than Caleb did last year. So Francesco now, if we've got his official split through Rucky Chucky, that looks like 10:33, which means they probably took that aid station split upon entry. Look at this. Who is this? Vincent Bouillard at the river. There is officially a race. So that Cal 3 split could not have been accurate because that had Francesco with a 9-minute advantage.
Or Vincent and Ryan are moving absolutely insanely fast.
Oh my goodness, folks. Vincent Bouillard, the materials engineer for Hoka, bursting onto the scene by winning UTMB a couple of years ago, is now in position to potentially win again at the Western States 100. Precious few individuals have won both of our sport's most high-profile races, and Vincent Bouillard is very much in contention to do so here in 2026, and it looks like he is moving with a sense of urgency that certainly Francesco didn't have.
Just under 5 minutes back of Francesco.
Upon entry, he is much faster through the aid station and through the crossing.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Francesco took a bit of time there to crew Vincent straight on through. I have to imagine Vincent's crew is up at Green Gate, and so, which I think is the preferred location because everyone stops at Green Gate to reset a little bit. You might as well have your crew there.
I mean, it could be that Vincent just made up 2.5 or 3 minutes just in the aid station and river crossing.
Yeah, it's going to get really interesting when we get to that Green Gate split.
And as I just said, you can hear Francesco now knows that he's not alone at the front of the race. And this must be Ryan Montgomery right here.
Yeah, MK says maybe closer to 3 minutes is that gap as they've entered the river. And Ryan Montgomery also right there. This race for the Cougar is not over.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, this is great.
MK, I can hear her mic. I love it.
Okay. Ryan Montgomery has just been so solid, so steady all day. Has picked off a couple of people on the way to the river crossing here, now sitting in 3rd place overall.
Nice work, Ryan. Ryan said that he was going to be running with some rage today. That's exactly what's happening here. A stat from Liam, just to tell you how fast these men were moving on that section. Vincent ran that section in 2:05:10. That's on par for the second fastest time ever, equivalent to Jim's 2019 Cal Street split. Obviously, Rob Krar is still the best split there in 2:03.
Unbelievable.
But incredibly fast versus Francesco just did that in 2:11:07.
So what a change of momentum here, Corinne. If we remember back a couple of hours ago, we saw Francesco Pupi catch and pass Hans Troyer on Cal Street. Now it seems like the momentum in the race has swung decidedly towards Vincent Bouillard and Ryan Montgomery versus Francesco Pupi, just judging from these splits and from the body language during the river crossing itself. Let's see if we don't have a little bit more flip-flopping here within the men's podium between here and Green Gate, a couple miles up the trail.
This is about to get really, really interesting.
Both races today will go down in history, and it feels like there's still much drama to unfold in the next 22 miles.
You know,
it's a lot of cheering. Could it be that we have more people approaching the river?
This could be.
Since we got a gap.
Is this Zach Miller? I think I just heard Zach Miller. MK, can you confirm?
I don't see anybody clapping in the aid.
Okay, MK, I think we got maybe some artificial clapping, but we are looking for Zach Miller, who I think was moving well enough to overtake Hans Troyer, who seems to be having a really rough Cal Street section after leading for much of the day through Forest Hill. There's been a lot of rumors this week that the race ends at Forest Hill, but today's race might be decidedly proving that theory wrong.
It's true. It's true.
It's not over till
very,
it's over.
Very good point, Corinne. It's an incredibly good point. We did a little bit of an analysis, and since 2012, 70% of Western States winners have been in the lead at Forest Hill. Hans Troyer was officially in the lead at Forest Hill here today.
So 1 second, and then we'll throw to our field correspondent. We also got one more stat from Liam. Ryan also clocked in with a 2:05.26 Cal Street split, top 5 all-time fastest, just off of Vincent there. But I do think we have MK Sullivan down at Rucky Chucky to give us a description of what we just saw.
Guys, so Francesco obviously came through first. It was a little bit panicked, maybe looking a little bit tired, which I just said doesn't really mean much for Francesco. But then I saw Vincent and Ryan come through, and they look much better at the moment. We'll see how that plays out in the next 20 miles, but it's getting very exciting for that Cougar chase.
Thank you so much to MK Sullivan, basking in the river herself, it appears. So again, we are definitely looking for young and fit Hans Troyer. Last we had seen at Cal 3, he was still in 4th place position. And according to these splits that are of questionable accuracy, he had a 4-minute advantage over Zach Miller, though clearly losing time on the men who have been running in that top 5 throughout the day. Hans Troyer, our early race leader, we are looking for him at the river. And then, of course, that trio of Zach Miller, Tomas Carden, and Adam Peterman. We saw them go through Forest Hill together. And last we had seen Zach Miller had a slight advantage over Tomas and Adam Peterman. Will be very interesting to see who arrives at the river next. A lot of question marks here. And here it looks like Francesco Pupi on the climb up to Green Gate.
Yep, again, that 20 or so minute climb up to Green Gate. The splits at the Rucky Chucky River crossing are a little bit inaccurate in the sense that they cross the mat and then they're crewed or not. We did see Francesco stop there for several minutes to receive aid from Rita on that side of the river before getting in the river to cross. He seemed like he was moving a little less expeditiously, running quite well right now up the climb, but from people on the ground there, it does sound like Ryan looked amazing, but it sounds like Vincent looks really, really good.
Francesco, a freaking competitor, though. I'm sure when you hear the cheers only a couple of minutes back, when you're in the lead of the Western States 100, you understand this is my opportunity, could be my only opportunity to win this race. And potentially that is the incentive or initiative that gives you the motivation to continue pushing at a championship level and find new motivation to tackle these final 20 miles of the course, which are very much in Francesco Pupi's wheelhouse as very fast and runnable trails here in the California foothills. Francesco Pupi still in the lead of the race by only a couple minute advantage, now nearly 80 miles into the Western States 100. In our 6 years of doing this live broadcast, Corinne, I don't think that we have ever seen a men's race this close, this deep into the race.
No, and I think Liam is working on those splits for us as we speak. I've said insane a lot today, and I'm going to say it again. This is insane.
2026, one for the books here on the Western States broadcast. You are not going to want to go anywhere. The vibes are starting to feel real here on the track. The finish line is officially constructed.
People are still hang out.
A few hours until we greet the 2026 champion. For those at home who are unfamiliar, the current course record here at Western States is held by the great Jim Walmsley, a 4-time champion, 14 hours and 9 minutes. That's from the 2019 race. So far, Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, and Ryan Montgomery are probably all ahead of those splits here.
And pushing each other. And that's, if you were going to do this, if you were going to get under that course record, if you're going to break 14 hours, you need that momentum. It is so hard to time trial and do that by yourself. Having people around you, having people that are chasing you is a surefire way to get it done. We've almost been at the track for 12 hours, Dylan.
It feels like it's been 12 minutes.
Yeah. Time is flying as a train comes by the studio. Okay, we're waiting on Zach Miller or Hans Troyer to get to that Rucky Chucky River crossing. No sign of them yet. Seeing if we can get... Oh, we do have Jen Lichter through Cal 2. As of 1 minute ago, my spidey senses knew it. 10:46:24 elapsed. Let's see where that puts us. 10:46 is, you know what it is? It's under Katie Scheide's split from 2024.
What?
Yeah, Katie Scheide's split from 2024, 10:47.37. Jen Lichter has been clawing time back in on Katie Scheide all day long.
This goes back to what we were talking about. It could be that understanding that Riley was chasing from behind through Forest Hill turned the killer instinct back on for Jen Lichter, who, as we've mentioned now a couple of times, in a mano-a-mano battle, finds a way to will herself to the next level, now underneath the fastest ever splits.
The fastest ever split to Cal 2 or Peachstone Gulch. Courtney Dauwalter split from 2023, 10:57. We're 10 minutes ahead of that right now. Abby Hall split last year, 11:21.
Good grief.
Jen Lichter is absolutely on one right now.
She is re-engaged with the competitive drive. Meanwhile, Francesco Puppi's looking solid on this climb.
This is Francesco's style of running, though. This is that perfect grindy uphill for him.
My point is that potentially in the same way that Jen Lichter re-engaged that competitive drive when she understood that Riley Brady was closing from behind, it could be that Vincent Bouillard cheers from the river re-engaged that killer instinct in the Italian champion Francesco Puppi as he makes his way up to the Green Gate aid station. He's probably more than halfway up this climb now, running solo. Also, Vincent Bouillard didn't seem to have a pacer with him, and neither did Ryan, actually.
No, Ryan did.
Did he? Right.
Ryan had one, but I don't believe Vincent or Thomas from the chat.
This is a great view here. Yeah, they're getting close
to that Green Gate 8. It does sound like, according to MK, Thomas Carden at the river, 10:48.46.
So does that put him in fifth, or is Zach through?
That puts him in fourth.
So we have 3 Europeans in the top 4
currently. Yes.
Oh my goodness, that has never happened.
Not on the men's side. Definitely not.
Here he is, Thomas Carden. About to cross the river. So that means Thomas Carden has passed both Hans Troyer and Zach Miller between Cal 3 and the river.
Yeah.
And I believe he's made up a decent gap. Again, those splits at Cal 3 were a little bit questionable, but he made up a decent gap on Zach.
His split, for sure on Zach, he's about 9 minutes back from Ryan. And Ryan, again, is sitting about 90 seconds or so back from Vincent.
I mean, that's good information, too. So Ryan Montgomery is probably now out of earshot of the river. So Ryan probably has a little peace of mind. I'm solidly in third. He's still chasing the guys ahead. Of course. But it still feels nice, probably, to feel like, okay, I don't have somebody on my 6 chasing me down.
1,000%.
Yeah. Unbelievable, guys. This has never happened. Francesco Puppi, Jen Lichter now officially both under course record pace. It looks like we've got eyes on.
Zach Miller is on his way down to the river. According to MK Sullivan, Thomas looks the best of anyone so far.
Wow.
Again, debut 100-mile race for that guy.
And his language is winning.
According to that interview, his language is winning. That's what he knows how to do.
And also, Zach Miller, the toughest dude in the history of the universe, potentially, making his way across now in 5th place overall, and you know he is not going to give up the fight himself.
It seems like from this Vincent and then Thomas are the best, seemingly looking like they have the best energy out there. The podium hunt is very much on, and it's anybody's game.
Yep.
Someone else is coming now.
It sounds like we've got someone else coming down to
the river. I would guess it's either Peterman or Troyer.
Which is not a good sign for Hans Troyer. He has definitely come unglued on this section.
Yeah. But he took his swing. Young and fit. He's 26.
You
got to appreciate the fact that he sticks his nose out.
He needs to take a swing, and you know what? He can get another golden ticket.
100%. He is unequivocally one of the best athletes in the game, and you take a risk. Sometimes those risks come back and backfire, especially when you're young and less experienced than your contemporaries. So we're not giving up on him yet. Young and fit.
iRunFar is reporting from in the river, and they reported Vincent only 2 minutes back in the river.
So again, he made up 3 minutes in the aid station. Testament and reinforcing the point that you and I have made over years. These aid transitions are so important. And there he is, Vincent Bouillard, 2024 UTMB champion, hoping to enter the Pantheon. Let's see if we can name these off the top of our head, Corinne. People who have won both Western States and UTMB. Nikki Kimball, Katie Scheid, Courtney Dauwalter, Jim Walmsley, Tom Evans, Killian Jornet. 6 people. So I believe that if Vincent was able to run through, here's Adam Peterman in the river himself. It looks like I think he's in 6th place now. But if Vincent were able to come through past Francesco and secure a Western States victory, he would become the 7th person to win both events.
Yeah, Adam Peterman moving up.
Not in the same way, though. Jen is apparently like ahead of any of Katie's.
Okay, I'm sure Liam's crunching the numbers now, but this is I don't remember any year that has been this exciting at the river crossing. It's usually at this point pretty clear who is going to run away with the victory. At least most of the time, that is the case. We are still looking for Hans Troyer. Noon in Georgia is on pins and needles, waiting for their hero to emerge into our video feed here. Certainly rooting for Hans Troyer to keep battling along this course here today.
We got some people coming unglued out there. We might come unglued in studio, but we've got Adam Peterman making his way across the river. Has to be pretty happy that thus far his legs are holding up way better than last year.
Yep.
Getting to run, not having to march, running way, way closer to his potential today, which is exactly what we want out of every single runner out there.
Text from Kim Gaylord that Adam Peterman is asking for all the splits ahead of him, looking to move up.
That's what we want to hear.
Let's go, Peter God.
I mean, he's been on the move. He's been steadily moving up all day.
We should have splits for Francesco through Green Gate. Oh, he's through. Spidey sense, Corinne. 10:53:35. Francesco Pupi through. So now we await Vincent Bouillard.
Which, again, at the river, we think it was only 2 minutes. Because Fran spent, I think, three and a half minutes in that aid station taking a moment to reset. But 10:53 puts him... Again, I think lost another minute to Caleb there. Caleb came through last year in 10:59. So slowly bleeding on that time ever so slightly. Chris Meyer last year came through in 11:04.
So if he maintains this, we are still in nail biter sub 14 situation.
Yeah, very, very close. And the question is, if someone like Vincent is able to bridge, is that the push we need to get under 14?
Yeah. You got more runners in view via the drone. Not sure if that's Vincent. And we should mention for the audience here, Corinne, these final 20 miles, that looks like Ryan Montgomery to me. Probably still sitting in 3rd position.
Yeah, Ryan has a pacer.
So, Corinne, these final 20 miles through Green Gate, every single step is runnable. If you want to win the Western States, you need to run every single step of these last 20 miles. There are a few rollers, including the final and painful kick up to Roby Point at mile 99 of 100. But these champions, especially with the consolidation of the pack and the density of competition, they need to run every step, as we see Vincent Bouillard in 2nd place, making his way to the Green Gate aid.
Jen Lichter has opened up a gap officially again over Riley Brady, extending their lead from about 75 seconds up to, honestly, like 6 minutes or so.
Good grief.
That's really rough. I'm only doing rough math now. I'm not doing exact math anymore.
Well, so that's interesting. So it's 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Sweet. That's virtually 6 minutes.
Virtually 6. Last we had seen it was 2.5 at Cal 1. So in that 4-mile stretch, Riley bled about 3 minutes.
It sounds like at Cal 1, Riley was needing to reset some sodium stuff. Riley is notoriously actually a very low sodium sweater, and that has messed up their gut in the past, so wondering which direction we're trying to troubleshoot there a little bit. And we also know that Riley's a puker.
Yeah.
And so hopefully their stomach is holding together out there.
Well, we thought Riley was puking there. It looked like they were bent over more to just get water poured on the back. But the split has exited my screen here, but from memory, I think Marianne was almost exactly 10 minutes back of Riley at Cal 1.
So what's
So
that gap?
it'll be very interesting to see if Marianne has chewed a little bit of time back into Riley.
Is it just Jen extending the lead, or is Riley coming back in the field?
Yep.
Putting on this, nothing is given here.
Riley Montgomery and Pacer now in the closing stretch of this.
Vincent
climb.
through Green Gate, officially 3.5 minutes back. So
Okay, Fran's got a little cush.
Fran put a little bit of time supposedly in on that climb based on our rough estimates in the river.
Yep.
So where is Ryan?
BRB.
It's okay. I can hold down the fort. I'm really good at refreshing blinks on here. Not a problem. Okay. Our eye in the sky, trying to pick up our next runners on their way into Rucky Chucky. Again, we are looking for Hans Troyer, who's had a really, really rough go on this Cal Street section, our early race leader today, leading for much of the first 60-plus miles before Francesco Pupi made his move. But the men moving up behind Francesco, Vincent, Ryan, Toma, Zach, Adam, all very much on the hunt. We did hear from Adam at Rucky Chucky that he was asking for all the splits in front of him. While we wait to see our next men cross and our women to get closer to Rucky Chucky, we are going to throw to a quick commercial break.
Play varva.
Come on. Faster, Louis. The group is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
At Western States, nothing is given. You earn every mile of it. As you take on 100 miles of dirt and granite, canyons that climb past 110, river crossings, and relentless climbs, this trail demands everything you have. Focus, awareness, resolve. You need to push forward while staying connected to the world around you. With open-ear audio that keeps up with every step, is tough enough for the trail and built to go the distance. The trail never lets up, neither do you, because this is where legends are made.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Polonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Alrighty. It does seem like we have now an official split for both M2 and M3 through Green Gate. Before we went to the commercial break, we did hear that Vincent Bouillard had split through Green Gate, again, approximately mile 80 of the race, sitting 3.5 minutes back of your race leader, Francesco Pupi. Ryan Montgomery has now also split through there, sitting basically exactly 3 minutes back of Vincent. So losing a tiny bit of time on that climb, not insignificant by any means, but 3 minutes can go up in smoke pretty darn quickly in the next 20 miles of the race.
Absolutely. Still an epic battle for the podium. 6 minutes separating the top three men through 80 miles of the Western States 100. Incredible density of competition for the men's podium.
This has
And
to
it really
be
an interesting
closest ever.
cast of characters. Francesco, Vincent, and Ryan Montgomery through in the top three at Green Gate.
Yeah, it will look like based on the Rucky Trucky splits that Vincent gained time on Francesco up that climb, but Fran took a lot of time in the Rucky Chucky aid. Vincent did not. So I think technically he actually lost about a minute on that climb to Francesco. That split at the river is a little bit deceiving because of that, because that split was before the aid there. So right now, I believe Francesco put a little bit of time into Vincent, and Vincent put some time into Ryan on that climb, but it is not over until it's over. And we did hear that Tomac Harden looked really, really good, maybe the best of that group of guys at the river. So the question is, what's going to be his split through Green Gate?
Yep. And we still are awaiting an update on Hans Troyer. Text from Travis Longcar here. Very remarkable stat. From Forest Hill to the finish and from Rucky Chucky to the finish in 2023, the only person to run faster than Courtney Dauwalter was men's champion Tom Evans.
That's insane.
Absolutely insane. So, point is, Jen is ahead of course record splits on Courtney, but that year Courtney was on another level
closed
through that
so hard. I remember she
stretch.
kept gaining time on the course record in a way that felt absolutely insane.
Yeah.
It was also one of those races too where Katie was with her early on, and then Katie put a little time on her, and then Courtney clawed it all back, and then Courtney was a rocket ship that ran away from everyone.
Yeah.
So course record watch is on, but we do think it's going to be very, very tight if the record goes down at all.
Absolutely.
On
All
both
right,
sides.
What do we have here? This feels important.
This feels like we're...
That looks like Jen and McKenna. Jen Lichter, I think, is the last runner we see on screen just behind pacer McKenna Morley. Not sure who that is in front of Jen. In all likely, someone in the back part of the men's top 15, top 20. So I believe we have women's race leader Jen Lichter moving down towards the river. I just got a text from Kim Gaylord saying this is definitely feeling like the hottest it's been all day at the river.
I don't have a Cal 3 split yet for Jen.
I mean, that's got to be Jen. Doesn't it look like her? The Cal 3 splits have been questionable either way.
They've been slow.
What was Katie's river split or Courtney's river split? We can pull that up.
Gotcha. Courtney at the river. Rucky Chucky 11:58. We got a little bit of time. Rucky Chucky for Katie Scheid 11:53.
So what is this? What are we looking at here?
Well, we've got a lot of men that haven't gotten to the river yet.
Yeah. Sorry, just
so we need
white hat.
Totally. We need Hans Troyer
red shorts
to go to the river. We need Canyon Woodward to get to the river. We need Jeff McGavro to get to the river. We need Jeshrin Small to get to the river. And we need Will Murray to get to the river. All 5 of those men have come through Cal 3, but have not yet crossed the river.
Could it be that that's McGavro and Pacer?
That's very, very possible. McGavro is sitting in 9th position, and there were 2 sets of 2 there, I think, in that shot at one point in time. So it's very possible that that's Canyon Woodward and Jeff McGavro.
Yeah. Who was pacing Jeff again?
Peanut.
To me, the guy on the near side here looks like Jeff.
Yeah, with the little bit of the curly hair bun.
Topher texting that the thermometer is reading 82 degrees at the river. Still unseasonably cool, but definitely warm.
Warm enough, that is for sure.
So we'll ID these runners as soon as we can.
Yeah, from our field reporter, our camera runner out there stated that Marianne looked really good through Cal 2, just cruising along. Lottie looked hot as she came through. Things warming up on that sunny Cal Street section.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe this section is approaching the river. So this very likely on our screen right now is...
I mean, whoever this is moving very well.
Jeff McGavro honestly has been looking like he's been moving well all day. He just wasn't in the mix. He's putting himself in the mix now, but again, Canyon Woodward, Jeff McGavro.
It could be Canyon. I mean, it could be just given, the white on white, most people are wearing white on white.
We saw 2 sets of 2, I think, in that initial drone footage. Yeah. So I do think we've got 2 men making their way down to the river here.
That looks like Jeff to me.
We're coming out to aid on this side of the river.
So we haven't seen anybody cross since Adam Peterman, isn't that right?
Yeah, we have not seen anyone cross since Adam Peterman.
That means Peterman's got a bit of a gap behind. Obviously, we heard from the Gaylords that he's asking who's ahead. This guy is moving, whoever this is.
Person, MK texted us. Jeff McGavro.
McGavro, M4, Eye of the Tiger.
Oh, he is on.
He is charging. He's
Get out of his way.
You know what he said about his 4th place finish last year? He was like, all day I was just thinking, I want to catch up with Adam and run with Adam. Here he is again. I want to catch up with Adam and run with Adam. Of course, the best friends and training partners, Adam Peterman, Jeff McGavro from Missoula, Montana. Jeff really rallying today. A very unique athlete with a really admirable mindset. It was great to chat with him earlier in the week, but sticking with it all day. And now he's starting to see the field come back to him. Let's see if he can't bridge up to his good buddy and training partner, Adam Peterman.
It sounds like we do have Thomas through Greengate. We're just waiting for that to update in the ultralive.net. But our split coming in from the field does suggest that
here's Canyon. Yes, we Canyon. Canyon Woodward from Franklin, North Carolina, just behind Jeff McGavro. It looks like they are now running in 7th and 8th place.
That's, we thought Canyon was pretty much a sure lock for a top 10. He's been running his way into it all day.
Hey, look who's charging also. Will Murray, currently on the top 10 bubble, has been out of the picture all day. By the time he gets to the river, in all likelihood, Will Murray's going to be inside the top 10.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting in 9th or 10th position based on Hans Troyer's very slow movement down to the river, which is honestly a little bit scary at this point to not have seen him come through here, having left Cal 3 an hour ago.
Yeah.
That's not a great sign.
Not a great sign indeed.
Jeff McGavro came down the river so fast, I think MK Sullivan almost got taken out from her river position. Canyon right behind.
Man, Canyon deserves to be repeated. He has been just so solid, so consistent, just not screwing it up at any of his hugely high-profile races over the last, call it 10 months, since Javelina last fall, where he got his golden ticket, finishing 3rd place, an under-course record at October's 100-mile race down in Arizona, and then again a 4th place at Black Canyon, where he would have earned a golden ticket should he have needed it, and then a 5th place at the Canyons 100K. Now here he is sitting in a very strong 8th, crossing the river at Western States.
Got a great stat from Liam Tryon. 6 men within 20 minutes of the river. The last time that many men were together was 2011, which included Killian, Nick Clark, Mike Wolf, Jez Bragg, Tsuyoshi
Kaburagi-san.
And Tim Olson.
Yes. Wow, great stat from Liam. Thank you for crunching those numbers. And we'll remember who went on to win that year. Killian Jornet.
Okay, we do have a confirmation. Thomas has split through Greengate officially. I mean, he is 10-ish minutes back right now, 9 minutes back of Ryan Montgomery. And we also just heard from our field team that Zach Miller has split through there. The question is, what is that gap between fourth and fifth? We just saw Zach on screen. So that means that Tomac Harden would have to run roughly 2 minutes a mile. No, sorry. He would have to run 30 seconds a mile faster than Ryan Montgomery to catch and pass Ryan to catch a podium. Yep.
So the men's podium in solid position, though obviously any one of those individuals could falter. Tomac Harden at the river, MK said, maybe looked the best. So don't count this guy out for a podium position. Tomac Harden from France. And right now, repeating myself, 3 of the top 4 European athletes with 2 Frenchmen in the top 4. The French, man, they're so freaking good at trail running.
Yeah, coming here and taking our race. Yeah, waiting to get that official split from Zach Miller. I do know he has gone through Greengate.
All right, so Marion Hogue, we have a bunch through Cal 2. Did you update this already on the women?
No, my Ultralife just absolutely
All right,
quit.
so Marianne Hogan making up time on Riley Brady. So right now, Jen Lichter, as Corinne mentioned, holding a 5-minute, 50-second advantage over Riley Brady. Riley now has 6 minutes and 36 seconds back to Marianne, but last we saw that was 10 minutes. So Marianne just made up 3.5 minutes between Cal 1 and Cal 2, which is a short stretch. That's a minute a mile for Marianne and Riley. Could be that Marianne catches Riley by the river. Lottie Brinks, 1 minute and 50 seconds behind Marianne. Lottie Brinks not giving up this fight for the podium. Tara Dower, 5th place, 6 minutes 50 seconds, 6 minutes 45 seconds back from Lottie Brinks. Tara Dower still very much in the mix in 5th. And now it looks like, according to these splits, Hannah Allgood has passed Abby Hall. So our women's champion from 2025 F1 has maybe fallen back at least one position. Hannah Allgood now sitting in 6th place, 2 minutes and 36 seconds behind Tara Dower.
Okay. And we do officially have a split for Zach Miller through Green Gate. He's sitting 2 minutes behind Tomac Hardin.
Wow. Now Caitlin Fielder showing up ahead of Abby Hall at Cal 2. Caitlin Fielder, it looks like 2 minutes and 16 seconds behind Hannah. Caitlin might be making up ground here.
A little bit of drama in the women's field right now.
So that means last we had seen Hannah and Caitlin were sitting in 7th and 8th. Now they're sitting in 6th and 7th, waiting on an update from defending champion Abby Hall at Cal 2.
Yeah, waiting with bated breath is kind of the name of the game right now as we frantically refresh trackers. Famously slow trackers on the Cal Street section definitely keeps everyone on their toes.
Hitting the electrolytes in studio.
As one
Powering
does.
through the home stretch. Not only the athletes, but Corinne and Debo also.
Got to stay hydrated. Adam Peterman is also through Green Gate, though, waiting for his official split. Again, Adam Peterman at the river asked for those splits up to the men. So let's see if he's been able to close at all on them. Still, again, we're hearing from our field that he is through Green Gate. Still waiting for that official split to read here on our tracking system.
Wow. It is going to be, I think, very, very close on course record watch. Travis just sending me an update. It looks like we have 6 of the 10 fastest times ever for the men at the Rucky-Chuckery River Crossing, including the 3 fastest ever with Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, and Ryan Montgomery. That puts Jim Walmsley's course record split now as the 6th fastest time through the river crossing ever.
Fast. Addie Bracey on your screen, making her way through Forest Hill as we speak.
Addie got golden ticket at Javelina last fall.
Adam Peterman's official split now through Green Gate, sitting 3 minutes and 20 seconds back of Zach Miller. It's a battle, folks.
It's a battle, folks.
Anyone falters, they're moving back.
I mean, typically at this point of the race, we're starting to get excited about the back and forth in like the 6th through 10th positions. We're getting excited about the back and forth for the podium.
The podium is still very much not yet locked up on either side.
One of the things we talked about this week is the cool weather conditions often leads to less attrition. It often leads to closer pack racing. That has come to pass, at least so far, about 80 miles into the men's race and about 70 miles or so into the women's race. And interestingly, really the high-profile DNFs that we have here today, Killian Jornet, Jim Walmsley, it looks like Max Janzik now showing up as a DNF at Forest Hill.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So 2 of our favorites in Jim Walmsley and Killian Jornet are DNFs, but really very little attrition beyond those 2.
Yeah, at this point, I think the next question mark is Hans Troyer again,
Right.
led for much of the first 70 miles of the race effectively.
This can't be right. Right now, ultralive.net is showing a total of only 9 DNFs. Is that possible? We are on Silver Buckle record watch.
We're
folks.
bankrupting this race.
Comstock Heritage, you better get the chisel ready.
We're mortgaging Craig's house. Take out that second mortgage. Let's go.
And for those watching at home, you know that the Western States pioneered the finisher reward that is a silver buckle or a bronze buckle, depending on whether you finish in sub 24 or sub 30 hours. And for those who don't know, Literally, those belt buckles cost more on an individual basis than the registration fee to enter the race. Of course, Western States does operate as a 501c3 nonprofit. A good opportunity for me to remind everybody to donate to our fundraiser here today. We're sitting at $11,420. All those proceeds will go towards the Western States 100 organization, 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to advancing our sport in many different ways, including putting on this incredible 100-mile race here in the foothills of California, also advancing medical research and generally providing trail stewardship to the Western States Trail and beyond. So thanks to everybody who has contributed to the fundraiser today. But very, very, very interesting stuff. And yeah, shout out to Comstock Heritage who makes all those belt buckles.
Yeah, this race is getting very exciting. Waiting for updates from our Cal 3 splits. Jen Lichter has split through Cal 3 as of 4:14 p.m. That's 11:14 approximately elapsed, given that Cal 3 can be a little bit all over the place at Ford's Bar because we are in the middle of nowhere. But 11:14 elapsed.
I mean, we should probably mention, I'm sure the chat has identified this already, but here's Rachel Entrekin pacing Addie Bracey out of Forest Hill. Of course, Rachel exploding into international superstardom with a Cocodona 250 overall win in course record last month in Arizona, where Addie Bracey paced her along that incredible sort of sport transcending moment. And here Rachel is returning the favor to Addie.
Yeah, rumor has it that Rachel's actually going to be pulling 2 pacing duties if she can, pacing Addie Bracey and then doubling back to potentially pace Steph Irving for the final 20 miles of her race. Again, Steph Irving is 64 years old, running her first Western States, and is our Silver Legend entry into this year's race. So Rachel looking for maybe an easy 60-mile day, doubling up, getting her back-to-back long run in this weekend. Don't hate that.
Yep.
In her
Quintessential
prep, in her
Rachel.
prep for UTMB, very quintessential Rachel. We love to see it.
Okay.
And I can't compare Jen Lichter's splits to some of our historic splits because we don't actually get an accurate or frequent Cal 3 or Ford's Bar split. So really I'm going to be looking to compare her split at Rucky Chucky back to Katie's 2024 and Courtney's 2023 race to understand where exactly she is in that field.
Yep.
But no other updates through Cal 3 as of yet.
Okay, so we are awaiting the last couple runners in the men's top 10. Last we had seen Canyon Woodward cross the river in 8th place. Still no sign of Hans Troyer, the leader, for much of the early part of the race. We are also looking for the likes of Jeshurun Small, Will Murray, Anthony Costales, Hiroki Kai, Trayson Knopp, etc. So we've got eyes on the women's race at Forest Hill, but we will continue to monitor the men's race at Rucky Chucky.
Yeah, and looking at where, Riley and Jen have been moving up all day in the overall field. Currently, Jen sitting in 15th overall between Trayson Knopp and Hupiter. Riley Brady sitting in 17th overall. Marianne Hogan sitting in 18th overall. Lottie Brink sitting in 20th overall. Tara Dower, 22nd. Hannah Allgood, 23. Caitlin Gerben, 24. Abby Hall, 25. The women are moving up right now.
So is Abby now through Cal 2?
Yes, Abby is through Cal 2, but is about 2 minutes and 10 seconds back of Caitlin Fielder, officially, at Cal 2.
Travis just texted me. Jen Lichter through Cal 3, I believe. Jen is ahead of Courtney Dauwalter's 2023 splits by 8 minutes. But again, just to repeat what I said, Courtney ran this last stretch of the race faster than anybody except for Tom Evans that year.
Yeah, so in theory, though, that means that Courtney potentially ran that Cal 2 to Cal 3 section 90 seconds to 2 minutes faster than Jen, because I do believe that Jen was up by about 10 minutes at Cal 2. Riley Brady now through Cal 3, 5 minutes back of Jen Lichter.
Okay.
So that's
So
that's holding pretty
yeah.
steady.
Yeah, it's certainly not exploding in the wrong direction for Riley.
And we don't get a to the second split at Cal 3, so hard saying, knowing that at Cal 2, Riley Brady was about 5 minutes and 50 seconds back
Yep.
of Jen. We're calling it 5 minutes here, but that could be off by 30 seconds
Yep.
easily. So we do, maybe if anything, Riley has clawed back a little bit of time on Jen.
Rally cap Riley?
Yeah.
Let's go. I just got a text from Kara Tuklinski, who's a member of the board at Western States and I think also working with ultralive.net today. She has been sending me some great information. Just sent me a note in regards to my comment on the DNFs, confirming that there are only 9 DNFs so far in the race today.
Crazy.
She says crazy, but also since quote unquote normal runners are so far behind the leaders, they have just not gotten to the aid stations or cutoff times yet. But still only 9 runners, including Jim Walmsley, Max Janzik, and Killian Jornet, have dropped out of the race
And
today.
we're definitely through some of those early cutoff times, like cutoff times at Duncan Canyon, et cetera, have definitely come and gone.
I'm sure one of our statistician friends in the audience will look up the highest ever finishing rate at Western States. This could be in the conversation today.
Yeah, for sure. And they will
26.
definitely report on that. We'll report on that tomorrow
Yep.
for sure when we hit our golden hour coverage with Topher and Billy. And I sitting here crying in studio as we are wont to do. And then we'll also, I think, be reporting on what is the number of historic silver buckle finishers, those finishing in the sub 24-hour mark. That is looking really good at this current moment.
Absolutely. All right, so the men, obviously, we've already updated this through Green Gate. The next aid station is going to be Auburn Lakes Trails, a.k.a. ALT, roughly mile 85 or so. Famously, the aid station with the most DNFs along the entire course. So we are going to hope and pray that we don't jinx that DNF conversation as they make their way towards that critical aid station with 15 miles to go. Still no sign of Jeff McGavro through Green Gate, though he's probably getting very close, chasing down his friend and training partner, Adam Peterman. Canyon Woodward was directly on his tail, and we still have not seen 9th or 10th place in the men's race come to the river.
Liam, so quick on it. 2012 was the highest finisher rate ever, 82%. That's 316 of the 382. Easiest quote weather year on record. You know something about the 2012 race.
I finished in 2012.
One of the 316.
Yeah, one of the 316. Managed to explode during an easy racing day, but, par for the course for Debo. I think I was only 25 at the time. I was basically young and fit Hans Troyer.
It does seem, while we have a gap in our coverage as we wait for our women to come down to the river, I do believe we've got a replay from earlier in the day from Jeff Pelletier that we can throw to. So if you missed anything, this is a great way to recap what's been going on so far in our nearly 12-hour broadcast.
Yeah, Jen! Welcome to the sun! Yeah, dude! Let's go, Riley! Good job! Looking good, Riley! Looking good! Water! Water on top?
On my face. Right there. Right on my face. Great job.
You got it. There we go. Good job, buddy. Ice is there. You want ice water on your head?
My shirt, please. Sure. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. You're crushing it. Go. You want a sponge? Sponge water on you?
Anywhere, yep.
There you go. Woo! Thank you. Good job. Sarah?
No.
No eye drops.
Can we just do ice back here?
Okay.
Here, I can get you.
Where's Hannah?
You want anything over your head?
No, I just
no,
have
thank you.
Okay. Nice job, Owen! One on top. Nice here. Cool. Cool. Go, girl. There we go. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Food. Anything? Okay. Good job.
Oh my God.
Woo!
Let's go. Let's go. So good. Good job, man. Good job. You look awesome. Let's go, Fran. You look so good. You look so good. Get it, Fran. Good job. We are so back.
Yeah.
Back. Let's go, Jim. Let's go, Jim. Come on, Francesca. Okay.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Okay. Do you need some? Can we tell someone? No? Okay.
Nice job.
Okay, Jim.
Right on, Jim. Let's go. Nice and controlled. Great job, man. Really, really strong running. Just keep taking care of yourself. Right on, Anthony. Running strong, man. Really good. Maybe 2.5 minutes to Zach. 3 minutes more to Ryan. Right on. Right on, Adam.
Hey.
Right on. You're running great, man. You're just like 3 minutes back from Zach, and nice job. Right, stop. Stop. Danny boy. Stay confident, Danny.
What can I get you for a drink?
Water, please.
Nice up, Jeffrey. Nice work, Jeff. Welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. And thank you to Jeff Peltier for those race highlights. That was from the Devil's Thumb aid station, mile 47. That was a few hours ago. Some great highlights from both the front of the men's and women's races. Obviously, there have been big shakeups since that footage was recorded, but super awesome to see. The only major update I have here on the men's side, Jeff McGavro now officially through the Green Gate aid station at mile 80. And then I believe we now have Marianne Hogan, yes, now through Cal 3. Marianne now 5 minutes behind Riley Brady. Cal 3, the maybe most remote aid station with the most difficult splits for us to receive in a timely and accurate manner. But right now it looks like 5 minutes between Jen Lichter and Riley Brady, and then 5 minutes again between Riley Brady and Marianne Hogan. That is your top three. Last we had seen Lottie Brinks was only about 90 seconds behind Marianne Hogan, so we would expect to see a split from Lottie Brinks through Cal 3 any moment. Corinne, we are also still awaiting to see our 9th and 10th men at the river crossing. We haven't seen anybody since Jeff McGavro.
And I even asked our team on the ground, I said, hey, have you guys seen Hans Troyer?
Yeah.
Like, did he come into aid and he's at medical? Like, what is happening? They have not seen him come into into Rucky Chucky, which honestly at this point is a little bit scary.
Send some people back along the course.
Yeah, if he has left Cal 3, we might need to send some people back.
He's with Cade Michael. He does have a pacer.
This is true. He is not alone out there. We do have reports from our folks on the ground at Green Gate that Canyon Woodward is officially through that aid station again, right around mile 80 of the race. He is sitting about 2 minutes and 40 seconds back of Jeff McGavro. So we still have battles going on, not just for the podium on both sides, but definitely for those middle spots in the top 10. Although there is a pretty good gap from Adam Peterman in 6th back to that chase group of Jeff McGavro and Canyon Woodward, who are fairly tight together. And actually, I do have memories of Canyon Woodward in sprint finishes at Black Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
I think more than once at this point. So he is not unfamiliar for like.
Oh, he will push.
He will push, and we could have a Jeff McGavro Canyon Woodward showdown.
Yep.
Which would be pretty epic, particularly if it happened at like Roby Point.
Looks like we spoke it into existence, Corinne. I believe this is Jeshrin Small now sitting in 9th place in his 100-mile debut, making his way towards the Rucky Chucky River crossing, mile 78. Definitely looking a little bit fatigued.
Moving a little gingerly.
After 78 miles of shredding on the Western States course. But it looks like Jeshrin now sitting in 9th place, which would mean, assuming that we don't see Hans Troyer soon, that would put Will Murray in the 10th position.
Would love to see it.
Yeah.
Anthony Costall is hopefully in the hunt outside of that. Anthony changing shoes kind of gingerly at Forest Hill. So curious to see what kind of damage has been done and how folks are feeling out there. you have to remember Jeshrin has never run this far before.
Right.
He is fully in uncharted territory.
And he's only 26 or 27 also. He's roughly the same age as Hans Treuer. Been in the game maybe a little bit longer.
28, but he's one of our guys in their 20s. In this field, everyone in front of them is between 30 and 37. So actually very similar to what's happening in the women's race as well. Coalescing.
Yeah, I'm checking Walmsley's split through ALT. 2019, the course record year, he ran 11:56 through that 85-mile aid station. That's the next time we're going to see the likes of men's race leaders Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, and Ryan Montgomery. I'm going to check what Caleb did last year.
Yeah, looks like 11:49:16.
So Caleb still had 7 minutes on Walmsley's record with 15 miles to go.
And just had it kind of come apart a little bit at the end.
Unbelievable. So Francesco was, I think, 6 minutes in front of Caleb's split at both Green Gate and the River.
Yep.
Thereabouts. That means we would probably see, if he's maintaining that pace, him through ALT at about 11:43 elapsed, give or take. So we're probably about 10 minutes from an update at the front of the men's race. And we could it's very possible there's been a shakeup there in the top three.
Yeah, we do not yet know.
Jeshrin and pacer Eric LaPuma now making their way to the River.
And then I believe that he's going to pick up Josh Eberly. I'm not sure if he's picking him up here at Rucky Chucky or at Green Gate, but he's going to run on over to Crew here.
Jesh is looking a little bit fatigued here.
You've got to remember.
Nothing alarming, but definitely not prime Jesh form.
Not looking like Vincent or Thomas or Jeff McGavro, who came absolutely flying through here.
Just hitting the old Fiji bottle there.
But again, he's tough.
Yeah. Super tough young kid and extremely experienced for his age. Kind of like Ryan Montgomery, only 28 years old. He has been top 5 at both OCC and CCC, also sort of world championship level fields, so he's no stranger for competing on this type of stage. But as we've said, uncharted territory here for Jeshrin Small in his 100-mile debut.
Yeah, I've gotten to watch Jeshrin as he's really come into his own over really like the last 7-8 years now since graduating from the Western Colorado program where that team is sponsored by Adidas, and joining that team and really developing into a global level athlete.
Yep. All right, Jeshrin Small making his way down towards the river crossing. A pretty quick and efficient crew transition there. So now we probably are going to be expecting to see Will Murray next on the list to round out the men's top 10.
Yeah, Jess.
Okay, update from the field.
Oh, boy.
Kim Gaylord texts 10th man approaching the river. I think she's mistaken. This is the 9th man, Jeshrin Small, across the river, unless our tracker is inaccurate. But says, Jeshrin is looking good. They said they saw Hans walking. So that's a good sign.
That's good.
An update, Jeshrin Small apparently reporting to the aid station that Hans is walking towards the aid station.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that while we've thought of Jeshrin more as a 50K runner, right when he graduated from college, actually 2016, 2017, 2018, he ran several 100Ks before kind of dropping back down in distance and focusing on that OCC style race, then bridging back up to that 100K distance, and now here finally doing his first 100-mile race of his career. Making his way across with pacer Eric LaPuma. I believe Eric will be doing a handoff to Jeshrin's coach and college coach, Josh Eberly. And I actually think Hannah Allgood has been doing his strength coaching. So it's been a real team effort to get Jesh ready for this.
Great team around him.
Yeah, glad to hear that Hans is moving and on his way to Rucky Trucky.
Okay, so we now have a split for Lottie Brinks. It's been a minute since we looked back at the Cal 3 splits for the women. Last we had seen Marianne Hogan 5 minutes behind Riley Brady. Now Lottie Brinks clocking in roughly 2 minutes behind Marianne. Again, these are not totally exact splits like they are with our timing mat. So this is a directionally correct 2-minute split between third and fourth, Marianne Hogan and Lottie Brinks.
That's
through Cal 3.
Kind of
we're going to
holding
start to
steady.
see the women at the river very soon.
Yeah, and I feel like that split actually between Marianne and Lottie is holding pretty steady.
Yep.
That is on par with their Cal 2 split, on par with their Cal 1 split. Seems like Marianne was able to get a little bit of distance coming out of Forest Hill effectively, maybe extending it from 70 or 80 seconds up to towards 2 minutes, but not bleeding a ton of time. But you're very, very right. We should be seeing Jen Lichter very, very soon at the river.
Sending a text to see if we have more women through Cal 3 because that split for Lottie was now 11 minutes ago. We know that Tara Dower, Hannah Allgood, Caitlin Fielder, Abby Hall crew was all very tight together as well. There's a good chance we could have most of the women's top 10 through Cal 3 at this point, if not the entirety of it.
Yeah, very, very close racing on that front. So we know Hans Troyer is walking his way towards the river. We're also looking for Will Murray, who we think is probably going to be moving up into that 10th position. Anthony Costales right there behind him. Hiroki Kai and Trayson Knopp. From there, we do anticipate...
Will Murray!
Heck yeah.
Will Murray at the river, now officially in the top 10.
It's happening.
Perseverance pays off, folks. A lesson from Will Murray. All day we've been wondering, where is the guy? Here he's got Brett Hornig helping him rally along the course. It looks like Will Murray, let me just double check this. Will Murray went through Forest Hill in 15th position, arrives at the river in 10th. Corinne. Rally caps on for Will Murray from Bellingham, Washington.
And he's a baseball guy, so truly rally caps on.
Yeah. So Coach John Fitzgerald's got to be psyched right now. He's got Peter God, McGavro, and Will now totally in the top 10, along with Jen Lichter in the lead of the women's race. Will Murray swaps out a pacer. I didn't catch who that might be as he drops Brett Hornig off.
I'm not sure. Being joined by another runner in that bright green, kind of highlighter yellow Brooks top. Will Murray into that M10 position, headed to the river. Okay, we're standing officially in studio. This happens to us every single year. I'm still not quite warm enough to be down to just my Hawaiian shirt.
You know, it could be that Will Murray keeps the rally cap going. I mean, if we're just judging from body language, it seemed like he was moving a little bit quicker and made quicker work of that crew transition than Jeshrin Small, who's now on the opposite side climbing towards Green Gate. So...
He looked a little steadier, and he also took much less time in that aid station.
I'll be really interested to chat with Will after today, assuming he continues to finish strong and just get the story. Again, a lot of people viewed Will Murray as a threat to potentially win or podium. Today, he is a newer name in the sport. This is only his second 100-mile race after breaking the course record at Javelina in October. He's really not been in the mix all day. And if you look at his progression, starting at Emigrant Pass, Will Murray was 25th over to the top of the mountain. Now, mile 78, he's in 10th. So he's moved up steadily all day long, and it's starting to pay off for him.
Yeah, really excited to get to our ALT splits for our leading men. And we've got to be getting close to seeing, again, Jen Lichter making her way down to the river crossing. Right behind Will should be Anthony Costales, Hiroki Kai, and Trayson Knopp. Then we should be looking for Jen Lichter. So truly any of these next athletes could be our leads of our women's race. Jen Lichter having a reasonable gap, roughly 5 minutes on Riley Brady at Cal 3. Curious to see what that looks like when they get to the river. And then it is a steady, grindy climb up to Green Gate where we saw Francesco try to put a little bit of time back on Vincent and Ryan Montgomery.
This is the time of day, Corinne, where every year we start to notice the good people of Auburn starting to come to the track here to watch the heroic finish of our leaders. We're now at ALT. This is Auburn Lakes Trail Aid Station, mile 85. The Golden Hills of California, as we await men's leader Francesco Pupi.
We have an ALT split as of 4:40 p.m., 11:40, 34 elapsed. Now the question is, where is Vincent and Ryan?
We missed Francesco Pupi through ALT. So against Caleb and Jim's splits, let me look. He is 9 minutes ahead of Caleb's split and 17 minutes over Jim's split. So we are very seriously still on course record watch and still on sub 14 watch.
He's finding another gear akin to, Jen knowing that Riley was right behind.
Vincent Bouillard through 1 minute and 23 seconds behind Francesco Pupi.
The race is on.
Battle of the Europeans ensuing through 85 miles. We missed them here on our camera, but Francesco Pupi and Vincent Bouillard now through 85 miles.
That is
and this is
insane.
The exact circumstance you need to push that sub 14 threshold. You need two guys pushing each other to the bitter end.
That's the way it's happening. And again, Ryan was making some big moves, definitely burning matches on his way to the river. The question is, how many matches does he have left to burn, and what is the gap back to Ryan at ALT?
Unbelievable drama here. Francesco Pupi, 2025 CCC champion. Vincent Bouillard, 2024 UTMB champion. It appears at this point, unless Ryan Montgomery stages a late rally here, one of them will etch their names in all likelihood in Western States history, adding another insanely huge statement victory to their resume. Two Europeans in the lead of the men's race at Western States. I can't remember if this has ever happened.
This is the drama that we're looking for, and Liam or Travis will be able to tell us exactly
and here's
if
big
and
claps,
when.
Big claps for Ryan Montgomery now. We'll get an exact split, but he must be only 3 minutes back of Vincent. Ryan Montgomery, folks.
Really making good time on today's course. Absolutely going to the well in this performance. I told Ryan no risk was too big. Trust your training. You did everything right coming into this moment, and sure enough, trying to stick the landing right now. That was a sprint coming into ALT.
Yep.
Still waiting for our official tracker to update there.
All right, so 14:09 is the course record. So we have 2 hours, 24 minutes until 14:09 clicks over on the clock.
Hiroki Kai with Liam into Rucky Chucky.
So they have to run 15 miles in 2 hours, 24 minutes. Very doable for these guys to make history at Western States.
Yeah, this is looking very promising right now.
All right, so Hiroki Kai now in 11th. Still no sign of Hans.
ALT split for Ryan Montgomery officially through in 11:44:34 elapsed. Under 3 minutes. So Ryan has also gained time back.
Wow.
This is so sick. So Ryan has gained probably the most time back on Fran.
Yep.
In that scenario. Gained a little bit of time back on Vincent, but needs to really dig if he wants to stick this landing.
I mean, now with 15 miles to go, if we call it roughly 5 minutes behind the lead, it would be exactly 4 minutes behind the lead.
And he was
not easy to cover 4 minutes in 15 miles, but stranger things have happened.
He was 6 minutes back, I think, at the last split.
Yep.
6 or 6.5 minutes back. 6.5 minutes back at the last split.
And that was only 5 miles ago.
Yeah, so he's made up several minutes.
He's made 2.5 minutes in 5 miles.
It's going to be close.
Oh my God.
It's going to be really, really close.
My heart. All right, and we are on Jen Lichter watch at the river here.
Yeah, Hans has not yet made it to Rucky Chucky. We did hear a report from Jesherin Small that they passed Hans walking, so not a DNF at this point, and is alive and well and currently walking to Rucky Chucky for those who are wondering what exactly is going on.
Even on an unseasonably cool, a quote-unquote easier day at the Western States, this race, this course, the killing machine
of Western
States.
It
is always an incredibly difficult expedition to try and cover these 100 miles, especially just given how complex this course is to put together in a single push. Requires so many different skills. It requires so much competitive drive. It requires you to be on the gas from start to finish. There is no room to hide in any of these 100 miles. And every year we see heroic athletes succumb to the challenge. And of course, this year is no different. Of course, we are always rooting for people to make it all the way to the finish. As we now look down at Anthony Costales, it looks like, moving towards the river, I think with pacer Caleb Olson here, our 2025 champion. So Anthony Costales has lost some time on Cal Street, I believe sitting in 12th place overall now. But he is a tough, strong guy. He's experienced here. He's got a great pacing team and crew around him. So Costales continuing along the course here, approaching the river crossing.
This is looking really, really intense right now. Ryan, according to Skylar in the field, Ryan's projected finishing time is 13:56.
So Tropical John is trending towards accuracy.
Trending towards a lot of accuracy here. It's like when you break the 2-hour marathon, but you're somehow second.
Yeah.
Yeah, our cameras going from the Robie Point to the finish have got to be ready to run really, really fast.
You know what's also interesting is among those top 3 men, Ryan is by far the most experienced at this distance.
1,000%.
And of the race, obviously.
Yep, has been here numerous times, has finished in the top 10, numerous times has fought his way in, numerous times.
Are we on Lichter watch here? Could it be? Hard to tell from a distance, but I think this is it, Corinne. We've got a kind of a whitish kid on the front that looks like McKenna Morley in front of
I think
what
this
appears to be a white cap and orange shorts. That has been the telltale sign of race leader Jen Lichter all day.
She's in the right section of the course, too.
So this would put her in roughly 14th position overall, which sounds right.
Yep. I believe we are looking at our race leader, Jen Lichter, being led out by her pacer, McKenna Morley. Yep,
Jennifer Lichter, race leader, approaching the river crossing at mile 78 at Rucky Chucky. This will be very interesting to watch her crew transition here. Probably knows that she does not have a huge bit of breathing room behind her towards a charging Riley Brady, who has been Jen's chief rival in today's race. So Jen, I'm sure, will want to try and get across the river quickly and then try and put some space towards her rivals behind.
We got some ALT beta as well. 4 minutes separating 1 through 3 is unprecedented. The closest ever first through third split in the men's race is the 2024 battle between Jim, Rod, and Hayden, where they were separated by 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
Makes sense.
This is historic in every single way.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
Incredibly impressive running by the front of our men's race and the front of our women's race, as Jen Lichter is almost to Rucky Chucky as we speak.
She looks great. You know, the last person we saw on the drone was Jesherin Small, and Jen
Is moving
Yeah,
better.
at least by my interpretation, seems to be moving better than Jeshrin.
That is my read of this as well. Okay, and just for perspective again, 11:51:40 on the clock. Courtney split through the Rucky Chucky aid station in 11:58:57. Katie shied 11:53:52. So we're getting pretty close
Yep.
to that Katie split. I think we're losing a little bit of time on the Courtney split. So maybe losing a little bit of time overall on that kind of nearness to that course record, but it's still going to be very tight and anything can happen in the final 20 miles.
When you're in the conversation with Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter splits at the Rucky Chucky River
In your
crossing,
first ever 100 mile.
yes, you know you are in rare air.
To get close, to potentially break the women's record in her debut 100, to get close, to go under 16 hours.
I mean, that puts her in the pantheon automatically.
Only 2 women have ever gone under 16 hours. Right?
That's correct.
Okay, I was like, Katie did dip under. Yeah.
Katie has gone under twice, Courtney once.
Yes.
Yeah. No, excuse me. Only 2 women, and it's Courtney once, Katie once.
Yes, exactly. I think we've got MK at the river. I hear her.
Hi, guys.
Hi, MK. What's the vibes?
We have a little bit of a lull here, but I guarantee you if I told them that Jen Lichter is on the move, we could get some noise. Do you want some noise here?
We'd love some noise.
All right, guys, we're on Jen Lichter watch, and they want some noise in the live stream. So let's bring it up a little bit.
Look at that crowd.
It's so amazing.
Yeah, you guys know that once she comes down these stairs, it's going to get rowdy here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this men's race, you guys have been calling it all day, super close. Obviously, we've got a pretty big gap after that group with Adam Peterman and Zach Miller. But, I mean, this top 10 race isn't necessarily over. Hiroki Kai still looking pretty good crossing the river here. Haven't seen Anthony Costales, but I'm guessing he's probably somewhere with Jen or close thereby. But yeah, it's just, we're excited to see the women finally coming through down here.
Yeah. Thank you, MK. And I did get an update here from Kim and Topher Gaylord. Jen still has the eye of the tiger. It appears that she likely will catch and surpass Anthony Costales at the river. I believe that might be Jupiter Carrera Casas, the runner behind Jen in our picture here, looking down from the drone perspective. Again, Jen running with McKenna Morley, her pacer, just in front on our screen. And it'll be very, very, very important to then get an accurate split back to Riley Brady, who we will expect to be our second woman at the river crossing. Last we had seen, it was about a 5-minute split at Cal 3. Anthony Costales in the aid station there. It's Jen's coach, John Fitzgerald. Water on the head.
Putting a belt
New
on.
belt.
Crew taking care of her.
Yeah, so pack off, belt on. This is interesting.
I think it's smart for this section.
There's Thomas coming into ALT.
Just
Thomas
saw a
Carden-
glimmer.
Yeah, just in the nick of time.
Just a glimmer.
Just in the nick of time, we got Thomas coming in.
Yeah, again, it is. Oh, Anthony Costales in
Whoa.
the 8 as well.
Text from Topher Gaylord, who I believe is just upstream from the river crossing. Says Riley looks super strong coming up the final climb into the river, focused with a bit of the eye of the tiger also.
It's close.
Oh
it's
my
really, really
goodness.
close. 11:54:36.
And look at this.
That puts Jen just behind Katie Scheid splits and ahead of Courtney DeWalter splits. So
Wow.
losing a little bit of time to how hard Courtney charged
Yeah.
in the back half of that race. Really, really impressive for this debut 100-mile run.
So Jen, Anthony, and Jupiter are going to all be in the river together, having their
You want in?
sacred baptism in the waters of the Middle Fork.
Didn't Ida make a pass on Heather Jackson, the triathlete, in the river
I
a
think
couple
that
years
did
ago?
happen, yeah. All right, so we are officially on Riley watch now, too. Not exactly sure where the Gaylords are positioned, but you can definitely rely on the information they relay. We will get a split, of course.
This is perfect technique, okay? Lift your feet up, pull yourself across in the rope as much as possible. Walking across can be really, really cumbersome feeling. And we'll get splits from Thomas coming through ALT here, I think, as well. So Thomas officially, we're looking at 9-ish minutes back, effectively. Not quite. I guess maybe just over 10 minutes, actually, back from Ryan Montgomery. So Ryan continuing to pull away from the Frenchman.
Yep. Riley Brady. Oh, my goodness. All right, so
it's a race.
The gap has shrank significantly, and Riley, certainly the eye of the tiger, and a lot of agility displayed there on the stone staircase down to the river crossing. They are effectively going to be in the river together, and they will be making the critical climb to Green Gate within a minute or 2 minutes of each other. When I saw Jen get into the river, time clocked it at about 4:56 flat. This puts Riley about 90 seconds back.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes per the timing mat. Jen had that quick but necessary aid station moment there, got into the river. Riley blasted right down the stairs.
Remember my spidey sense in our show on Thursday? I had a feeling that we could revisit, I think it's the 1980 women's race at Western States this year. It was Bjorg Osterheim Smith who won over, I believe it was Sally Edwards that year, the closest margin of victory in Western States history on the women's side. 2 minutes, I believe that was 1980. We are very much within that possibility right now.
Oh my goodness, we are having a little bit too much fun in studio, but the race is very much on for the podium positions on both sides right now. Jen Lichter and Riley Brady. Jen has had to have heard that Riley was coming into the river.
Yep.
I have to imagine. The battle is on. Kelly Newland's having a heart attack somewhere right now for sure.
Correcting myself, it was Sally Edwards who beat Bjorg Osterheim Smith. So Sally Edwards was our 1980 women's champion ahead of Bjorg Osterheim Smith, who herself has won the race a couple of times. That margin of victory was only 2 minutes. Could we see the closest ever women's margin of victory in Western States history today?
I wanna sprint on the track. Let's make it happen. I want a drag race on the track. I want to battle all the way up to Robie Point. I want them to drop all their pacers for the final mile.
You are speaking it into existence right now, Corinne.
Manifesting.
Unbelievable. And we should also mention, Marianne Hogan was making up time in third place. Lottie Brinks not far behind. Again, those Cal 3 splits were sort of questionable accuracy, but rest assured, the women's race is still incredibly close, not only among the top two, but throughout the women's top 10. And who is this in the water now? This might be Trayson Knopp, no?
No, sorry, I'm talking to them.
Anthony Costalos has come through Jupiter.
No, Jupiter already went through. Unless he stopped for a while to put...
It's possible that he stopped in aid. We haven't had another person split through Rucky Chucky yet.
Okay.
Trayson hasn't split Rucky Chucky. Jacob Banta hasn't split Rucky Chucky. Justin Grunwald hasn't split Rucky Chucky.
Zach Miller, ALT, 5th place.
Well, picking up his trash. Thank you, Zach.
Good Samaritan.
Little gingerly getting down to that wrapper that came out of the belt there. It sounds like we might take a quick commercial break before we pick up our 3rd and 4th place woman at the river. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Play varva.
Go. Come on. That's it, Louis. The gravy is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, a trail running conference and festival celebrating its second edition in 2026, a 3-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted here in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States, packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations. TrailCon is an annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It is all about community. After our second edition this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2027, and we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event, and stay tuned for announcements about the third edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life. Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. We've got our on-course correspondent, MK Sullivan, there at the river with a quick update on the front of the women's race.
You guys, that was crazy. This crowd here is definitely here for the women's race. It's the loudest cheers we've gotten all day. I don't know if my mic was turned on. Hopefully not, because I was also screaming. But, I mean, seeing Riley make up, almost 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes from that last aid station to this one, I can't wait to see where Marianne is, because we know that she is good at closing this last 20 miles. But those two women, incredible.
Thank you so much, MK, and not surprising. Wish we could have been there in the water with you, and it is a great reminder what MK just said about how good Marianne is at closing this race. Well, remember last year, MK was third place overall, but did run the fastest split from the river to the finish. So yeah. MK knows how to close here at Western States.
Well, MK's in the river. Marianne is closing.
Excuse me. I must have misspoken.
MK is ready to do Western States, though, for sure.
Marianne ran the fastest split from the river to the finish.
Who do we got? Adam Peterman.
Peterman, 6th place.
Looking solid. Also, I got to say, MK's, not costume changes, her outfit changes throughout the course of the day have been top notch. I think that's the third Hawaiian-esque shirt we've seen today, starting in a down jacket with mittens on. She has gotten the full spectrum of the temperature change on course.
Yeah, well done to all of our on-course correspondents today. MK Sullivan, Skylar Hall, Hella Sidibe. So we now see Marianne Hogan at the river. Let's get an official split. Trayson Knopp, part of the men's field, also making his way to the river as well. But we now have the women's top 3 through mile 78. Let's see if Marianne stops for a little crew transition here.
Marianne's not someone you want chasing you in the back 20 miles.
Very quick.
Yeah, we'll get an official split here in just a second. I do think Marianne is just far enough back that unless something really happens to Jennifer or Riley, we might be starting to lock up a general sense of our podium.
Yep.
Battle for first and second, but there is a bit of a gap now. Back to Marianne.
Official splits back at ALT for the men. Tomas Carden came through 11:55.11. That gives him almost exactly a 5-minute gap. Back to 5th place, Zach Miller. Zach Miller's got 3 minutes, 30 seconds back to Adam Peterman. So we still have a drag race here. Men's top 6 through ALT.
Yeah, all three women look really good. We also have more updates from Liam. 158 separating Jennifer and Riley is the tightest race in history. Only last year, Abby and Ida separated by 4 minutes and 32 seconds comes closest, and that is considerably tighter. So the men's race at ALT, tightest ever, 1, 2, 3. At the river, Jen and Riley, tightest ever, 1, 2.
Incredible. And here we see McKenna Morley leading Jen Lichter as pacer up the climb towards Green Gate. In all likelihood, we will see Riley Brady turn that bend in just a minute. How crazy would it be to see the top 2 women in the same frame on a drone visual as they approach 80 miles into the race here today. This really is, again, revisiting Jen's strength as a climber. She probably understands this climb up to Green Gate could be a really important moment for her to build another cushion against Riley to try and stave them off over the last 20 miles of the race. So let's see if Jen puts a little gas on this short climb up to the Green Gate aid station, because as we've mentioned in the past, those final 20 miles, you can absolutely rip.
They've both put time in on the course. Riley obviously having 2 other starts and 1 other finish here, but Jen put in a really sizable training camp here. I want to say it was like 160 miles in 6 days or something. Yeah. Absolutely silly on the Western States course. Incredibly impressive. She definitely put in her time, but that split between Riley and Marianne at the river is almost exactly 8 minutes.
Yeah.
7 minutes and 50 seconds separating Marianne from second place right now. It's not over till it's over. By any means.
Absolutely not.
But you now have Jen Lichter and Riley Brady chasing one another, and that is going to give them a lot of momentum moving forward.
Absolutely. So we're on Lottie Brink's watch here at the river. Lottie having the race of her career to this point today. Has been in the mix for the entirety of these 12 hours. Sitting as high up as 4th place. We would expect to see her maintain that position here at the river crossing. Probably coming through here any minute. Back at ALT, we're looking backwards for Jeff McGavro. Well, remember, Adam Peterman had a big gap. There's a large separation between 6th and 7th place in the men's race at the river. We'll see if Jeff McGavro can continue charging. He was moving among the best of anybody at that river crossing. So if he continues that trend, it could be he's making up some time on good friend and training partner from Missoula, Adam Peterman, who we just saw come through on the left-hand side of our screen. We've still not received any official word on Hans Troyer. I know a lot of people asking that question, I'm sure, in the chat, certainly in direct text messages and things to us in studio, too. Lottie Brinks officially at the river crossing with Kareth Arnold.
Getting cheered on, I believe, by Danny Moreno there. We love to see it.
All right, Lottie.
Lottie Brinks, German athlete, though lives in Boise, Idaho, competed for Deutschland at the World Championships last year. So Lottie Brinks sitting in 4th place. So now we've got 2 international athletes in the top 4 on the women's side as well. Marianne Hogan, a Canadian. Lottie Brinks, like I said, from Germany. Behind the 2 Americans, Jen Lichter and Riley Brady. Meanwhile, 3 of the top 4 on the men's side, as we've mentioned, all European. Ryan Montgomery, the lone American in the top 4. Let's see if we can get an official split. Yep, now we've got Lottie officially through Rucky Chucky. It looks like 4 minutes and 2 seconds behind Marianne upon entry. And we'll remember, Marianne did not do a crew-supported aid transition at the river. Lottie did. So it could be that Marianne put another couple of seconds into Lottie there. We're starting to see small windows open up in this women's top 5. At our last update at Cal 3, Marianne held only a 2-minute advantage over Lottie, so roughly another 2 minutes has opened up in the ensuing few miles there. Meanwhile, as we saw at the river, Riley Brady, Jen Lichter separated by only 90 seconds. We're looking down. I believe we're looking at race leader Jen Lichter here, climbing up towards Green Gate.
At 5:10 p.m., I finally took my fleece off. Only started to heat up in studio for me. Again, you guys, this is not Europe. We do not have cell service anywhere. We are running a race effectively in the middle of nowhere for much of this. We will pick up our runners camera to camera, drone to drone, e-bike to e-bike. We're not holding out on footage for you. We will show you everything we have. If they're There's no camera on the men right now. We'll get them when they get to the next camera. We'll split screen to ALT, but we are also watching our women's race leader because we are streaming 2 races today, a men's race and a women's race, and Jen Lichter is currently putting on a world-class performance.
Absolutely, and well said, Corinne. So fastest ever split through Green Gate, 12:19, Katie Scheid in 2024. That's roughly 7.5 minutes from now. So we'll see where Jen sits against that fastest ever split. That split is only 1 minute faster than Courtney Dauwalter's overall course record split from 2023. So either way, Jen Lichter officially on or near course record pace, running one of the most amazing 100-mile performances we have ever seen in her 100-mile debut. She has not lost a race in more than a year. The last 4 events she's taken part in, she has won and set the course record going back to Broken Arrow 2025, then Speed Goat last summer, Black Canyon in February of this year, Gorge Waterfalls 50K in April. So Jen Lichter looking to go 5 in a row and potentially go 5 in a row on the course records as well. Time will tell whether or not that remains in play, but Jen very much in control of her own destiny here against those historical marks.
Yeah, and then just for people asking in the chat, Molly Seidel is moving, had to do a pretty big reset, needed to get her stomach right, but she is still making her way down the course. That girl knows no quit. So she's picked up a pacer and she is continuing to move. Hans, we know it's been reported from the field that he is walking his way to Rucky Chucky. We will see a split from him when he comes in there, and my guess is that he'll be meeting with his crew, maybe medical, but he's with Cade Michael, he's with his pacer, making his way to Rucky Chucky.
Yeah. I wonder if they have started to send people backwards on the course for him, because it is quite an alarming... There he is. Cade Michael and Hans Troyer walking into the Rucky Chucky River crossing. A big hug from the crew and a sigh of relief in studio. Hans Troyer putting Noonan Georgia on his back, taking a swing for the fences today, hugging his coach, David Roche. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. Today's one of those days for Hans Troyer. Keep your head up, kid. No shame in trying. A roll of the dice, sometimes it pays off. Sometimes you pay the piper. Today was one of the latter. It would make this 26-year-old champion stronger and more experienced for the next time he takes on a challenge like this.
You learn something every single time you toe the line, good or bad, excellent or things falling apart. Hans will be better for taking a chance today, and we cannot wait to see him get it right. I think that's what I said in our prediction show. I said Hans Troyer will win Western States someday. It might be 2026. It might take a few years, but...
It might be 2036.
Hans will bring home a Cougar trophy. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, he looks a little emotional there. We love you, Hans. That's his mom.
Peggy,
oh, man.
Peggy is the absolute rock star. Yeah, sometimes you go for it and you get a little too close to the sun.
A big hug there from Chris Myers, friend from Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah, right there with his family and his crew, the Hyperlight team. We're really, really happy to see it.
It is a very relieving moment to see him here. For those who don't know Hans' story, he swung for the fences another time in his career at Black Canyon a couple of years ago, ended up in the hospital with rhabdomyolysis for quite a long stretch. It was actually, I think, like a very health-threatening circumstance.
It was very scary. Tried to fly home, did not make it quite all the way.
Yeah. Here we've got eyes on Riley Brady, second place in the women's race.
Keeping an eye on our official splits as they make their way up to Green Gate. And I do believe we've got some folks that are up at Green Gate that have been getting out messages to our chat. So we will have those updates for you just as soon as we can. But the battle is on between Jen Lichter and Riley Brady today.
And speaking of the battle being on, similarly in the men's race, coming back to that, last we had seen Francesco Pupi through ALT with only a 1 minute and 23-second advantage over fellow European, the Frenchman Vincent Bouillard, through the 85-mile aid station ALT. Next we will see them is at Quarry Road. In fact, I need to send a proactive text to my guys, Hal Kerner and Scott Jurek, who usually manage that aid station, and make sure we get some updates from those two multi-time legends and winners of this race.
That is Tara Dower making her way into the river. Gonna do a quick pack swap, I believe. Is this the tag off between
Also
Robin
in
Lesh
great
and
position.
Chris Myers? Do we have a unicorn taking Tara Dower across the river?
He's not using the snorkel this year, folks.
Taking it serious.
For those who don't remember, Chris Myers on the left-hand side finished second place in the Western States 100 last year, running, I believe, the third or fourth fastest time in race history. Boulder, Colorado, now rocking pacer duties, but when he crossed this river last year, he did so with quintessential Chris Myers' sense of humor, rocking some swim goggles and a snorkel as he made his way across the rope.
Yeah, he was ready to have kind of a laugh of it, and then he all of a sudden was in second place, and Eli Hemming's like, "You sure you want to do this, man?"
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I do.
So it looks like 8 minutes separating Lottie Brinks to Tara Dower upon entry to the Rucky Chucky aid station.
That's our gap between 4th and 5th in the women's race.
Yep. So again, windows are opening a little bit in between this women's top 10. We've seen them separated by 2 and 3 minutes for long stretches. Now we're seeing those gaps open to 4 minutes between Marianne and Lottie, and now, also 8 minutes between Riley and Marianne, then 4 minutes to Marianne and Lottie, and then another 8 minutes between Lottie and Tara Dower. Next up, we're going to be expecting some combination of the Terex trio, Hannah Allgood, Caitlin Fielder, Ingvild Kaspersen in 6th through 8th. And look at this, Caitlin Fielder.
Oh my
in
goodness.
6th, just
Caitlin
behind Tara Dower.
has been moving up all day. She spent the early part of the race running shoulder to shoulder with her teammate, Ingvild Kaspersen, continuing to move up. This will put her into 6th position.
Being paced by Tabor Hemming there.
Good to see Tabor pulling the section. I know her heels were bugging her a little bit after that insane 4th place finish at Broken Arrow, but
and 3rd
on
place
duty.
in the vertical.
Looking back up the
Western States
trail.
now.
Is this Hannah Allgood?
Come on, Coach.
Let's go, Coach
That looks
Hannah.
like her. Yeah, her and Rachel Spalding. Hannah Allgood on your left-hand side. Rachel Spalding, lookers right with the red pack. That's the pacer. Hannah Allgood now on your right-hand side, sitting in 7th place overall, matching her position from 2025. She finished 7th place last year. She's well ahead of her own splits, though still in the same position, and she must know that she is well within striking distance of not only Caitlin Fielder, but also Tara Dower.
Meredith Terranova and Esther Kendall on the crew. Danny Moreno giving her some words of wisdom. And I believe after the river crossing, she'll pick up friend and teammate Kimmy Schreiber. What's happening here? This is Green Gate. This is our aerial of Green Gate. Right?
Okay, so that's Riley. So let's see if we've got official splits.
12:15:40 and 12:18:48
3
right
minutes,
now.
8 seconds separating, which means a minute and a half opened on the climb. As we said, Jen Lichter, one of the best climbers in the game,
has been making moves consistently.
Puts a little bit more cushion here.
All day on the climb. And the question now, Riley's about to hit 20 miles of fast cruiser terrain. Jen Lichter is no slouch, no slowpoke, exceptionally fast over various terrain. But is there enough room in the next 20 miles for Riley Brady to close that back down?
Well, as we've said now a couple of times, Jen Lichter also Michael Jordan-esque competitive instinct, as evidenced at the Black Canyon 100K, where she won by a narrow 50-second margin. Going back to Broken Arrow last year, she also won by less than a minute in that 50K race. So Jen Lichter, as we've said, there is a pattern of her in these close races finding a way to win even with a small advantage.
Yeah, curious to see who they're picking up as pacers, because I know that neither one of their pacers is going 38 miles.
And also interesting on course record watch, Jen now less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 20 seconds below Courtney's course record splits. And almost, so 3 minutes, 20 seconds below Katie's second fastest. She was fastest through this particular aid station, but ultimately ran the second fastest time. So Jen Lichter still very much in the hunt for the course record here today, though is bleeding a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I do believe, again, that Jen Lichter and Riley Brady will probably both change pacers out at Green Gate. It's possible, I guess, McKenna Morley could take her all the way to Pointed Rocks, but otherwise, McKenna's doing her longest run ever if she's pulling the full 38.
Which would be kind of gangster.
Which would be super sick. And again, we are going camera to camera, covering both our men's race and our women's race. Our men have been working through their ALT, where there is one small steady cam. We've got drone shots up on the way to Green Gate. We showed you the men's race through that entire section. We're now showing you the women's race through that entire section.
McGav
and then we'll move from
Road
there.
now through ALT.
Oh, love to see it. And Canyon Woodward through ALT.
All right, so McGavro 12 minutes back of friend and training partner Adam Peterman, so quite a cushion between 6th and 7th now.
But extended a little bit even on that section.
And it looks like probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 or 7 minutes behind between Jeff and Canyon. So Jeff also has put some time into Canyon relative to the river crossing.
Yeah, Canyon's official split 12:22:05. Jeff McGavro's official split 12:15:56.
All right, I did send a text.
So about 6 minutes.
Send a text to Jurek, who has been at Quarry Road the last couple of years. See if he can't send us some intel once we get the Poopy Bouillard duo. It's going to be very interesting to see where they sit relative to one another with 10 miles to go, and relative to the course record, as we mentioned, only separated by 1 minute and 20 seconds is exactly what you need to go and crack that 14-hour barrier for the first time in Western States history, to go under Jim Walmsley's legendary course record from 2019. These two great European champions pushing each other to the limit is exactly the formula it takes to achieve those historic marks.
MK reporting from the river. Tabor quote, "Caitlin is kicking my butt." Caitlin Fielder making moves.
I just heard back from Jurek.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it looks like we have camera at Quarry Road. We also have Scott Jurek on the ground. I'm texting with him right now to see if he can't send us some of his own unique insights.
Yeah, I was
on camera
checking in to make sure where our next camera was, because again, we're kind of explaining over and over again today for those just joining the stream that our runners are going camera to camera, that some of these areas are not suitable for an e-bike camera or a runner camera, and so we are reliant on our runners making it from aid station to aid station, Quarry Road being that next aid station for our leading men as we watch our women's top 10 come through the Rucky Chucky River crossing. It's math, people. We're doing it.
Yeah. Could this be Ingvild now? We've yet to see the Norwegian.
Abby Hall is also. Ingvild Kaspersen. Ho-ha. That looks like Ingvild with maybe Cody Lind.
That's Jacob Banta.
Okay.
Yeah.
The red and oranges are all blurring together now.
Jacob Banta visuals.
Continuing to run his way
wanted
through.
More from today, but he's going to make it.
Again, he is 20 miles further than he's run before.
Here's Mark Griffith. We are at Quarry Road, folks. Is this race leader? Vincent Bouillard is in the aid station. Vincent Bouillard in the lead of the Western States 100. Is this true? We will need confirmation, which we will get.
Tim Tollefson's on the ground there. I saw Tim
send him a text.
You got this, Vincent. You got this.
Oh my goodness, Vincent Bouillard takes the lead of the Western States 100 with 10 miles to go. The 2024 UTMB champion now in position to become the 7th person ever to win both Western States and UTMB, and he is on course record pace.
That is wild. I don't know if Tim... Number one, says Tim.
Oh
number
my
one.
Gosh.
That is insane.
Oh my gosh.
Vincent in the lead at the Quarry Road aid station. The race for the Cougar is on. Everyone counted Vincent out after his disappointing day here last year, but a champion is a champion, and he is trying to make history, trying to be one of the few people who have won both UTMB and Western States, and right now, it's looking really good.
I mean, what a story this is, Corinne. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that it felt like Ryan Montgomery was running him down and was going to put him behind.
I sure hope that Ryan and Fran are about to have the battle of their lives.
Goodness. So for those who don't know, Vincent Bouillard, in 2024, he exploded into the international trail running consciousness by winning UTMB and one of the biggest surprise victories we've ever seen on a stage like that. A materials engineer working at Hoka at the time in the footwear department. Also, obviously a fantastic athlete. After his enormous and surprising UTMB victory, he signs on to become a professional athlete. Obviously, as we see Francesco Pupi now coming to the aid station, still probably a 2-minute gap here.
Let's see how he looks.
Vincent was officially 12:25:04, so this puts Pupi 2 minutes and 5 seconds, not stopping. The race is still on. Unbelievable. Francesco Pupi now in second place, still under course record pace. Now we are on Ryan Montgomery watch. This is one of the races of the 53-year history of the Western States 100. Could come down to a sprint through the streets of Auburn in the closing mile between Robie Point and the track where Corinne and I sit. They have roughly an hour and 50 minutes to break Jim Walmsley's course record here, covering 10 miles in an hour and 50 minutes. Don't want to speak too soon, but
we're on course record watch.
He's got what it takes.
Okay, the question is, where is Ryan Montgomery, and what is that gap to Francesco?
Sorry, 1 hour, 40 minutes, excuse me, it would be.
Yeah, Quarry Road, 12:25:04, and 12:27:06. So basically exactly 2 minutes separating Vincent and Francesco.
Absolutely unbelievable. These two guys.
Ingvild has made it to the river now.
These two guys as good as it gets. If you're just joining us, Hans Troyer was the early leader of the day. Ended up pulling Francesco Pupi for quite some time. Francesco overtook Hans just outside of the Forest Hill aid station. Vincent Bouillard has been in striking distance the entire time as we now see Ryan Montgomery coming into the aid station.
Yes.
Ryan Montgomery now, it seems like, will be just under 2 minutes back of Francesco Pupi. He does stop for the resupply.
He's got to take care of himself.
3 minutes to launch on.
Tim is there giving him the splits.
2 minutes now to...
We love you, Ryan!
2 minutes to Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan,
or
come
2
on.
minutes to Francesco. That's Hal Kerner wrapping the ice bandana around his neck. Hal there with the crop top. He's a two-time champion.
Do you remember when Katie Scheid asked for a selfie and wasn't sure if she was hallucinating or not?
Yep.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. Come on.
All right, so these guys now have 90 minutes to crack 14 hours. 10 miles, 90 minutes.
And it's less than 2 minutes separating Francesco and Ryan right now. So 2 minutes from Vincent to Francesco. 1:45 between Francesco and Ryan Montgomery.
But that was into the aid, so Ryan did take some time. So
losing
call
a
it 2-2-2.
Sure.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Goo in the house cheering on Ryan Montgomery. Keep sending good vibes out there. This is a race to the finish line.
Absolutely one for the ages here, folks. Do not go anywhere. History is about to be made at the 2026 Western States 100. It might be Colton Gale getting into the river here in the men's race. All right, let's look back for the women. Marianne Hogan now through Green Gate. I don't believe we've given that update yet. 9 minutes back of Riley Brady.
So losing time.
Losing about 1 minute from the river.
Yep, to Riley. Riley losing a little bit of time to Jen there. So Jen pulling away effectively from the chase right now. But that gap between Riley and Jen is still pretty darn tight. It's anyone's game right now.
I'm going to have a heart attack.
This is a lot for me. Slowly losing it here on the Placer High School track. We told you it was going to be exciting.
What do we have here?
Okay, so Tim Tollefson.
Oh, that's camera crews.
Tim Tollefson in the field. We saw Poopy not stop. He said Ryan looked the best.
Wow.
Tim is saying Ryan Montgomery looked the best out of that three. Personally, it felt like Vincent sprinted through there. Let's see if Ryan has what it takes to slowly reel back in second place of Francesco Poopy. Maybe even close a little bit to Vincent. But again, we're going to start to run out of distance all of a sudden as well. Or someone's going to really have to come apart in the next 10 miles.
Yep. And I mean, honestly, they would need to come apart in the next 10 miles to not break 14 also. We could see 3 men under 14 today.
That, again, it was like who's going to break 14 and who's not going to be the first person to do it.
Unbelievable. Vincent Bouillard taking the late lead here. I'm trying to remember the last time there was a lead change this late in the race. I think it was in 2024, the battle between Jim Walmsley and Rod Farvard, that Jim finally took the lead at ALT. So now this would be slightly later with Vincent making the lead change after ALT.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the last time there has been a lead change at the Western States 100 in the men's race after ALT.
Liam will tell us,
Yes.
I'm sure, in the next couple of minutes. Just a note from MK Sullivan at the river crossing. Ingvild Kaspersen has blasted through the river. She's 8 minutes back of Hannah Allgood, but apparently flew across the river. John Kelly also is in the river as we speak. We've got a lot of questions about John Kelly today. He's also moving his way up through the field.
Okay, so for those following at home, the next time we're going to see the men's leaders through an official aid station where we can get objective measurements of how they're faring is going to be the Pointed Rocks aid station. That's roughly mile 96 and change, I want to say. Yeah, Pointed Rocks 94, 94.3.
I mean,
So
that's
about
where we
6
saw
miles
that
to go.
insane battle between Claire Gallagher
Yeah.
and Brittany P. was
So-
at Pointed Rocks. They ran effectively the fastest ever 5K to get to the finish line from there.
I mean, it really should only be about maybe 20 minutes until Vincent goes through there. Actually, Vincent is about to go past, or, hopefully make that critical left-hand turn that Jim Walmsley missed 10 years ago today, where he'll climb up towards that Pointed Rocks aid station. This is literally what they call Quarry Road, where we see Vincent Bouillard running alone in the lead right now, just ahead of Francesco Poopy. We are 12 and a half hours elapsed into the Western States 100. We're on course record watch in both the men's and women's races. Right now, Jen Lichter kind of right on the marks set by Courtney DeWalter and Katie Scheid. Meanwhile, on the men's side, Vincent Bouillard must have a significant advantage. I will double check here. Let's see what Caleb ran through Quarry Road last year.
Ho-ha also to the river.
So Caleb split 12:40 to Quarry Road. Vincent Bouillard 15 minutes ahead of Caleb. Caleb finished in 14:11.
And kind of we thought that 4:09 was definitely within his wheelhouse at Pointed Rocks. So there's room to be under 14. There's definitely room to be under the course record.
Yeah.
And again, being chased is a good way to make that happen.
Yeah.
Back at the river, our women's top 10 watch, Ho-Ha, is officially through the river in 9th position. What that means now is we've got Abby Hall trying to hold on for an F10 bib.
Great.
Making it happen
Let's
one way
go.
or another.
Let's go.
Back at the river, watching I didn't know MK's vest was denim. That is a vibe.
Okay. Did we give an update? Lottie Brinks through Green Gate?
No, we've not.
Lottie Brinks through Green Gate. Call it 2 minutes, 30 seconds behind Marianne officially.
Maybe losing 30 seconds on that section.
I just got a text from Philippe Boutros, who must be in her crew, saying that Lottie left 2 minutes behind Marianne, 12 minutes behind Jen, looking stronger than any of them. Again, that comes from her own crew, so take it with a grain of salt potentially, but suffice it to say, women's top 4, incredibly strong. Jen Lichter, Riley Brady, Marianne Hogan, Lottie Brinks, all through mile 80, the Green Gate aid station.
Oh, you know what's really hard?
Watching.
Sitting for 13 hours. Chained to this desk.
We've definitely started to amass a crew of spectators here at the track, Placer High School, watching the live stream on the Jumbotron of the infield.
Oh, yeah, there they are.
Shout out to the people of Auburn. Look at this little crew photo op that's happening.
We got Mark.
There's Mark Griffith operating the live broadcast down there. Tim Tollefson on the left-hand side.
Quarry Road always has a theme. I think one of the years I ran through there, they were playing really loud rock music, and they were all dressed up as nuns.
Yeah, these are photographers here.
Not sure actually where on course we're looking right now.
This is Green Gate, yeah. Just looking downhill. So next, we expect to see Tara Dower, Caitlin Fielder, Hannah Allgood, Ingvild Kaspersen.
This is Green Gate on our screen right now, where we are anticipating those next women to be coming through.
And then back at Quarry Road, we should see Tomac Harden, expecting him to be in 4th place. So right now, men's top 4, we have 2 of our top 4 are making their 100-mile debuts on the men's side. I think Vincent Bouillard only has 1 100-mile finish. So,
has he not won Kodiak 100-mile?
You're right. So 2 100-mile finishes.
Yeah,
Yep.
which
so
was supposedly out of nowhere, but I was
Kodiak.
like, it's not out of nowhere if you know where to look. The gorge makes champions. Is that not right?
That's right. All right, we are at the river crossing here.
We're going to be bouncing around a little bit
So
between
still no Abby
Quarry
Hall
Road.
at the river crossing.
Yeah, looking for her to hold on to the F10 bib right now. We'll be looking for the middle part of our women's top 10 to be coming through. Green Gate, honestly, not too spread out. There we go.
Caitlin passing Tara. Caitlin Fielder.
Moving well.
So far, no sign of Tara Dower. They were separated by 70 seconds at the river crossing. So Caitlin Fielder could have just moved up from 6th to 5th. The Kiwi living in Girona, Spain. Caitlin Fielder running her second 100-miler after finishing 8th place here last year. You want it?
No, I'll go back. No, he wants to. He wants to. Trying to stay hydrated here in studio after talking for 13 plus hours is no easy feat. If you guys are looking for the live results update, that is pinned at the bottom of the chat. But again, we did see an impressive move made on the men's side coming into Quarry Road, where we have Vincent Bouillard leading the race. 2 minutes back was Francesco Pupi. 2 minutes back of Francesco Pupi was Ryan Montgomery, making a really good time through the Quarry Road aid station. Leading the women's race is Jen Lichter, just ahead of Riley Brady. They've both come through Green Gate, but we are waiting for them to get to ALT still. We're back at Quarry Road with Tomac Harden coming through in 4th position.
Toma, one of the performances of the day here first time racing in the U.S., to my knowledge, after
First-
being dominant over on the other side of the Atlantic. Frenchman,
First time 100 mile.
first 100-miler, winner of the Chianti by UTMB back in March. One of the most talented athletes in Europe and one of the most successful athletes probably over the last 3 to 5 years racing on the other side of the pond. Thomas Carden icing down. Seems to have a great attitude on him. I haven't ever met
Sounds
Thomas
like
myself.
Hanukkah is coming to the aid station right now. That means that Hanukkah has likely moved into F10, passing Abby Hall on that section from Cal 3 to Rucky Chucky.
Wow. And
Yep,
being
there's
led by
Katie Asmuth.
Pacer Katie Asmuth. Travis just sent me another quick update on the stat side. 8 out of the 10 fastest times ever at the river crossing for the women.
So
Only
fast.
Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter have been faster.
You know that Katie
The women
Scheid's about
today.
to get a lot out of Hanukkah as well.
11 out of the top 15 times of all time to the river.
Yeah, Toma 11 minutes, 33 seconds back at what apparently is a circle pit themed aid station, according to Tim Tollefson. That's why he's wearing his torn up shirt too. Yeah, now that Hanukkah is in the river, that is officially your top 10 women through the Rucky Chucky River crossing. Oh, that's just behind us on the track here,
Yep.
giving you a shot of that finish line.
Placer High School, the center of the trail running universe on your screen now. 12 hours, 42 minutes into the 2026 Western States 100. We now have 1 hour, 18 minutes. As you see us here in studio, my name is Dylan Bowman. This is Corinne Malcolm. We've been doing this all day for the 6th year in a row, alongside an amazing group of casting characters on the production end of our broadcast. Dozens of people working as one cohesive team to bring a 31-hour broadcast to life here for the 6th year in a row in 2026. It is an honor to do this every single year. We've hoped you've enjoyed it. And it reminds me also, we're doing a fundraiser here on the live broadcast today. Every contribution goes towards the Western States 100, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. And we promise all those funds will be used to further the mission of this singular and important nonprofit event in our sport. Thanks in advance to everybody who has donated today.
Yeah, it has been quite an adventure. More and more people are streaming in here to the track as we speak.
Here's Abby Hall.
Okay, so currently
Right?
sitting, yep, that's Abby Hall, currently sitting in 11th
Are we sure
position.
that might be Fiona Pascal?
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. That's
That's
the
Ian
right
Sharman
pacer.
as pacer.
Yep, that is Fiona Pascal because that's her husband just to her left-hand side.
Yep. Ian
Looks like-
Sharman there on the right-hand side in the all black. He's a 10-time finisher, 9 times in the top 10. He just wrote a book about his experiences in the sport. Fiona Pascal now just outside the top 10, sitting in 11th position. Her sister, a previous champion of the race, Beth Pascal from 2021. Quick work of this aid station. Fiona's looking good.
Yeah, moving really, really well. Taking those steps quickly down to the river. Sitting just outside the top 10 is going to need to go hunting if she wants to come back next year. We do, I believe, we've got Caitlin Fielder and Tara. We saw Caitlin Fielder come through Green Gate. Official split there was 12:39.18. We do now officially also have Tara Dower sitting in 6th position in 12:41.04. So not that far back, but Caitlin Fielder has been making moves all day long.
So it shouldn't be too long until we see race leader Vincent Bouillard likely make his way to the Pointed Rocks aid station. It has now been 20 minutes since he left Quarry Road. That's only a 3.7 mile stretch. So should take him less than 30 minutes. That Pointed Rocks aid station sits in this beautiful golden meadow. You can really start to feel the finish line getting closer from Pointed Rocks. You have a very quick descent to No Hands Bridge. Then the final beautiful, though evil, climb to the Roby Point at mile 99 before the glory victory lap through the streets of Auburn. We have one of the races of the 53-year history of the event, both on the men's and women's sides. We are on course record watch in both domains. Vincent Bouillard takes a late advantage over Francesco Pupi and a charging Ryan Montgomery through Quarry Road with 10 miles to go. Meanwhile, Jen Lichter leads Riley Brady by a narrow margin in the late stages here as they approach ALT. In fact, we should probably get an update from the women at ALT pretty soon.
Yeah, also we're looking for Zach Miller at Quarry Road. Zach Miller and Adam Peterman at Quarry Road before that big gap back to Jeff McGavro and Canyon Woodward. Yeah.
Marianne Hogan going for her third podium finish at Western States, currently sitting in third place with a couple-minute advantage over Lottie Brinks.
Is it her third?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of a nice number. That'll make for a very nice finish line interview if that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah, incredibly impressive running on both sides right now. Very, very close. A battle for the podium still very much underway. The ALT split we're keeping our eyes on for the women. Katie Scheid split through there in 2024 in 13:12. Courtney Dauwalter split through there 13:08. And again, that's where Courtney really started to put time on everyone else, was as we moved into these final 20 miles of the race. Again, no one did it faster that year than Tom Evans. Like, that was it.
I remember watching Courtney go through ALT, had a bit of water splashed on her head, otherwise did not stop.
I just
at the aid
remember
station.
We had all this video footage of her clawing her way through the men's race and them all basically stopping to cheer for her. There's that moment between her and Matthew Blanchard that year, actually, that I feel like was very symbolic of that team camaraderie, cheering one another on. It's super cool racing.
What do we have here? Looks like another woman maybe climbing towards Green Gate. Ho-Ha, maybe, with the poles out.
Yep, that is Ho-Ha there. Max King, I believe.
Oh, pacing.
Is pacing her.
Great call with the cowboy hat on. Max King rocked that in 2014, the year he ran the race here. Running it back.
Led early
with the
here.
Straw hat.
Put on a charge here and ultimately did not nail the day, but returning to pace, I think, the final 38 miles of the race this weekend.
Max King, one of the all-time legends of the game. Great to see him pacing teammate Ho-Ha from Vietnam.
Yeah, we are keeping an
Tara Dower
eye.
through Green Gate. We missed that, which means we've missed a few women through Green Gate if we just saw Ho-Ha.
Yes, but we did see Caitlin Fielder, and then we reported the split on Tara Dower.
So you got that.
Yep.
So we should now get splits quickly or soon from Hannah Allgood, Ingvild Kaspersen, who we have not seen, though we would expect are still ahead of Ho-Ha.
As a train goes by here, sitting at the Placer High School track. Yeah, what an absolute race we have on our hands. I guess the other name, we were looking back on our men coming through the river. Yeah, Trayson Knopp through Green Gate, Anthony Costales through Green Gate, Jupiter through Green Gate, Will Murray officially in 10th through Green Gate. Roughly 2 minutes back at Jeshrin. So that'll actually be a pretty interesting battle, I think, between the two of them. There's Fu Zhao making her way to the river, sitting just outside the top 10. There's absolutely epic footage of Fu Zhao crushing noodles here last year, I think, and the year before.
There's Adam Campbell is going to be tagging in as pacer.
Excellent.
Zach Miller now Quarry Road, 5th place overall. Unbelievable. Zach Miller's Western States debut, one of the most accomplished athletes in trail running history. Has really only focused on 200 milers in his career for a long time. It was the project of UTMB. Then he ran Hard Rock last year, which was a couple years of a focus for him. Now just getting in at the 11th hour at the Canyons 100K back in April. Zach Miller taking full advantage of his first opportunity here, running inside the top 5.
Yeah. Looks like Fu Zhao's out. Gun across the river. Hoping that Abby Hall is okay. We saw Fiona Pascal come through in 11th. This now puts Fu Zhao in 12th position at the river. Have not yet seen Abby Hall. After that, we'd be looking for Eleni, Laura Hansen, Lauren Purett, Sarah Humble, Emily Hawgood, still making their way down Cal Street.
What a race. So we should see Adam Peterman through Quarry Road here next on the men's side. 2022 champion, trying to chase down Zach Miller. Looks like, Tomac Carden's tracker did not read at Quarry Road. Tomac Carden is through ahead of Zach Miller through Quarry Road, for those who are confused. So Adam Peterman would be our next up. He should have a fairly large advantage over Jeff McGavro behind him.
Yeah, really excited to see how this next section pans out. We will have a camera at Pointed Rocks. It's normally a pretty steady cam, and we oftentimes have a field correspondent there as well. I wonder if that's where Skylar Hall's last command position is of the day before he comes here to join me in studio so that you can do our finish line interviews this year.
Yep. All right, let's look at Pointed Rocks.
We'll get a camera at Pointed Rocks, but no field correspondent there.
Caleb went through Pointed Rocks at 13:18 elapsed. Here we are, Pointed Rocks 8 here. Hard to tell who we've got here. Another woman climbing up towards.
I think it might. I think it is Fiona Pascal.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that is her husband pacing her up towards Green Gate. I got to meet him earlier in the week. She's got a huge crew of friends and family here to pace her and crew her today, which I think is pretty darn special.
Awesome. I'm sure her big sis, Beth Pascal, previous champion, is watching. Rod Farvard and Abby Hall into the river crossing here.
Abby,
a defending champion, Abby Hall from Flagstaff, Arizona.
She's definitely moving a little bit funky.
Losing time in places.
She's got a hitch.
Cal Street.
She's got a hitch in her giddy up, and she's going to go see her
around.
Crew.
Previous champion, Katie Scheid. There.
Oh, here we go. Getting a hug from Coop. There with Katie Scheid, there with Scott Traer, giving her lots of love. But there's a distinctive hitch in her giddy up.
Yep. We'll see if she continues on here. Obviously not looking good for Abby.
Abby has grinded out a lot of races. We've watched her march in many 100-mile. She's going to take a moment. She's coming down to a chair.
She does seem to have like a decent attitude going on given the circumstances.
Yeah, I feel like she's had a good attitude all day.
She's really in self-pity mode. We're back on Fiona Pascal climbing up to Green Gate here.
Yeah, so Zach officially 9:28 behind Thomas at Quarry Road. Thomas' bib not registering there, not being updated there, but that's the official split back, as Zach is 9.5 minutes behind.
So Thomas should be safe.
Yeah.
10 miles to go with a 9-minute advantage over Zach.
I think that real question mark is 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
I think it's who is going to make up what order is the podium going to be made up in, and then I think after that, that section seems to be pretty darn locked unless someone really, if someone ends up in a chair at Pointed Rock. That's maybe the only thing that I think could happen between now and then. Otherwise, those guys in 1, 2, and 3 are in really great positions, but it is anyone's race for the podium spots.
Just incredible drama evolving in both
Vincent
races.
crossed.
I would guess we should have Jen into ALT soon.
Okay, so what I've got text photos from Route 49. Vincent crossed. I've got 5:51 daytime from Mike A in the field. Francesco and Ryan, I got a text about Francesco at 5:54 and Ryan at 5:55.
So 3 minutes for Vincent, 1 minute for Poopy.
Yep, that is our approximate word crossing the highway.
Okay, so Vincent may have opened a little bit more of an advantage here. Could be Montgomery is making up a bit of time on Poopy. Either way, these guys are having some of the best 100-mile performances in this sport's history, let alone Western States history.
It's going to be hard to be upset being second or third given what they're doing. We're getting a vibes report.
And there's a very good chance all three are going to be under 14 hours.
Hell of a day.
Absolutely incredible, incredible race. We
The battle
cannot
is
miss the women through ALT. Let's see what Katie's split was.
I believe Katie split through ALT 13:12. Courtney DeWalter 13:08. So we've got a little bit of time. But not all that much time. So we will
it's really that split between Green Gate to ALT that Courtney
opened it up on. Yeah, in a really, really big way. So we will eventually need to go to basically Steadicam at Pointed Rocks, Steadicam at ALT, or Steadicam at ALT, and Steadicam at Quarry Road.
What do we got? McGav? No.
Peterman?
Peterman, excuse me. Yeah.
Heck
we haven't seen
yeah.
Adam here yet. Adam Peterman, 2022 champion.
And then there should be a gap back to McGavro being paced by Jeff Colt.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking? Has Hayden Hawks shown up as a DNF yet? Because last we had seen, who was he?
I heard a report from the field that Molly Seidel's having a hard day, but is still moving. And she apparently tried to get Hayden out of a chair, but we weren't sure if it was going to happen or not.
Come on, Molly and Hayden. We are now showing Hans Troyer an official DNF, Martina Milnarchik official DNF. We already know Jim Walmsley, Killian Jornet, Max Janzik, DNFs as well. Still only showing 15 total DNFs 13 hours into the race today. Vincent Bouillard into the Pointed Rocks aid station. 5.7 miles to go at the Western States 100. A quick aid transition. His wife, Camila Journet, on the right-hand side. His friend stuffing nutrition in the pockets. Vincent Bouillard looking to make history, becoming only the 7th person in history to win both the UTMB and the Western States 100. 5 miles to go, separating him from history at Western States, still well under course record pace in the closing stretch of this incredible race.
And remember, his crew today is the product team that he works with every single day.
He looks smooth.
He looks so good.
This is where you go into finishing mode. Vincent Bouillard putting the polishing touches on what has been a masterclass performance in the mix all day, though didn't take the lead until mile 85. Here he is running alone with 5 miles to go in the Western States 100. So now we are on Poopy and Montgomery watch here. The Italian athlete making his 100-mile debut, and a very experienced 32-year-old in Ryan Montgomery, racing here at Western States again after an M7 finish last year, both of whom putting together some of the best performances of their amazing careers. Francesco Poopy, our 2025 CCC champion, has been moving up in distance after focusing on short and middle distance events through the vast majority of his career, and it feels like he's finding his sweet spot here, still very much in contention to go under 14 hours at Western States in his 100-mile debut.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Again, a lot of people didn't count him into their top 5 predictions or their top 10 predictions given his day here last year, but is an incredibly talented runner. This is his third 100-mile, will be his third 100-mile finish. His 4th 100-mile attempt, looking for big things to happen here today for the Hoka employee and the Hoka athlete.
All right, so Caleb Olson went through Pointed Rocks 13:18 last year. So Vincent's got an 18-minute advantage over Caleb Olson's splits. Caleb finished in 14:11. That means Caleb ran 51 minutes between Pointed Rocks and the finish, if I'm doing that math correctly. That means Vincent Bouillard, it would be extremely surprising if he doesn't break 14 hours today.
Yeah, it would be shocking. And I think he knows that. I think he knows what time he's running. I think he knows the magic he's putting out there. I also think he knows that it's not a done deal. That the men behind him, he might know that he's opened up a gap on Francesco, but he knows that Ryan's back there hunting somewhere.
Yeah, it could be another example of the second time's a charm thing we've talked about throughout this week. Corinne, reminding our audience here, Vincent Bouillard was here last year, succumbed to a very disappointing DNF. I remember seeing him after the race. He looked emotionally crushed. Coming back here with a chip on his shoulder, leading the race through 95 miles at the Pointed Rocks aid station, now with a gap back to Francesco Pupi. It appears this race is well in Vincent Bouillard's hands.
Truly, we should get a split through Pointed Rocks, but it does appear that gap has continued to increase at this aid station.
Here we go. Francesco Pupi into Pointed Rocks. Still only a 2-minute advantage here. These guys are going to be running through the streets of Auburn together.
Oh, the race from Robie Point is going to be insane.
The pack swap, this should be quick. Pupi's got to know that Ryan Montgomery is just behind. I'm sure he not only wants to protect second place, he wants to chase down the lead. Let's go, Italy. Francesco Pupi looking behind. Get out of there, young man.
Also, kind of hearkening back to Tim's rocket booster analogy,
yes,
that you need people creating momentum for the entire field. While Hans didn't have his day ultimately pulling out at the river crossing, him pushing the pace early pulled the entire field along to what is going to be absolutely incredible performances.
Absolutely, and well said, Corinne. Pupi back on his horse here, leaving the aid station, still looking spry. Beautiful evening here just outside of Auburn, California. The golden meadow that signifies you are making your way towards the closing stretch in the victory lap here at the Western States 100. And we must have Ryan Montgomery in the aid station now or within the next couple of seconds.
Here we go.
Our
looking
camera
back down
looking
the field.
backwards. And here he is, folks. Ryan Montgomery strongly in third place. Okay. You can feel the sense of urgency with the crew here, taking the pack off, getting him wet, ice down for the closing stretch. Ryan Montgomery hydrating here. 5.7 miles separating him from a podium finish and potentially a sub 14-hour performance here at Western States. No ice around the neck. Foregoing the bottles maybe entirely. Drop the weight, young man. Bring yourself to Auburn. And we have Jen Lichter now through ALT in front of the women's race simultaneously.
Love to see it. We'll get that official split for Jen Lichter through ALT. Let's say approximately
Jeff McGavro
13:04 a lap.
Jeff McGavro through Quarry Road now in 7th place. It looks like he's still 6.5 minutes back of Adam Peterman.
Okay, record watch, right? Jen, 13:04 and change through ALT. Courtney split through ALT, 13:08. Katie split through ALT, 13:12.
Okay.
Jen is squarely in the mix still.
It's going to be very close.
It's going to be very,
very close.
Very close. We're going to need a mission, a pack of people cheering Jen on from Robie Point when she gets there.
Okay, and now we are on Tomac Harden watch back at Pointed Rocks as well.
It does sound like Molly Seidel was able to get Hayden Hawks out of the chair and continued on from Forest Hill. So Hayden continues to march forward.
Let's go, Hayden Hawks. One of the all-time greats, 2 podium finishes here at Western States. Sometimes you got to just earn a finish So we hear the voice of Tropical John Medinger from the loudspeaker for the first time here in the stadium. That means we are getting close, folks.
Yeah, Jeff McGavro split through Quarry Road, 13:04.04 officially. I think actually maybe closing a tiny bit of time back on Adam Peterman, but that gap is still pretty comfy to that chase pack. Adam Peterman squarely in no man's land. Well back as Zach Miller, but well ahead still of Jeff McGavro. The question is if Canyon Woodward can close to Jeff or be with Jeff. I think those two men could potentially slowly inch their way up just a little bit further.
Laura Hansen at the aid station at near side of Rucky Chucky.
Nice, the local representing SFRC making her way to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. A local crusher, one might say. Recently got one of the black shirts at the Dipsy race. A nice little tune-up to rip it at Western States.
Yep. All right, so I'm just looking at Ryan Montgomery's history here at Western States. Ryan Montgomery ran 15:54 for 7th place last year.
That's Fiona making her way up.
It could be that we see close to a 2-hour PR for Ryan Montgomery today.
Ryan said he was going to do everything he could. Looking right now like he's going to, at minimum,
he
land
actually,
on the podium.
Last time he finished 7th with 2023. He finished just behind Courtney that year. He ran 15:38. So slightly faster than last year, but still on pace for a massive personal record here.
I mean, the gap at Pointed Rocks between Francesco and Ryan was 80 seconds.
Who's it going to be, folks?
A race is on.
A drag race.
Francesco putting on a really impressive debut 100 here.
An understatement, if I've ever heard one.
He's also been sandbagging on every single
so
interview
true.
this week, saying, I'm not as good as the rest of the guys. I'm not elite. Francesco, you're pretty darn elite and proving it once again here today.
Absolutely elite. Canyon Woodward now through Quarry Road. So he's not far back at Jeff McGavro. Canyon Woodward still in great position in 8th place overall. This is at Quarry Road, not ALT. So you see on the bottom left-hand side. So we are at mile 90. Icing up the sleeves here for Canyon Woodward. Just signing on with Patagonia as an athlete, a very interesting character here in our sport. Does a lot of great and interesting work off the trails as well. Making his Western States debut after an incredibly consistent run of success in long distance races between 100K and 100 miles.
I mean, I think we're going to have some of our tightest ever 1st through 10th spreads on both sides of the race today.
Has to be.
What was it, I think 28 minutes back from the lead right now? That's quite close in Western States standards.
There's Scott Jurek cheering him on. Imagine that. Charging through Quarry Road, mile 90, and having Scott Jurek and Hal Kerner icing you down and getting you off onto the trail.
I still think Scott at Forest Hill with the Cowgill crew last year was my all-time favorite.
I'm just noticing we're at 13:09 elapsed. That means we are 1 hour until the mark. Jim Walmsley has held 14:09, the current course record on the men's side. It would be quite surprising if we don't see all 3 of our men's podium through Pointed Rocks coming in underneath that historic mark from Jim.
Yeah, this is, I think we've been doing this for 6 years now, and this has to be one of the most exciting battles we've ever seen.
100%, hands down.
Amazing.
We've seen many insane individual performances, never this type of pack racing mentality this late in the race. All right, have we seen Riley through ALT? Not yet.
At least no split as of yet, and that was 6 minutes ago.
Yep. All right, so we are in refresh territory now. Smashing the refresh button over and over and over till we get a Riley Brady update from ALT. Jen Lichter went through there roughly 6 minutes ago now. So if that gap is growing, we could start to see Jen Lichter officially running away from it. We're running away with it here with 15 miles to go. We're also on Tomac Harden watch back at Pointed Rocks. What last we'd seen, I think he had an 8-minute disadvantage back from Ryan Montgomery. Ryan went through there 8 minutes ago, so we should see Tomac Harden any minute up there at Pointed Rocks.
Yeah, that gap was what, 9-10 minutes?
Yeah.
Keeping it exciting on every level right now, but we are looking for a split from Riley Brady through ALT.
So, to repeat what you just said, Corinne, I'm doing the Finish Line interviews this year.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I might have to do all 3 of them together based on the timing here.
I think right now you're sitting them all down.
Yeah. Look at these celebrities,
1, 2, 3.
Tim Tollefson, Scott Jurek on the screen. Okay, it looks like we may have just missed Riley Brady through ALT.
We missed someone. That was the report in our ears.
I think, to our production team, I think we should probably have cameras on ALT for the women and Pointed Rocks for the men at this point. If you...
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Riley Brady through ALT. 8 minutes, 15 seconds behind Jennifer Lichter.
Jennifer Lichter opening up a gap consistently on this
7
section.
minutes and 15 seconds, excuse me. 7 minutes and 15 seconds, but point is still accurate. Jen Lichter opening a gap.
About a minute and change from our last checkpoint. So moving on up there. And the question, I guess, is how much time, if any, has Riley lost to Marianne, or is Jen Lichter just running away with it?
Yep.
Because I do think that it was a fairly safe margin. It was 8-ish minutes separating Riley Brady and Marianne Hogan, so that will be the next question mark. Is Riley fading ever so slightly, or is Jen running away from the entire women's field right now?
We will find out soon enough. So we are going to, in all likelihood, get a visual of Vincent Bouillard crossing No Hands Bridge eventually. It's been 15 minutes since he's exited Pointed Rocks. That descent is probably only 18 to 20 maximum, so we should have eyes on race leader Vincent Bouillard crossing No Hands Bridge very soon. From there, it's a park run, 5K to the track, one little 600-foot climb from the bridge up to Robie Point, and then the hero's welcome and the victory lap through the streets of Auburn to where we sit on the track at Placer High School, the center of the trail running universe.
Yeah, an excellent battle for both podiums presently. We will get, I think, an aerial visual of Vincent making his way across No Hands Bridge. The question is how much gap, if any, he's continued to open up over the chase pack. And again, only 80 seconds separated Francesco and Ryan at Pointed Rocks. So that battle for second and third still very much present.
Reminding our audience here, only 4 Europeans have ever won the Western States 100. Kilian Jornet, Tom Evans, Beth Pascal, and Ellie Greenwood. Vincent Bouillard on his way to become the first Frenchman and the 5th European to ever win this race.
The sub 14-minute watch is on. The question is, how far under 14 hours are we going?
Yep. There's No Hands Bridge on the left-hand side of the screen. Actually, no, it's not, because there's cars on it. Looks like the drone is getting the bearings. Billy, that's not No Hands. Okay.
Oh. Tomac Hardin.
Tomac Hardin.
Coming through Pointed Rocks as we speak. Again, sitting in 4th position. Less than 10K to go from here. Quick pit stop with his crew. Really putting on a great performance for his first ever 100-mile race.
Yep.
He's been in the mix today. He's been moving up. He's been jockeying for positions.
Yeah. And
super successful debut.
Yeah, and just like looking at his body language all day, never flustered, always with a smile, cool, calm, confident. What an impressive athlete. So great to see him racing here in North America for the first time. Bringing home a 4th place here today. If he comes back next year, not to get ahead of ourselves, Tomac Hardin is going to be very much in the conversation as one of the favorites after a debut like this. I don't know if we're going to have a split from No Hands Bridge. I would be surprised if we do. It does look like Tomac Hardin now officially 12 minutes back of Ryan Montgomery through Pointed Rocks. Last we had seen, he had, I think he was about an 8 or 10 minute advantage over Zach Miller. So Tomac probably has an understanding now that it'll be very hard to achieve a podium, and also he's probably safe from behind. So he could...
Okay, here he goes.
Take his foot off the gas a little bit. I don't anticipate he will, but
picking up a pacer for the first time, actually, just having a friend for the final 10K to the finish line.
Why not?
A little company goes a long way.
The Frenchman cruising through the quintessential golden meadow of Northern California. Now 3 Europeans in the top 4 of the men's race, 2 Frenchmen and an Italian.
Okay, camera coming back through.
No
There's
Hands
no
Bridge.
hands.
Vincent Bouillard crossing No Hands Bridge.
Your men's race leader running a very patient, very smart race today, making his way across the famous No Hands Bridge. He has a little bit of flat running, a climb up to Robie Point, and then he'll be taking on that final mile from Robie Point to meet us here at the Placer High School track.
He's got 14 hours in the bag, barring catastrophe here. In all likelihood, we are less than 30 minutes away from seeing a new course record and the first ever sub 14-hour finish in the 53-year history of the Western States.
Yeah, so we've got this great aerial shot of Vincent as he makes his, look how smooth his stride is. Unfazed.
2024 UTMB champion. I'm sure after a performance like that, he's had thoughts of how can I ever live up to that ever again?
It's not a fluke. It's not a fluke.
Not a fluke. Unequivocally not a fluke.
Unequivocally. And he's going to have the support of the entire Hoka team as he makes his way in here. You got to remember when he won UTMB, he was not a professional athlete. He was not a sponsored athlete. He started working at Hoka as an intern and has been there ever since. It's one of those dream stories come to life. Won UTMB, landed that pro contract, had a hard day here at Western States last year, has come back after that disappointment and is currently locking down the Cougar Trophy.
Roughly 1 flat mile, 600-foot climb, and then 1 mile through the streets of Auburn, separating Vincent Bouillard from 2026 victory. The 32-year-old from Annecy, France, professional athlete and employee for Hoka, putting the finishing touches on one of the greatest 100-mile performances we have ever seen in the history of the sport, let alone the history of the Western States. Looking smooth, calm, and confident here with 5K to go. Meanwhile, we are on second place watch. Last we had seen, Francesco Pupi held a very narrow advantage over Ryan Montgomery at Pointed Rocks. Those two have been engaged in battle now for an hour or so. Francesco Pupi, I'm sure, feeling the pressure from behind. The great Italian making his 100-mile debut here at Western States. Meanwhile, returning M7, Ryan Montgomery looking for his 4th finish here at Western States today, on pace to break his own personal best by more than 90 minutes.
The energy here at the track is about to be absolutely electric. The photographer team is filling in behind the finish line. We're going to start to see people filling in around the track as well. Truly on.
Vincent Bouillard, a narrow 3-minute advantage. There is a very good chance all three of our men's podium are going to be on the streets of Auburn together at the same time. In all likelihood, we have never seen a podium spread this narrow between first and third in the 53-year history. We will crunch the numbers on that and confirm as soon as we can. Suffice it to say, this is one for the ages. I think we were all feeling like we were in for something special here today at Western States. Could it be that we see both course records go down on the same day? Vincent Bouillard clearly on track for that, and Jen Lichter also very much in contention to do so as well in her 100-mile debut.
Yeah, we are going to be biting our nails here in studio and on the track as these athletes look to do something absolutely historic here today. Trying to see if we can get eyes on 2 and 3 as well. Vincent continuing to look absolutely perfect running this section of the trail up to Robie Point. We do have Marianne Hogan through ALT, but again, that gap is staying at 9+ minutes back. So we've got, I think, a healthy margin right now between Riley Brady and Marianne Hogan. Not able to currently close that gap. Jennifer Lichter, though, running away from the field.
Yep.
Topher and Kim just showed up from their unofficial in-the-field duties. Absolutely ecstatic with what they've witnessed out there today. Big high fives to Craig Thornley. Watching history unfold here in Placer High. Third coolest year on record. Unicorn conditions. You got to cash in on it.
And you got to also bring into the conversation, this obviously is an anomaly year. Are they going to put these course records out of reach for a period of time?
I mean, technically, we think the new course next year, the small change happening in the Granite Chief Wilderness, could make the course a little bit faster. They're running so fast this year, you're going to have unicorn conditions again, I think, to get near them.
But we've been talking about sub 14 now since the 2019 race where Jim ran 14:09. It is going to happen here today, barring major catastrophe. It is happening on the final year running the original course. A storybook ending to that, what has been the passageway for thousands of Western States runners over the course of the last several decades.
Yeah, incredibly tight racing for the podiums right now. Vincent continuing to make his way up to the base of the Robie Point climb. He'll be welcomed into that aid station in a big way, and then joined by his entire crew as they make their way to the Placer High School track.
Yep. In our pre-race interview, Vincent mentioned that he enlisted the help of Mario Fraioli as a coach after last year's disappointment. I'm sure Mario Fraioli watching with much anticipation and probably stress here as Vincent Bouillard begins the 600-foot climb up to the Robie Point. Every step of this is runnable. I am sure he is locked in, understanding that he still has pressure coming from behind in the form of Francesco Pupi and Ryan Montgomery. Not looking back, no signs of fatigue on Vincent Bouillard. Clearly, seemingly having the race fully in control with just a couple miles to go.
This is absolutely insane, which is what I've said basically since we kicked off this morning at 4:30 a.m. here on the track.
So we are on Lottie Watch 2.
Through
back
ALT.
at ALT. Last we had seen Lottie had only a couple minutes back from Marianne Hogan. So Lottie Brinks also having the race of her career today, sitting in 4th place overall in the women's race. So right now, 2 international athletes in the top 4 for the women, 3 international athletes in the top 4 for the men. Back at ALT here, looking for Lottie.
Who supposedly has looked really, really strong. The report we got from Greengate was that Lottie looked really, really good.
I mean, Lottie it should be well on sub 16 pace.
That's a pretty big PR from the last time around. I think ran maybe high 17s, finishing in 13th or 14th with her sister-in-law, Kareth Arnold.
I was just looking at Marianne Hogan's progression here, too. I'm going to pull that up. So Marianne Hogan's PR was from last year, 16:50. She could knock another hour off her PR. Last year, she took 75 minutes off her previous PR. So if she gets, there's a very good possibility Marianne Hogan gets her third place performance here today.
And PRs
and will
by a
likely
lot.
Run like a 2.5 hour. She will run 2.5 hours faster than the first time she finished third place here.
I mean, that's every single race all year round now. You PR by an hour and somehow finish a place worse.
Yeah. This must be Lottie here. We've got cheers coming into ALT, it appears.
Getting ready.
Lottie Brinks, folks, 4th place in the women's race coming into ALT mile 85 from Boise, Idaho, originally from Germany. Lottie Brinks set the course record at the Gorge 100K earlier this spring. A spectacular performance for her. She is showing so much potential and so much momentum in her career right now, still very young. Lottie Brinks
turned 30.
Just turned 30, very much putting herself in potential to be a future champion here at Western States, continuing this progression.
Yeah, really cool to see a lot of Columbia in the chat too, cheering on Jen Lichter. There's got to be a project in the works telling this story because it is one for the history books right now.
Absolutely.
Truly one of the most impressive races we've ever seen. And to do it in your first ever 100-mile race is absolutely knocking it out of the park.
Speaking of which, we must be on Lichter watch at Quarry Road.
Scott and Hal got to be ready. Tim Tollefson's got to be ready to text us. Yeah, Lottie Brinks officially there through ALT 13:27:25 elapsed. Looking at just over 6 minutes separating Marianne and Lottie Brinks.
More eyes on Vincent Bouillard here. My goodness, he looks incredible.
Eyes on Vincent. Eyes looking out, though, for that battle between Francesco and Ryan. 80 seconds separated them at Pointed Rocks.
They must be over no hands at this point.
Nothing is a done deal.
Absolutely. Yep.
We got a Rod Farvard, Hayden Hawks situation on the track maybe this year.
Could be. Yep. So he is now well and truly on the final climb after a flatter section that goes on much longer than you expect it to. Vincent Bouillard on the switchbacks, climbing to Roby Point at this point. Probably maybe 15 minutes separating Vincent Bouillard from the finish line here at Placer High School.
That would be pretty darn fast. I think I predicted 13:50. Looks like we might be overshooting that by a little bit. And by overshooting that, I mean running even faster somehow.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, Tim Tollefson is our unofficial field correspondent from Quarry Road, and he is not moving a step until we see our crusher Jen Lichter rip through there. So we'll be waiting for his report from Quarry Road, or I guess it's the Quarry Pit Road right now.
So our drone looking down on race leader Vincent Bouillard, hidden in the trees at the moment.
We'll be picking him up with either a camera runner or an e-bike from the finish into the track here where things are going to go full, 11, 13 out of 10 volume when we hit the track. And then, I think it's very likely you're going to be sitting down for a 1, 2, 3 interview virtually all together this year.
Okay, I know we've got a lot of Hans Troyer stands in the chat. I just got a text from Cade Michael, who is pacing Hans Troyer along Cal Street. He said, Hans is A-OK. Pulled at the river, some nausea and stomach issues, but chucked and rallied over and over to battle Fran until he bonked. One tough son of a gun. Beautifully said from Cade Michael. Now looking at Francesco Pupi in second place, trying to run away from Ryan Montgomery. Francesco Pupi, the Italian, making his 100-mile debut, also moving incredibly smoothly with 97 miles in his legs. Absolutely incredible performance from Francesco today.
Undersold himself, I think, all week. We know exactly how talented this guy is.
Did you see that woman just looking
so nonchalant, has no idea what these guys have been through today. In for an interesting story, 13:32 elapsed. Can you imagine running sub 14 hours, the second fastest time ever in history, in your first ever 100-mile race?
Absolutely mind-blowing. I'm sure Francesco is going to be ecstatic with this performance. Tropical John Medinger predicted somebody would run 13:50 and finish second. It looks like Tropical John is potentially clairvoyant, predicting the future.
He is our oracle.
He is our oracle.
His voice coming through the loudspeakers when he calls these athletes into the track definitely makes him feel like our oracle. I will say that that kicker out of the Robie Point aid station might be my least favorite part of the final mile. You feel like once you've made it over the crest of Robie Point into that aid station that all the climbing is done, but you got a little more climbing to go before you can let gravity do some of the work for you. You even have a tiny, tiny uphill before you take that left-hand turn towards the painted white bridge. Also equally awful at times, but momentum will carry you. I think the noise from the track will carry you. History about to be made.
Neither Vincent or Francesco running with pacers at this point. An interesting data point. Ryan Montgomery does have a pacer. Thomas Carden, we think, took one for the first time from Pointed Rocks. Who could keep up with them? Not many people. Vincent Bouillard now on these switchbacks on the climb to Robie Point. No sign of Ryan Montgomery yet, though I'm sure he's lurking somewhere. We should get eyes on Vincent Bouillard at Robie Point any minute now.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be left with a little bit of mystery. We should get a split from Robie Point, but we have also historically been a little unsure of who's coming in to those tight podium finishes when it does become a drag race from Robie Point. We might be looking at something very similar between Francesco and Ryan as they both push all the way to the finish line, go into the well here to close out what has been an exceptional Western States this year.
Just a mere 13 hours, 35 minutes ago, these athletes started in Olympic Valley, California, now making their way to the streets of Auburn. The 53rd Western States 100 will go down in history in several ways. Now watching Francesco Pupi climb the switchbacks to Robie Point in second place. Meanwhile, women's race leader Jen Lichter seems to be running away with it, still on women's course record pace here in the late stages of the event. Francesco Pupi probably maybe 7 minutes from hitting the tarmac. Vincent Bouillard is probably getting close to the asphalt himself, a few minutes ahead. maybe for the first time ever, having 3 men charging through the streets of Auburn towards the track where we await them, along with several hundred of the people of Auburn and fans of this wonderful race.
Yeah, more and more people continue to file in here to the track, setting up in front of our big screen, waiting with bated breath to see exactly what's going to happen, though we do believe that Vincent is currently safely out in front, having continued to open up a lead over the final 15 miles of this race. The way he attacked in the river, pushed the climb up to Green Gate and was able to close on his way to ALT and then Quarry Road is a true champion run here today.
Fantastic work from our drone pilot here, keeping eyes on Francesco Pupi on the single track. Back to Pointed Rocks here. Adam Peterman coming in. Adam Peterman, 2022 champion. Well on his way to a huge PR on the course himself here today. Sitting in 6th place overall. Canyons 100K champion. Last time he arrived into Auburn was just 8 weeks ago, where he put a statement victory on his incredible resume at the Canyons 100K. Very quick work of the final aid station here. Adam Peterman officially in the home stretch.
There he goes. Again, good karma coming back for Adam Peterman after absolutely marching in a 23-hour finish here last year. Your 2022 Western States champion, securing one of those M-bibs. Gotta imagine we'll be seeing him back here next year.
Absolutely. Vincent has got to be very close to Robie Point, if not there already.
Yeah, we will have eyes on Robie Point as Vincent crests the climb there. Don't you worry. We'll have a follow cam all the way to the finish line, ripping around the track, welcoming our 2026 champion home here today. I keep saying we're going to bed early, and I'm really excited about that. Follow cam on Francesco Pupi, currently sitting in 2nd place. He is up near the top of Robie Point.
Where's Vincent?
Again, Francesco knows exactly how to run this climb. He's won the Canyons 100K here before, his first ever, I believe, 100K. The guy knows how to win, and he's continuing to push up this climb.
Megan Hicks just texted me Vincent Bouillard 2 minutes ago through Robie Point.
Okay, so we should be having a camera.
So Vincent Bouillard now in the closing mile.
Yeah, we should.
We've got eyes on Francesco Pupi here, 2nd place Italian athlete. Vincent Bouillard in the streets of Auburn, the leader of the 2026 Western States 100.
Has at least 3 cameras on him right now.
32 years old from Annecy, France, the athlete and employee of Hoka, Vincent Bouillard.
This is the final little grind, really, of the climb at the Robie Point aid station. He will be able to crest a little bit of a downhill now. One tiny uphill before that left-hand turn to the bridge, but he is virtually home free. 13:40:08 elapsed currently. How far under 14 hours are we going today?
Probably about 5 minutes until we see men's champion Vincent Bouillard enter the track to a hero's welcome. The 2024 UTMB champion. One of the more inexperienced athletes in the field relative to the rest of the professional ranks. Absolutely world class, showing up on the biggest stages when it matters most. He will be the 7th person in history to be both a UTMB and a Western States champion, Vincent Bouillard.
Yeah, not a fluke, not a one-hit wonder. Vincent is the real deal. No fanfare, no pacer, just hard work and getting it done, something that we are so appreciative of. There's not going to be a dry eye on the track when this guy finishes. A relatively new dad. I imagine Nola is somewhere nearby
I was
right now.
just going to say, last year, Caleb Olson won when Marshall was 7 months old. I believe Nola is somewhere in the same neighborhood. For the second year in a row, a new dad will be the Western States 100 champion. His wife, Camila Journet, his biggest supporter and fan. Both of them living in France. Camila, an American. Both of them working in the industry, bleeding trail running to the core. Vincent Bouillard, a family affair, will be our champion today.
While we wait to welcome our champion here, we did get word that Poopy is through Robie Point as well. So our 1 and 2
Two men
in
on
the
the
final
streets
mile together. Absolutely insane. There was a really fun message in the chat. Vincent is joining only Jim Walmsley in having ever won Gorge Waterfalls UTMB in Western States.
Gorge makes champions. Big smile on Vincent here.
Iconic.
Let's go. As we know, a great tradition here, you are allowed to be paced into the finish line by as many people as you want for the final mile. Vincent Bouillard's crew, we have heard, is the product team from Hoka, the title sponsor of the Western States 100, living and breathing the sport, the final little kicker before the left-hand turn in the White Bridge and downhill glory to the track at Placer High School.
What an absolute day this man has had. He's been patient, making a very late push to become your Western States champion today. Nothing is a done deal. Continued to work his way up through the field. Could not be happier when we saw him sprint through Quarry Road. Only a couple turns. Here he is on that White Bridge.
Let's go.
Let's make it loud on the track. He can hear you guys. Bring him home.
Absolutely unprecedented performance here.
Here he comes, team. Bring him home. Your 2026 champion rounding those final few corners.
Absolutely incredible story. A storybook career still in its infancy. Vincent's only 32, a UTMB champion, a Western States champion, still emerging into his prime, still building experience. This could be just the very beginning of the story of Vincent Bouillard, which is hard to believe.
Here he comes. About to make that final little left, and then he'll be turning through the track gates. Let's get loud. Here he is.
"13 hours, 45 minutes after he started."
History being made here today at Placer High.
Vincent Bouillard enters the track to a hero's welcome. The 32-year-old Frenchman gets a high five from his coach.
Hats off.
Wall to wall, shoulder to shoulder along the track to greet our 2026 champion. Digging deep, Vincent Bouillard rounding the final bend on the track, a track that has seen 5 decades of history here at Western States. Vincent Bouillard etches his name in that history as our 2026 champion, new course record holder.
A storybook finish.
13 hours, 46 minutes.
Here
Welcome
he
to the
is.
track, Vincent Bouillard, our champion. Greeted by his wife, Camila Journet, on the track. Last time we saw that, the finish line of UTMB.
Pretty
An
special.
absolutely life-changing moment for this 32-year-old Frenchman.
Take a bow. The first man under 14 hours. Didn't have his day here last year, making it happen in 2026.
Breaking the course record by 25 minutes.
That's the story arc we're talking about. You can come here and have a big miss. You can come back and you can absolutely nail it.
What can't this guy do? If you've spent any time with Vincent, you know he carries this quiet intensity. Somebody who thinks deeply, who cares deeply, who performs on the biggest stage. An incredible human being, lives and breathes this sport. Now our 2026 champion and new course record holder. One of the greatest 100-mile performances in trail running history. We are all witnesses. Vincent Bouillard. And we are definitely now on Poopy watch on the track.
Yeah, we've got to keep eyes out for our M2 and M3. Francesco Pupi and Ryan Montgomery should be making their way from Robie Point to the track. We have Francesco across the White Bridge. M2 is across the White Bridge, just a few turns away from the track.
So Francesco Pupi will also be well under 14 hours. Vincent Bouillard finally getting a hug from Craig Thornley, the race director. Unbelievable performances here today. We will do the analysis, but we have never, I believe, at least in my history of Western States, seen such a close race for the podium. Francesco Pupi in his 100-mile debut, now in the closing stretch to the track. We'll remember the last time Francesco Pupi was in Auburn was April of last year, where he won and set the course record at the Canyons 100K. He declined his golden ticket that day, got another one at CCC last summer, accepted that golden ticket, and in his debut, putting up one of the greatest 100-mile performances we have ever seen in the history of the sport.
Yeah, we got a comment in the chat. Europe is so back right now.
And we should repeat ourselves. Vincent Bouillard, the first ever Frenchman to win the race.
Francesco has had a rocky 2026, came over to run Black Canyon, had a disappointing fall there, dislocating his shoulder, broke his wrist. Nothing says Fran is so back more than finishing second at Western States on the track for that victory lap. Gonna be under 14 hours in his first ever 100-mile, a historic run. John Mediger could not be more right, finishing in just over 13:50 and finishing second here today.
Absolutely unbelievable performance from Francesco Pupi. In the mix all day, we saw him take the lead around the 100K mark in a battle with Hans Troyer. Held that lead basically until mile 85, where we saw Vincent Bouillard overtake Francesco Pupi. Not deflated in the least. Francesco stays in the fight. Rounds the final corner for another sub 14-hour second place finish. Francesco Pupi!
What a run.
Unbelievable performance. And I just have to say, unbelievable.
Truly world
A greeting
class
from the
today.
champion. Yes! Yes!
Ryan Montgomery has also come through Roby Point. Came through there at 6:43, 13:43 a lap. So Ryan Montgomery, your third place today, should be making his way across the White Bridge as well.
Look at the emotions on Pupi. And I just have to say, unbelievable. A hug from Rita.
A really big day for both of them here.
And I just have to say, Tropical John was right. Somebody would run 13:50
Ryan
and finish
Montgomery,
second.
coming to the track. Your third place male is about to hit the track, team. Let's go. This makes actually 2 athlete employees in the top 3. Ryan working for the Sunto team here as well, a full-time employee, finishing third in a huge PR at Western States, under 14 hours.
13:53.
Insane.
Oh my goodness. The performance of Ryan Montgomery's career. He is going to run an hour and 45 minutes faster than his fastest time at Western States.
So incredibly proud of all of these athletes today. Ryan rounding that final bend, ending up on the podium, being aggressive early, burning matches, taking risks, fighting for that podium finish. An exceptional day, a huge PR. 3 athletes under 14 hours, a historic day here at Western States. Ryan Montgomery, welcome home, third place. Absolutely insane.
Absolutely incredible.
What a day for Ryan Montgomery. I'm gonna return Dylan Bowman to the track to slowly work through our finish line interviews, but I'm gonna be joined in studio by 2 of the very best, MK Sullivan and Skylar Hall.
And we're on the podium. The fastest 3 runs in their 52-year history of the race, all finished.
Wow, wow, wow. Is Jen still in closer place?
Bouillard became the 7th person to win Western States and UTMB in their lifetime. 2 of the others running the race today, Jim Mosley and Cody Burnett. Evans has also been on the men's side. On the women's side, of course, Courtney DeWalter.
What an absolute day. While Tropical John talks to the field, I think we'll continue to talk to the live chat. Seriously? What is she at?
She's up on 40 a little more now.
Really? Because I don't have the Quarry splits.
Quarry 13, 56, 27 for Courtney.
And what was Jen?
13, 50, 47.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be nail biter, but Jen can do it.
Yeah. I mean, she's got.
Once again, our winner, Vincent Boyard from Annecy, France. The official time, 13 hours, 46 minutes, and 16 seconds. A 23-minute course record.
Whatever. Ask Carmen.
I never found together. Yeah, we better do all three together, right? They're all here. I'll hand you this for the next person.
I'll use my phone.
Francisco Pucci, that was the course, the fastest debut, Western States in history.
Okay. Sounds good. We are waiting for our finish line interviews in studio. We do know that Jen Lichter has come through Quarry Road, and my statistician behind the scenes does tell me that she's gained time on Courtney Dauwalter, so we'll keep an eye on that. $15.29 being the course record. Holy cow.
But as we know, I mean, Jen is a fantastic climber. So this final climb here, like once she gets to the bridge, perfect for her. It's just that descent down into the bridge that'll be the deciding factor, I think.
Yeah.
The natural gravity of that last mile from Roby with vibes.
Yeah.
Basically, just comes down to does she want to soak it all in and appreciate it, or does she want to hammer to the finish? And I think
Hammer to the
she's going to
finish.
hammer. To the
She also has to know, right? Someone's had to tell her by this point.
Yeah, somebody. I mean, Nick will be in her ear as they're descending.
Is Nick pacing her now? McKenna to Nick, was that the pacer swap?
I don't know if that was the pacer swap, but I would anticipate that he's going to be at Roby either way.
Yeah, regardless. Yeah, probably at Pointed Rocks as well for that split. And we will get another split update at Pointed Rocks to see where Jen is up on course record pace.
90 point. No, that's 96. So
96.
90 is 1350. Yeah. Okay.
So basically 1430-ish is what we would be looking at for Pointed Rocks to stay ahead of course record pace here at the 2026 edition. Just because why not? Well, let's just set more records.
Yeah, and a reminder, the next good place for us to see the women come through is realistically Pointed Rocks, just from where our cameras are. Quarry Road is that other location, so we'll probably try to go to a split screen where we can to make sure that we don't miss our chasers, including Riley Brady, who's had an absolutely incredible day out there.
Yeah.
Marianne Hogan still working really hard. Lottie Brinks not letting up on chasing down that final podium spot. It is still really, there could be some movement to close things out.
I mean, Caitlin Fielder has made up a lot of ground in these last few miles. She's now only 3 minutes back in fifth place on Lottie Brinks at the 85.2 mile aid. And yeah, I mean, that's not that surprising. She had a pretty good closing 20 miles last year too, didn't she?
Yeah, she is able to really turn it on when it counts the most, but they're all chasing in that regard for that fourth and fifth position. Marianne Hogan, who we know is one of the best closers in the game, looking to potentially finish third for the third time here, which is a little bit insane. And we do know that she's had kind of rough goes the last two times she's managed to do that. But again, I think all of them are going to PR
by a ton,
by 90 minutes in places.
Oh, that's so crazy to think. I mean, because obviously it's a much cooler year this year, but I'm sure you felt it standing out there. It still feels so warm, and seeing those athletes climb out of, especially like up to Devil's Thumb, I was like, ooh, some people are already having rough days, but
people are turning it around all day.
Yeah, I mean, even leaving Robinson flat, especially the lead women were already taking on ice and completely getting doused. They understood that the cold temperatures were merely a narrative. You do still have to run the race in the conditions that are presented to you, and they did take the job seriously, as we've seen with just these stellar performances that are
check. Can you guys hear us in the stadium? I need to hand you a microphone.
So as Debo gets ready for the finish line interviews, just a heads up that Thomas is past Roby Point, passed that about 4 minutes ago. So if not by the time that these interviews start, I expect him on the track here in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Because why not? Let's just have a fourth person break the old record.
Wow.
It's looking good.
Yeah. I mean, Thomas, somebody who, prior to his golden ticket and win at Chianti Castles, had won Le Templier, but otherwise, mostly a 50K and below athlete, incredible at that distance, comes here and just has a fantastic debut at the 100-mile distance and at Western States.
And didn't look phased at any point during the day.
At the river, he looked better than anybody I had seen.
It's just, we've talked about his mindset and sort of how winning is his love language, essentially, and he totally epitomized that. He did not fake the funk on that, and he is putting it down today and truly embodying that championship mindset. Going to be here under old course record and your debut, and just the sky's the limit for what he wants to do in the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, imagine coming here and running under the course record your first time here and finishing fourth.
Check. Just a quick heads up. We're going to be doing the champion interview as soon as Thomas Carden crosses the finish line. We expect him to be here pretty soon.
All right, so in case that didn't come through, for the audience, we're going to have Thomas come through the finish line so he gets his proper due, and then we'll throw it down to the interviews at the finish line. So it should be here in the next few minutes, and we have eyes on him coming down the road as we speak. Looking leisurely. Just look like he hasn't run 100 miles already.
His body language, I feel like all day, has been really good, looking really calm at every aid, looking like he's having a very good time. We're also still waiting, again, for our splits through Quarry Road. We should have a camera out there. That is that Quarry Pit aid station where someone named Scott Jurek and Hal Corner are hanging out. It's
don't know those guys.
Kind of a big deal, I suppose. But we are trying to keep an eye on that chase pack of Riley Brady, Marianne Hogan, Lottie Brinks, and as you mentioned, Caitlin Fielder, who's been working her way up the ranks all day long.
Oh.
That's Quarry Road. That's Riley Brady.
At 14:04, basically. Jen came through at 13:50. Wow.
Okay, so quite a gap has been opened up now between Jen Lichter and Riley Brady, but did just see Riley make a move through that Quarry Road aid station. So our top two athletes in the women's race now through Quarry Road. We'll get a really good visual of them at Pointed Rocks as they make their way through there.
Oh, I'm so curious to see how close Marianne is now, because it's like if Riley's falling off a bit from Jennifer Lichter, then is Marianne closing, or is Riley falling back to Marianne?
Or is Jen just opening it up?
Yeah.
The last time we saw the split, it wasn't actually Riley fading towards Marianne. It was just Jen moving up off the front.
Jen doing Jen things.
Of course. Jen always doing Jen things.
Oh, we got Thomas pumping his fist for the spectators. Oh.
About to hit the white bridge here in just a second, and then it is smooth sailing to the finish line.
Yeah, Toma looking really good. Has gone across the white bridge, taken that downhill off of it. Only has a few corners left before he makes his way to the track. Looking like he might be squeaking under that mark of 14:09 that we thought may never go down, at least not for a good long while. 4 men taking advantage of absolutely unicorn weather here today, running some of the most impressive performances we have ever seen here on the Western States course.
Waving to the crowd.
Debut 100 mile.
Wow. Like
two debuts in the top 4.
And I mean, like I said with Toma, like his 100K debut was like a couple months ago.
Yeah, that 120K at Chianti was his debut effectively at that distance. Ran faster than Jim Walmsley's time from the year before. Actually had one more 100K training race, it seems, after that, before here. So he's been doing some toughening up, doing the work.
That's big volume to come into this for your first time. It's impressive to be this healthy.
To be this durable.
Yes. Oh, we got a little flag.
I love to see it. Representing France. 2 Frenchmen in the top 4. Here he comes, team.
Toma Pardon squeaking onto the track here at Placer High School, running his way into a 4th place here at the 2026 Western States Endurance Run.
We've got 2 minutes on the clock here. Do you think he's got it?
I would hope so. Opening up the stride. I think he dropped his crew. Vibes are immaculate here on the track as he rounds onto the home stretch. Giving high fives, soaking it all in.
Incredible.
Nice little kick into 4th place. 14:07.57 for Toma Pardon.
Oh, a little extra.
I love it.
Are you not entertained?
You guys, this is my first time seeing the men's finish. This is incredible. A great day for me to watch the men finish. Oh my goodness, look at him fly.
Legs still feeling good.
I wasn't sure what that was. Nice.
Getting welcomed home by Western States Race Director Craig Thornley. Quite the 100-mile debut.
Our 2 Frenchmen congratulating each other at the finish line. Oh.
I love to see the camaraderie between these guys, laying it all out there today, taking advantage of absolutely incredible conditions to put 4 men under the previous course record.
I mean, why not? We've lost one of our podium finishers.
Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear us in the back? Check. Louder, please. Check, 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 checky, check, check. Best day ever. The fireman hears me. Okay, folks, welcome to the finish line of the 2026 Western States 100. I am joined by men's champion, new course record holder from Annecy, France, Vincent Bouillon. Vincent, I have a gift to bestow upon you here. The shotgun shell shot 14 hours and change ago in Olympic Valley. You earned it. You earned it. We were just chit-chatting here. The comment you made is last year it felt like the pace was hot, but this year it was a race from the absolute start. Bring us into those early miles.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what a race. I think, yeah, the climb to the escarpment is always a bit of a, not a warm-up, but like a preamble to the race. But I think the steep pitch right before we got to the top really kind of signified like, okay, now like game is on. And we're not here to joke today. And yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity to pass on that first section of the high country. I was honestly very impressed by the pace that Hans set and Jim, yeah, right behind him. So yeah, I mean, even compared to last year where the pace was fast, it was like, yeah, I think we were quite a bit faster. Yeah.
Yes, you were. You only set a 25-minute course record today. Illustrative of how fast you were moving from the early phases of the race. And you were right in the mix the whole time. It felt like a beautifully executed race. We'll talk about when you took the overall lead, which was very late relative to historical precedent. But just give us a sense of your strategy and how things played out, staying close in contact, though not at the front.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I still don't have a ton of experience on the 100 mile. This is the third one that I finish. And I think I may have a tendency to start a little too fast. I don't know. I'm still figuring that out. But I wanted to try and be a little more conservative. And despite the fact that, yes, this race always runs faster and faster and the competition is always more fierce, it's still 100 mile. And I wanted to really like keep that ingrained that like, okay, I want to keep the pedal brake on a little bit and save, like being okay with not feeling at best and letting some gaps if needed to save some legs for the more runnable stuff at the end.
Okay, so another comment you made for me here. Ryan Montgomery, third place. We're going to talk to him in just a little bit. What Vincent just said to me is when Ryan caught me on Cal Street, we reawakened something that Ryan really helped you out. Please expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, so last year I had a much rougher race and ended up DNFing. One of the, I mean, I think the highlights of my race when people passed me, like it was actually really cool because I got to cheer on so many people. And Ryan actually passed me twice, I think. Once at Dusty, and I barely saw you. And then at the beginning of the climb of Devil's Thumb. And it was really sweet. Like, I was really happy to see him in the top 10. And yeah, honestly, when, like, well, during the race, you don't have any idea of the ranking and stuff. So I knew he was in the pack in the first, we ran a little bit together in the high country. But yeah, when I saw him coming behind me on Cal Street, it was... I was super excited, honestly, to see him. Ryan, you were amazing. So congratulations.
Okay. We do have Zach Miller through Robie Point. I have to ask you, we were watching the live broadcast at Quarry Road. Was the first time we saw you in the lead of the race. That's mile 90. We, in recent history, have not seen a lead change this late in the race. Very unusual. Bring us into the moment where you passed Francesco Pupi. What's going through your head, understanding you're now in the lead of the Western States?
I think despite the fact that, yes, it's a race and the goal of a race is to win, I was really trying to focus on my own effort and not to make too harsh surges to try and gap people, but like kind of believe that with a steady pace, that would be the best effort I could give. And and then, well, it was. I mean, I think we pushed each other really, really well. And I mean, Francesco had an incredible performance on his 100-mile debut, Western State debut. So did Thomas, finishing fourth. Like, those two guys are absolutely amazing. So, yeah, I didn't have, that strategy to pass him at mile 90. It was not foreseen. It's just like, I knew that I could run decently well still on the runnable stuff. And I was like, okay, if I can maintain this pace, I know I'm decently fast even compared to historical splits and what I had forecasted. So I was like, well, like getting into Auburn Lake Trail and Quarry Road is like, we're definitely running under 14 hours. So I'm going to give it my best. I'm going to give it hell. And if it works, it works. If not, there's going to be a better champion than me. And that's the sport.
A couple more things I want to ask you about. Number one, for the second year in a row, we've had a new father as our champion. Last year, Caleb Olson was welcomed to the finish line by his wife, Morgan, and son, Marshall. This year, your wife, Camila, around the corner here. Your daughter, Nola, only 6 months old. Dad's strength. Just share the feeling of what it's like to share this as a family now with Nola as part of it.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. We're the happiest parents. Nola is our little one is almost 7 months now, and it's a big trip for us to come all the way here to California, and we're fortunate to have a lot of friends that we can share this trip with and introduce her to family and friends. Actually, 2 anecdotes on this during the race. One. One of the objectives that we had set with the crew was to arrive before bedtime. Her bedtime is between 6:30 and 7:30, so that gives you an idea of the timing, target. I think she's still not asleep, so I think okay. And then I literally, and this is true, I'm not making it up. I mean, this hurts everywhere, this race. I kept repeating to myself that something that we've told each other too is like, it's nothing compared to giving birth.
Shout out to Camila.
And shout out to all the women here and all the moms.
Okay. I think I need to make this our final question with Vincent Bouillard. You just mentioned you have only finished 300-mile races. You are now the 7th person in history to win both UTMB and Western States. You are the first Frenchman to win Western States. What does it feel like to etch your name in history in such a way?
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time to really register. Again, competition is such a thing that like it can go in many different ways. I'm lucky that it went well for me today. There were so many other strong competitors today, including unfortunately some that had to drop out. I'm bummed for Jim that couldn't give us a true fight because he deserved better than unfortunate knee injury. Same for Kilian, I think, who dropped out. But it's incredible. It's going to take some time to sink in. I will say that seeing Katie Scheid on the course was also a big inspiration because I know she's struggling. Okay.
Round of applause for your champion, Vincent Bouillard!
Going to his arms on the track as we speak.
Are we surprised?
Holy cow.
He grimaced his entire way down that hill, leaving nothing out there. You see it here with
fastest 300 we've seen.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my goodness. In true Zach form, he's dropped his pacers. He's gone to his arms, rounding the bend, gonna finish 5th here today. A phenomenal performance for Zach Miller.
A race more than a decade in the making. Had an opportunity to come, declined it, makes the most of the opportunity when he gets here. Zach Miller, 14:20 for 5th place here at the 2026 Western States Endurance Run.
14:20 is still so incredibly fast.
Before today, that would have been, what, a top 5 time?
All time?
All time?
Yeah.
Yeah, before today, that would be the 6th fastest time in history.
Yeah. And a man of the people getting back out there.
Do you think he's going to be selling donuts tomorrow morning
I
for
hope
Golden
so.
Hour?
Out of the bus?
Yeah. We have a sighting of Jen crossing Highway 49 about a minute ago on her way into Cool.
Which means she is making her way to Pointed Rocks. That'll be our next visual on our women's race lead. Again, Jen Lichter in her debut 100-mile race. Last we had heard she was actually up on Courtney Dauwalter, had gained time back on it, so we will have to wait and see what that looks like.
And at the same time, F4, Caitlin Fielder coming through Quarry Road about 8.5 minutes back of Marianne Hogan. So our top 4 ladies now through
Quarry Road. Great to hear. Again, we were wondering to see that split to Marianne. Was Riley Brady losing time to the field, moving backwards, or was Jennifer Lichter just running away from everyone? And it turns out Jennifer Lichter is just running away from everyone right now.
Caitlin Fielder has caught Lottie Brinks at Quarry Road. Caitlin left at 7:20, Lottie at 7:21 p.m.
Wow, there is a race for the podium right now on the women's side. 2, 3, 4, 5, not yet decided. Looking maybe for some late shakeups on our women's podium.
Dak.
We also believe that our women's race leader, Jen Lichter, has likely moved her way into the top 10, maybe sitting in 10th position. We'll be waiting for the splits of Will Murray, Jeshryn Small, through Pointed Rocks as well, but it does seem like Jen has moved her way up into the top 10 overall.
Yeah, leaving Quarry Road, she was 2.5 minutes back of Jesh. And, well, she's charging. She has a very specific time goal in mind, so.
Yes.
Jesh, just ride the train, bud.
Latch on. Again, only 2 women in history have ever gone under 16 hours, that being Courtney Dauwalter in 15:29:33 and Katie Scheid in 15:46:57. Projections right now have Jen maybe squeaking in under 15:29, definitely under 16 hours, looking to repeat history on the women's side as well here today.
Yeah, I was looking at Marianne's splits from last year, from Quarry Road to the finish. It took her about an hour 45.
Wow.
Again, everyone's PRing today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she ran 16:50 for, 13th overall. And today she's... Let me put it this way.
Peterman is on the track here.
Oh, there it is. I was going to say, her split at Quarry Road is exactly what she had at ALT last year, so
Adam
she's on.
Peterman.
Yeah.
Peter God is in the building.
Here is your 2022 Western States champion, cashing in that good karma from last year after that 23-hour finish. Looking for a little bit of a PR here today.
I'd say he found it.
I think he did.
We love to see it. A great redemption race here at the 2026 Western States Endurance Runs.
Again, this is almost 10 hours better than last year.
It's got to be a massive PR even from the year that he won as well.
He won in
Shave off like 48 minutes.
Well, I think didn't.
He ran 15:13 when he won. So
big day.
Solid. He seems pretty stoked about it, as he should be.
Way to go, Adam Peterman.
Montana getting on the
Some
board.
fly fishing for us.
We love to see it.
They shared time at the finish line at Canyons. They shared time at the finish line at the Western States Endurance Run. Adam Peterman, your sixth-place male.
Third Western States finish, a victory in 2022, marching it in last year here on a very hard day. I've told the story a few times today, but he tried to drop out. He thought the medical team would surely cut him. They said, I don't think you can run anymore, but you can definitely walk. Fed him some enchiladas, and he marched his way here. And then I think we do have a pretty good gap between Adam Peterman and his fellow Missoulian, Jeff McGavro.
Yeah, he had, 10 minutes at Pointed Rocks. And so imminently, we would expect someone to ping at Roby, but it hasn't happened quite yet.
Yeah, and honestly, that battle between Jeff McGavro and Canyon Woodward might be quite close. They were under 2 minutes apart at Pointed Rocks, so we might see our M7 and our M8 making their way together to the finish line, and then there's a pretty big gap back to Will Murray in 9th. And then we do think that Jen Lichter is starting
Is in
to move
9th.
in
No.
10th.
In 10th.
I'm ready.
I think we're going to throw to Dylan and maybe Ryan Montgomery on the track for a finish line interview.
Check, check, check. Everybody hear us? All right, we are back on the track with M3 running the third fastest time in Western States history. Put your hands together. Ryan Montgomery. It's a quick programming note. Francesco Pupi is okay. We're hoping to talk to him eventually. And I just also want to make a comment here. Earlier this week, Tropical John, who you hear in the booth, predicted that somebody would run 13:50 for second place. That was absolutely true. What he didn't predict is someone would run 13:53 and finish third place here at Western States. Ryan, first of all, comments we made throughout the day. Is this the race of your career?
I mean, I knew that I wanted to have a good day, and I definitely feel like I got it. I feel so happy right now. Yeah. Yeah. This was the day that I wanted, and it happened, so.
Bring us into the mindset and strategy. Very similar to Vincent. In fact, as he just mentioned, you guys traded positions a couple of times. You were in the fight from the start. Was that your strategy? Talk us through how it evolved.
Yeah, well, I knew that it was going to be like course record pace today, and I feel like as this is now my fourth finish, and I think what I've learned about Western States is that when you lose contact, it's almost impossible to reel people in, especially when you lose that pack. So my strategy was just to run aggressive from the beginning, but also like to be a little bit smart. And I felt like what felt natural for me was to be like in a chase pack. And yeah, I was running in like 5th place the whole day. And I just don't think I could have executed it better. I felt like it was in range of my effort. And then I just, typically when I run hundreds, I always get stronger as the day goes on. And so, yeah, I'm just super stoked that it got executed so well.
So you say it's important to not lose contact with the pack, but some things that we talked about today. Early, it was Hans, Jim, Francesco, Vincent, and then you were a little ways back, and it seemed like you were kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, I was running by myself for a lot.
We
yeah.
thought like that could have been a disadvantage, especially given the talent of the men that were in front of you. How did you keep your head in the game?
I mean, I think something that has changed for me this year is, I know this is a bit vulnerable, but I felt like I used to race with like a bit of fear in a way, or like intimidation. And today, I just like threw that all out the window, and I was like, I'm running my race. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm just going to execute. And so I knew that people, thanks. I knew people were going to come back because they usually do.
So just FYI, this is Ryan's 4th finish at Western States. Twice he's been in the top 10 with 2 7th place positions, also a hard-fought 20th or so. I believe you ran a 1 hour and 45-minute PR today.
That's crazy.
Okay, I have to ask you, as I asked Vincent, take us into the moment where you passed him on Cal Street. You know at this point you're in contention for a podium. You're well under course record pace. Just give us a sense of what it was like in the battle with you, Poopy, and Vincent.
So honestly, I didn't know I was in 4th place until, I didn't know I passed Jim and Killian, honestly, until after Forest Hill. And then someone said, you're in 4th place. And I was like, what? And then I saw, Bouillard, and my pacer, Michael, he's right there. He's not looking good. So we made a move, and he had a second wind after Cal 2, and he just flew by. And so my intention at that point was like, I don't feel like I can push any harder, so I'm just going to try to stay contact with him. And honestly, I think without him, I would not have run sub 14 today. Like, we pushed each other like really hard.
I think it's worth spending a little bit more time on this. Vincent, Francesco Pupi, Ryan Montgomery, the only people to run under 14 hours here. Steel sharpens steel, as we say in the sport. You were just mentioning that around every turn you were expecting to see Francesco, meaning you were eyes forward the entire way. Say a little bit more about how those two guys pulled you to this career-defining day.
So my pacer at Green Gate was Tina, and she, for 20 miles, she just, every single minute, she's like, Francesco and his ponytail is going to be right around the corner. And so I just visualized that like for literally 2.5 hours. Unfortunately, it didn't manifest, but I think that like pulled me through. So again, like just like visualizing Francesco there, like again, like it kept me going. So yeah, I always feel like it's what feels really motivating is to like chase people, you know. I always like to be in that position. And I told my crew last night that I'm like, I want to feel pressure. I want to feel like people are chasing me, and I want to feel like I'm like seconds away from like picking someone off. And so I feel like I definitely got that today.
I mean, that's related to what you just said about this year trying to run away from the fear.
Yeah.
Right? One of the things I've talked to some champions about this week is like cultivating that belief that you can. It feels like this is maybe a new phenomenon for you. Teach us how we can all cultivate a little bit more belief so we can potentially run under 14 here at Western
I think
State.
you just gotta like do your thing. And I think I just have this new sense of like confidence and like really knowing who I am. I think this is outside of like me being an athlete, you know, like I'm doing my own thing. You know, I went to grad school, I just graduated, I'm doing my thing, you know? And so I think just like having that energy and that headspace, I think it has manifested as like a new version as an athlete. So I'm going to keep exploring that, you know?
Maybe final question for you here. In what ways does this maybe make you rethink your ceiling as an athlete? In what ways does this maybe help you reset your future potential in the sport and what goals you might set for yourself?
So I've always known I've had like an epic performance at States, but it's hard to believe it when like my last few Western States, it's like I had a stomach issue. I'm literally like pooping on the side of Cal Street for 20 miles. Or 2 years ago, I had COVID when I started the race, which is why I finished in 20th. So I just felt like I like needed that day. So it feels really validating to finally feel this, that I know that I was capable of like running fast. But yeah, in terms of are you asking like more like my athlete career?
Yes, just like you just ran sub 14. It's something we've been talking about for years, and you just did it. And you're now part of this magical cohort that did it in 2026. In what ways does this open the door to the future for you?
I think I don't think it changes anything, but I think it just is going to give me more confidence that like, oh, if I want to like manifest winning UTMB some year, like I should do that, So, yeah. Like, let's manifest that.
We've got to wrap things up now, folks, but if we could please just have one final huge round of applause for M3, Ryan Montgomery. Congratulations, Ryan. I hope you're super, super proud, and thank you for such an inspiring day.
Thank you for all the cheers.
Again, your M1 and M2 are both employee athletes. That's really cool. Ryan working for Suunto professionally, running out of the podium here. Vincent running to an amazing championship performance, also works for the company he represents running-wise, Hoka, working on product all the time. Invested in the sport so fully. But on your screen right now,
we've got Jeff McGavero
making his way here to the Placer High School track.
He looks like he is gritting through this last mile, but we love to see it.
Got the whole crew alongside him. Jeff Colt pacing him in from the river to the finish. And the second person from Montana
from Missoula. From Missoula, Montana, hitting the track. Jeff McGavero extending that stride. His team runs across the infield, led by pacer Jeff Colt. Cheering on their boy. Adam Peterman sprinting around with them too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And he's going to run 14:30 something, 38 or 9, depending on how it goes here.
Last year's 4th place finisher, coming back for another strong day here at Western States.
What a day.
Dove headfirst into the river, all the way to the finish line here in Auburn.
14:38, moving up all day long.
Might not have been the exact splits that he had written down with this crew, but most importantly, he got the job done and punches his ticket in for next year, should he choose to come back. And I think he's got some unfinished business here. I hope we see him back.
Yeah, while we've been watching these guys come in, we've been keeping our eyes on the women's race. We did see our women's race leader come through Pointed Rocks again, that being the one, the only, the super talented Jen Lichter. And guess what her projected finishing time is right now? 15:27.
We were fist pumping here in the studio while Dylan was interviewing Ryan out there, trying not to interrupt, but we are getting hyped for Jen Lichter to come up this final hill towards us. We've still got some time, but it's so exciting.
We're pretty sure she's sitting in 10th overall, having overtaken Jeshrin Small in that last section of the course. We should be seeing Canyon Woodward make his way to the track here soon. He was not that far behind Jeff McGavero at Pointed Rocks. I do see a flag waving over on the far side of the track, so we might be looking for our next male finisher here, but the women's race at Quarry Rocks is heating up. Riley Brady losing time to Jen Lichter, but keeping the same gap back to Marianne Hogan, roughly 8 minutes. Caitlin Fielder continues to move up, though, now sitting in 4th position. Behind her at Quarry Rocks was Lottie Brinks in 9th. Tara Dower now also through Quarry Rock sitting in 6th. But there is the smallest gap in there is right now between Caitlin Fielder and Lottie Brinks, and I'm not sure Caitlin has enough daylight to move up again between now and the finish line. Marianne will have to fall apart a little bit, I think, for Caitlin to make one more big jump. I see runners. Are they fans?
That's Ingvild Kaspersen that we're seeing on our screen coming through Quarry Road.
With Danny Moreno?
And Danny Moreno, yes. Prior to probably what we'll see today, Ingvild Kaspersen was the fastest debut at Western States by a woman back in 2024.
Yeah, looking to seriously improve here today. Most of these women are about to establish big PRs, and it's going to be pretty crazy to be the fastest debut Western States in your first 100-mile race, potentially setting a record here today for the one and only Jen Lichter. Again, we'll try to get eyes in the sky as she approaches No Hands Bridge, but again, projected to be potentially 2 minutes under Courtney Dauwalter's absolutely insane 15:29 on your screen right now. Canyon Woodward got a ticket at Javelina, but actually put himself in golden ticket position 3 times in the last calendar year, showing that he truly belongs in this field. He's going to be finishing in the 8th position here today, being run in by friends and family as he makes his way across the White Bridge and towards us here at the Placer High School track. Every time I saw Canyon this week, he was jogging. Never sitting down, always jogging.
It's a great way to build durability.
Yeah, sounds like an ultra runner to me.
I know his brother, Forrest, was one of his pacers here today. I believe another Vermont runner was joining, or another Green Racing Project athlete was joining him as a pacer as well. The Mountain to Coast athlete, the Patagonia athlete, the Green Racing Project athlete, the man who lives in a tiny home in North Carolina, never one to waste anything. Canyon making good on his Western States debut, not his 100-mile debut. He's been trying to get into this race for years and years now. 2026 was finally his year, and he is about to secure the M8 bib to come back here next year.
He could have won golden tickets 3 different ways this cycle, and now he doesn't have to do that dance at all. He is guaranteed to come back next year.
Here he comes, M8 to the track. This is Canyon Woodward stepping onto the track surface.
And just hitting the back stretch, coming off of Finley Street from Franklin, North Carolina. This is Canyon Woodward, 32 years old.
One final check of the watch. He's got the opportunity to enjoy it. Somebody who does not have the opportunity to enjoy this moment, Riley Brady, absolutely hunting coming into the Pointed Rocks aid station.
Still right about 15 minutes behind Jen Lichter here. So still maintaining her second place. It'll be interesting to see if Marianne has made up any ground, but Marianne was still 7 minutes back of Riley at Quarry Road, so it would take quite a bit, and Riley does not look like they are slowing down one bit.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to Jen's durability here. I do not think that Riley's falling back in the field. That gap back to Marianne has stayed pretty darn constant, but again, it's Jen Lichter running away. On your screen now, you're going to see Canyon Woodward round the final bend. Sub 15 hours, 14:45. An excellent first run for him at Western States.
And an incredibly smart run race. You know, he was somebody that went out pretty far back in the pack early on and has just spent the entire day moving up.
Yeah, was sitting in 20th, 21st, 17th, 14th, 10th, all the way up to M8 here today.
A proper family affair for Canyon Woodward. Hair looks good. Hair still looks good after 100 miles.
Hair intact. I just got a report from Tim Tollefson at Quarry Road. Does seem like we saw Ingvild on our screen. Hannah, all good, also inbound through Quarry Road. She's about 3:20 back of Ingvild. Reports is that stumbling a little bit in the aid station, and her pacer, Kimmy, is definitely earning her keep here today. So pushing onward, making her way through Quarry Road. It can be a long 10 miles from Quarry Road to the finish line here.
There's quite a bit of climbing left from Quarry Road to the finish.
So you have Canyon Woodward, M8 at the finish line. 2 more spots available to guarantee an auto entry into next year's race. Will Murray and Hiroki Kai currently sitting in those spots. We did see during Ryan's interview, Jefferson Small came into Pointed Rocks looking a little beat up. So looks like it's Hiroki's to take, but hey, we've seen crazier things happen.
Hiroki repeating as M10 would be, I think, a really great day for him, showing that, that golden ticket at Tarawera was not a fluke. His performance last year, even though the back part of the men's top 10 kind of started to fall off towards the end, not a fluke. Repeating again, snagging one of those M bibs is always a really good day.
So I'm looking at Hiroki's splits from last year. Just M10 get a PR by what, an hour plus?
Oh my goodness.
We love to see it. It does seem like while we wait for Jen Lichter at No Hands and then into Roby, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Kleivarva.
Go. Come on. Fast as we. The grade is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
And we are here live coming to you from the studio at the Placer High Track at the 2026 Western States Endurance Run. I'm Skylar Hall, joined by MK Sullivan and Corinne Malcolm.
Caught us dancing.
Yeah, I was like, y'all are having a dance party.
Eating burgers and having a dance party here in studio. Almost 15 hours elapsed on our clock. I've been live for about 30 minutes more than that, so...
Yeah, I think it was like sometime around noon where I was like, wow, I have already been awake for 10 hours.
When did you hike up the escarpment?
I did not hike, thank goodness, but our car left at 3:45 in the morning, so been awake since 2:30, but I'm feeling reinvigorated now that I'm here at the finish. I was losing steam in the sun down in the river, but I'm feeling better now. Plus, our women's race is coming up here. How can we not be excited about that?
Yeah, heating up. We are going to probably put a drone in the sky, hopefully tracking back to find Jen Lichter. Ask and you shall receive.
Thank you.
Looking for Jen Lichter.
Oh, she's at the bridge.
That is Jen Lichter.
Holy cow. 1451 across
Holy
the bridge.
cow.
Oh my gosh.
Right now, we have your women's race leader on No Hands Bridge, making her way towards Robie Point, Jen Lichter. Absolutely flying. All that stands between her and the finish line, she's got about a mile of flat. She's got, what, a 600-foot climb?
Mm-hmm. And as we know, there is nobody better to take on this task than Jen Lichter, one of the greatest climbers in the world. This is going to be easy work for her.
She's won Canyons 50K on this course. She knows exactly what's coming over the final couple of miles. Let's go, Jen Lichter.
This is absurd.
This is crazy. 1452 across the bridge.
Gonna finish in the daylight, that's for sure.
I was thinking, like, when we threw the drone up, I was like, when are we gonna? When would we have ever had the opportunity to get multiple women with drones? Because it's still light out.
Yeah.
And here we are. This is
I imagine at least top 3.
looking that way.
Yeah.
And then we do have kind of intel from the field at the highway crossing. Marianne was 10 minutes back of Riley. So again, if anything, Riley's putting time back on Marianne, and then F4.
Caitlin Fielder.
She's closing.
Oh my goodness. It looks like she's maybe somewhere like 4 minutes back on Marianne now.
So the race for third is very, very much on.
Yeah, what was 8.5 minutes is now 3 in just a matter of 2
And you know,
months?
Caitlin Fielder is charging.
You know who's pacing her? Can you see?
Ninke Brinkman. Wow, wow, wow. Some star power for sure here. 2 very good friends. 2 incredible athletes. Oh my goodness. Caitlin Fielder having a day.
There's a very real possibility we have our top 4 women in the top 15 overall.
I love that.
Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it for a second.
Hooper's just caught in the middle. Just like, oh, I guess this is happening. I'm just here. Thanks.
In the battle for sure. So our next split for Jen, the woman on your screen right now, is going to be at the top of Robie Point, where she will be picked up by a camera runner.
Oh, she looks incredible. Like, I know we're above her, but she looks like she is moving so well.
Again, you can survive anything at this point.
Yeah.
You've got to keep pushing. She knows exactly what this climb feels like. She came out and did a training camp, putting in an absolute metric ton of mileage on the course. They've been working on her durability in training. They knew that she was going to be really strong for her debut 100-mile at Western States. She joins a who's who of women who have won Western States on their first ever 100-mile performance. Jen Lichter joining the stars, moving into that true upper echelon of the who's who, the greats of women's trail running.
I was talking to her coach at Forest Hill real quick, just literally right after Jen turned off of Forest Hill Road to Cal Street. And I was just like, how are you doing? He's like, this is amazing. She looks so good. And I said, no, but how are you doing? He's like, this is what I live for. So to be able to take an athlete who, 4 months ago was unsure if she was ready to step up to this distance, and to put her in a position to potentially set the course record on debut is just, you got to be stoked for the entire team.
And I mean, it's not anyone's course record, right? Like, this is Courtney Dauwalter's course record.
Heard of her.
It's just, wow. Jennifer Lichter, new household name. Put it in your books.
Yeah, if you hadn't heard it, you now know. Cemented into the history books right now. Again, women's course record time is 4:29. Looking to go well under that here today.
Is that Marianne coming through Pointed Rocks?
That is. This is your third place runner on your screen, Marianne Hogan. She is looking to repeat her third place performance here, cementing herself into a very special place in Western States history.
I can't wait to see how far Caitlin is back here. It's about like maybe a mile and a half from the road to here.
Marianne getting out very quickly here today. She has to know that Caitlin Fielder is trying to close right now. And they're former teammates, they're friends. She knows what Caitlin's capable of.
Especially on a downhill.
Yes, there is a little bit of a downhill here before they finally get to no hands and then do the climb up to Robie Point. Our camera panning back to see exactly where Caitlin Fielder might be.
Yeah, Marianne split last year at this aid station was 15:50.
Oh my.
So just a cool 55 minutes faster, just bopping along, enjoying a nice stroll. That's just wild.
I mean, you know, we've talked all day about the weather and how incredible it's been today, and it has delivered. Like,
we knew these were very, very special conditions. We were hopeful that we'd see course record times. We knew that we might have multiple men under 14 hours. We knew that Courtney's record was not completely untouchable. That's coming to fruition here today. That's Jacob Banta back at Quarry Road right now, getting taken care of by
Scott Jurek himself.
And Hal Corner there, setting him back up to get out of there.
I'm obsessively refreshing my phone over here, just waiting for Caitlin Fielder's splits through Pointed Rocks.
This is what we've been doing all day long, but we should be able to tell you where we still don't have a split for our next couple athletes through Robie Point, but we do expect that they are climbing up to it right now. That includes Will Murray and Jen Lichter. Will Jen move up one more spot on her way to the finish line is the big question.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So put it in context, Jen has a 14-minute lead on Riley Brady. Riley's got 12 minutes on Marianne, and Marianne is running scared because Caitlin Fielder is about to enter Pointed Rocks literally any moment. So still, I think the first and second can feel relatively safe, but you still can't take anything for granted. That 600-foot climb from no hands to Robie has slowed down many a person.
Well, we don't want them to take this for granted. We want incredible times from these women, you know?
We want
push
them
it
to
all the way to the finish.
Yeah, run scared or run empowered, whichever it is.
Whichever it is.
But I just want them to run up to the top of Robie Point. We'll get that camera biker or that runner with them, and we'll get to watch them as they make their way through that final mile of the course to join us here on the track. I know several athletes who are running cameras to the finish line. That's Holly Ransom back at ALT, I believe.
Yep.
Cameras bumping around.
Holly currently sitting in 17th place in that women's race. And this will put her about 3 minutes behind Emily Hawgood.
It's not a bad place to find yourself as you make your way closer and closer to Auburn. Yeah, then Caitlin's also got to be running fast because she closed and put time on Lottie Brinks, but
Lottie's not going to just sit idly by and let her have it.
No.
Historically a closer, generally speaking, when it comes to her pacing strategy. So you've got to be willing to fight.
Here's Caitlin Fielder at 15, so that's going to be a little less than 5 minutes back on Marianne. So feeling a little unlikely maybe that she'll catch Marianne at this point, but still such an exciting race.
But again, Marianne has taken almost an hour to get from this aid station to the finish before. So, yeah. I'm just saying. Like, it's
no,
not
anything
out,
could happen.
Anything
can happen.
She's out. Real quick stop there with Meredith Terranova.
Well, and
Esther
if Lottie's
Kendall.
on their heels, like,
You got to keep pushing.
yeah, they're all just running for their lives at this point.
I decidedly remember there's Hanukkah Akiyama making her way with Katie Asmuth as pacer.
Katie's out of there.
And if Patty is there, that means Trayson
Knopp,
is
yeah.
hanging there. Oh, he's right there. Nomming on a gel.
Oh, Katie forgot something. Needs a snack. There she goes.
Boys got her. We love this. Trayson Knopp slamming a gel here. Getting ready to leave this aid station and finish the race.
Definitely having to work for it here today. Again, his first ever 100-mile go.
But he looks in good spirits.
He looks happy.
He's having a rough day, but he looks like a guy that's going to finish to me.
Yeah, and if you got Patty O'Leary hanging out with you,
How can you be upset?
you can't be having no fun.
And you know Patty's history. You might still be able to drop him. So he might have that in his mind too.
That's true. Patty has not made it to the finish line with his runner before. That was a very, very hot day, and a bunch of people were a little too excited to be social, though.
We are just past the 15-hour mark at the 2026 Western States Endurance Run, presented by Hoka. Thanks for joining us here on the live stream. Happy to have you here. Also, a reminder, in addition to hitting that like button and subscribing, because you know we're going to be going all the way through Golden Hour tomorrow, so you want to stay tuned in. Fall asleep to us. That's cool, too, because we're going to have commentators covering all night. But we also have that donation link live, because this is a 501c3 nonprofit, and your donations help Western States do what they do with research and stewardship. So every little bit counts. We appreciate your financial consideration. And if you can't donate, tell a friend. Spreading the word also helps.
Okay, so we were, trying to estimate Jen Lichter's projected finishing time, and we do think that we're looking at going under Courtney's record by a few minutes. And I guess the question is, how far are we dipping under it at this point, based on what we saw across No Hands Bridge, working our way into the climb to Robie Point?
Yeah, because the split that Skylar gave me prior to Jen crossing was much slower than what Jen was crossing at.
Yeah, so Courtney hit Robie in 15:17. So 2 miles from No Hands up to Robie. Jen went through, what did we say?
14:51.
Yeah, so you do
The math on that.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy. That's crazy. Because at the last aid station, it was something like 2 or 3 minutes still, right, that we were projecting for her to come through. I mean, there's nothing stopping Jen Lichter today.
Yeah, really having an exceptional performance here today. Not all that unexpected. She definitely, despite it being her debut 100-mile, has been a factor in every single preview, every single conversation we've had over the last several weeks since she decided to take that ticket at Black Canyon. We knew that something special could happen here today. And it was one of those moments, too, when she won Black Canyon. I wasn't actually sure if she was going to take a ticket at
me
first
either.
because she's been really methodical in moving up in distance, and she's really just moved up to the 100K distance.
Well, and prior to that, she'd only run Le Templier, 50-miler. Because she was supposed to do World...
That's
Kareth, so...
This must be Lottie Brinks.
Yeah. So it's about a 5-minute gap almost at this point.
So Caitlin Fielder putting time on Lottie Brinks, but Lottie Brinks is about to is going to PR by a large margin. Last time she was here, her and Kareth finished in 13th and 14th. I want to say mid-high 17-hour range.
I think maybe even slower than that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
but we're looking at a multi-hour PR for Lottie Brinks here
In
today.
2024, Lottie ran 18:53.
Oh, high 18s.
Because I
I
was
was
running with
given
Ida that year, and I was like, I think we were in the 17s, and we were like 7th or 6th.
Yeah, I think in my head I was thinking 17:53,
Yeah.
but
She got to this aid station that year in 17:36.
Lottie Brinks on track to PR by like 2.5 hours here.
easy, light work.
Yeah.
Whoop. Leaving a water bottle behind. Again, this many women making it through Pointed Rocks without headlamps on.
Yeah.
Is incredibly impressive.
I think last year when we were with Ida here, she finished 4th and we already had headlamps here.
I mean, we had the fire year where people weren't able to get headlamps
Yeah.
at Green Gate because
Yeah.
crews couldn't get in. And I think people were using iPhone lights on this section to get to Pointed Rocks to see their crew.
I think I had David Laney bike a ton of headlamps down to the Corey Road aid station because I was like, people don't have anything.
Yeah, because people couldn't get into a key aid station all of a sudden.
All right, we're seeing Riley
Brady making the turn onto No Hands Bridge.
Still maintaining pretty much the exact same gap this whole time.
Yeah, this is your second place runner in the women's race is now on No Hands Bridge. Again, Riley Brady, this is their third start here. Ended up outside the top 10 the first year they were here. Had a really hard DNF last year here. Had to fight their way back in. Didn't get a golden ticket until Canyons, which is down to the wire, nail biting. Had a great run at Canyons that I do think was very confidence inspiring. We know Riley is capable of greatness here at Western States today. They are about to put down an absolutely insane time. Gonna be well under the 16-hour mark.
Yes.
And gonna finish second to their teammate, Jen Lichter.
Yeah, this is just a banger of a run for Riley. So stoked. This is the sort of course that plays to their strength. We knew it, but to see Riley finally be able to put it together and still have someone in front of them, I think, to sort of like be able to cast the fishing line and try to reel someone in allowed Riley to really keep the foot on the gas and stay engaged, and clearly it's paying off.
And just doing some mental math here, it's looking like Riley is likely to run the second fastest time on this course.
Yeah, second or third. Not sure if they will dip under Courtney, but
yes, right.
Technically
so third
speaking,
fastest time.
Katie Scheid in 2024 ran 15:46:57.
And I mean, I think at this point Riley would really have to blow up to not get that time.
Yeah, looking really, really smooth here. We've seen them run exceptionally well at Javelina, Black Canyon, Run Rabbit. Put a lot of work together at Run Rabbit to get comfy with things when they go a little bit awry. Is planning to go have a learning experience at UTMB later this summer, putting all that gear together. Again, we've only ever had 2 women under 16 hours. People we consider goats in the sport, Courtney Dauwalter and Katie Scheid in 15:29 and 15:46. We're going to double up on that today is what it looks like right now, with Jen Lichter looking to come out under that time set by Courtney Dauwalter that we thought was completely untouchable in 2023. And likely Riley sneaking in potentially under Katie Scheid's time as well, which is truly impressive running, particularly on the back portion of this course.
Yeah. They've both run all day, just like smarter and smarter it felt, as the race went on. I'm so incredibly impressed by both of them.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head a time where Riley has put together a race from more or less start to finish and not been flirting with the course record.
Yeah, Black Canyon, they did it. I don't know. What did they run at Canyons recently? It was pretty fast.
It was fast, but not course record fast.
It was a little hotter this year, so.
Yeah, Javelina, they've been super successful at, but have just missed the course record there. Now lowered by Tara Dower, who's running really well in this field, looking to double back to Hard Rock in 13 days. The faster Tara can get here, the more recovery time Tara will have between now and Hard Rock, which is also very, very important. But again, we are waiting for your women's leader, Jen Lichter, to split through Robie Point. Should be really any time now. At that point, we'll pick up a camera runner or camera biker to bring her all the way here to the track, safely out ahead of her teammate, Riley Brady.
And then next up to this bridge on the women's side should be Marianne Hogan in about 8 minutes time. Just a beautiful shot. Really get to appreciate just the beauty of this area. Like we get to take it in the morning from the escarpment and all, like it was so clear.
Yeah.
Like just even driving back from Robinson, and I was like, we can see Sacramento from up here. Like that is not a thing that you should be able to do or that you can do very often from being up that high. And even down here, you have all these just beautiful natural places that we just get to explore and have fun and try to get the most out of ourselves. It's truly a spectacular thing that we get to do. And we're so excited to be able to bring it to you on this live stream. So thanks for hanging with us at home or wherever you're tuning in from.
Yeah, and just a reminder that the live stream will be going for all 30 hours. The three of us won't be here all the way through the night. You'll get a couple of different crews, but so cool that we get to see like every single person finish this race.
Yeah, it's something that's very special and unique to ultra running, to run a live broadcast for the entirety of the field, to stream all the way through the 30-hour mark, welcoming our golden
Jupiter Carrera Casas.
That was a ginger sit down into the chair.
Yeah.
With his craft team around him.
Yeah, MK, I don't know what your thoughts were, what your observations were with Jupiter, but every time I saw him in aid stations at Robinson, at Forest Hill, very methodical and just sat down, took a lot of stoppage time, but made sure that everything was what he needed and the way it needed to be handled. Somebody who's going a little bit quicker, Tara Dower.
Yeah, just left that aid. Yeah, I think that's important probably for someone like Hoopy who has had a couple of like serious bonks and like some longer races, still trying to figure out his nutrition out there. So maybe taking a little extra time in aid stations is like the step he needs to kind of figure that out. But Tara Dower looking fierce as ever. I remember earlier this morning seeing her come through Devil's Thumb and thinking like, oh my gosh, that woman is angry. Because she had fallen, I texted you guys. I was like, Tara looks pissed. But I think that's just her game face. Correct. She is a fighter.
Just incredibly focused out there now, being paced by Chris Myers, last year's M2 finisher. Yeah, again, looking for Jen Lichter, looking for our camera at Robie Point. We do have a drone up in the air. Has not yet split through Robie on the live tracker.
Ooh. I just got the chills. I'm just like so excited.
We are going to be really, really close. You said that Courtney's split through Robie Point was 15-17?
Correct.
Okay, so we are on course record watch right now.
Ooh.
15-14 and change. Jen should be cresting Robie Point at any minute. She'd gained a little bit of time on Courtney over that last section of trail. She has to know that it's close.
Both Katie and Courtney split about 12 minutes from the Robie timing mat to the finish. So whatever she comes across, add 12, and that's our prior that we're working against.
We've got Robie Point on our screen. Keeping an eye out for our F1. We've got cameras.
Will
out there.
Murray has come through Roby Point, so that's
okay. So that
was about 4 minutes ago. So Jen should be really, really close here.
got us biting our nails
I know,
here
I'm on
in
the
the
edge
studio.
of my seat here.
Again, that women's course record time is 15:29. We should probably know the seconds because it could come down to that. 33.
Yeah, so Will Murray was 3 minutes ahead of Jen at
Pointed
Rocks.
Came through Roby Point 4 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, almost 5 now. He came through at 15:11:44. We're at 15:16:01 now. I see people clapping.
That is Will Murray.
There's Will Murray.
Making his way in. Currently sitting in 9th position. We're going to continue to keep our eyes out for your leader in the women's race, Jen Lichter.
Hiroki Kai has split.
Come through, yeah.
Okay, this has me a little bit worried, team.
That was at 8:14, so 15:14:37 that Hiroki Kai came through. So we still have some time, but
And we said what Hiroki? So that means Hiroki gained the spot back.
yes, yeah.
If that split is accurate and Jen Lichter has not come through Roby Point, then yes, Hiroki Kai making a move. He's paced by teammate Koken, a very, very fast runner on the ACG team.
Just did the vertical and the 23K.
Okay, that was Will Murray's team.
Okay, we're turning around.
Going back. Hiroki and Jen have been running near each other all day to the point where the orange shorts are really starting to throw us off.
I mean, even in the aid stations that I was at, people were like anticipating Jen, and then Hiroki would come, and they both have the same outfit on.
Yeah, orange shorts, a white top. They're both about 5 feet tall.
Yeah. Oh, still no split. We're at 15:17:26.
Okay, so that is potentially...
There it is, 15:16.
Okay, so Jen Lichter, your women's race leader, has
Still
split
ahead.
through Roby Point, but here's the deal. When Courtney ran that exceptional 15:29:33, she split through Roby Point in 15:17.
15:17 flat. Jen split 15:16:24. So if we're really getting down to it,
Jen's
36 seconds up on course record.
that is gonna be a nail biter. Someone has got to be out there absolutely screaming.
if you are out
at
there
her.
on the road, let's bring it, Jennifer Lichter, into this finish.
Nick Cornell,
Oh my goodness.
yell at your fiance in the most loving way possible to move it.
Oh, my heart is racing.
We are trying to make sure we pick up Jen here. It's going to be down to the wire here. No celebrating. No celebrating until
can't-
you're through the line. No celebrating for
her.
Jen.
I was like, I can't celebrate until she's here. I'm freaking out.
Yeah, we are on the edge of our
Yeah,
seats.
we're going to need Will and Hiroki to move it so they can be clear.
Yeah.
So if they also would like to kick it in, that'd
Yeah,
be great.
start sprinting, boys.
Yeah, Jen Lichter, we need you on the move. It's going to be down to the absolute wire on women's course record watch. Again, incredibly impressive debut 100-mile run for Jen Lichter through Roby Point, just 36 seconds ahead of what Courtney split back in 2023. An absolute nail-biter of a climb. She only has a little bit of climbing left.
Oh gosh,
And then
that last little bit, though, as you know, is so steep after you've been like on that runnable grade. This must be Hiroki Kai here. Who knows? It could be
Jen Lichter, let's go.
Come on, Jen.
Come on, girl.
Come
Oh,
on,
my
Jen.
goodness.
We have exactly 10 minutes.
This right here these are the hardest steps of the course. This final climb to the very top before sending it through the roads of Auburn. If Jen can just crest this hill, we know she's got the speed. Oh my goodness. Fiance Nick Cornell right there.
Motivate her team. Let's go. Get up and over this climb.
McKenna Morley leading the pack.
We've got 9 minutes and about 30 seconds to make it here to the Placer High School track.
You got her coach, it looks like, in the blue and black top. Just final words of encouragement.
I'm pretty sure
Michelino Sanseri there.
I think we're taking a gel right now.
Do it.
Good.
Take that gel. We got Jasmine Lowther.
This is an all-star
Whole crew's
team.
rolling up. Come on, Jen.
Come on, Jen. If you are anywhere near the track right now, Jen Lichter needs all of your energy.
Get her to this finish line.
To bring her home.
I see the crowd. They're jumping up and down. Let's give Jen all of our love here. Try not to just scream into this microphone.
We've got a lot of people out on the roads. I know they're there at the top of this climb. They're also basically lining outside everybody's front lawn. Now's the time to get those cowbells out and go absolutely ham.
Let's go get her over the top of this climb. She will have a little bit of a downhill when she crests this. Then she'll have a final little uphill before she gets to the white bridge, and then she will be home free. My heart rate is way too high right now in studio. We're mostly just sitting here very, very nervous.
Skylar's covering his eyes. He can't even deal with it right now.
Here's the thing, like, everything about this performance has already been spectacular. This would just be icing.
Yeah, like she doesn't even need to run the course record for this to be
incredible.
Incredible. I mean, it's the fastest debut. What was Yingvold's debut prior to this? I mean, we've got to be like almost 2 hours faster.
16:50.
So, and almost an hour and a half. Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, it looks like we have Will Murray hitting the track here at Placer High with his crew. Again, spent most of the day actually outside the top 20 before moving in to the top 10 late in today's race. Will Murray getting one of those M-bibs to come back here next year. A big deal for the man who missed out on this race very late in preparation last year.
Dealt with some health issues, found his way back into the race, and now he's doing it the easy way, I guess is the way to frame this.
I mean, no golden tickets have to be had after this.
You just get to enjoy the next 52 weeks, Mr. Murray, as you round this track.
Such an impressive day by him. I mean, he was like so far back early on in the race, but never looked panicked. Always looked under control. He knew he was going to get here.
Everybody else in the chat, on the broadcast, we were all way more worried than he was, clearly.
Yes.
He had the confidence that maybe others didn't, but he is letting it shine here as he runs his way to 9th place. Will Murray, 15:23.
Will Murray safely home to the Placer High School track. And back on your screen, Jen Lichter, 6 minutes to get under that course record. Come on, Jen.
So this should be just before that riser. That last little riser is going to be up here after the next.
Before the left turn.
Correct.
To the white bridge. Oh, let's bring it home, Jen.
She's pumping.
Oh, yeah.
I am so incredibly anxious right now. This honestly reminds me a lot of watching Caleb Olson last year, where we knew it was going to be really, really tight. Ended up kind of rolling in with his family and friends, but Jen Lichter, let's get here. Come on.
You can tell she's working with everything she has right now.
You know that Courtney's at home jumping up and down right now, too.
Yes. Yes. That's got Molly there coming through. Is that
that might be, that's the river.
Yes.
Molly's at the river.
Yep.
Okay, but we're going to go back to Jen. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, guys.
That is the left turn. So now.
Nail biter.
The final hill here.
Oh,
no, we're on the downhill now. Oh, to the white bridge.
Jen Lichter, your women's champion, is coming across the white bridge as we speak.
4 minutes, 30 seconds to get the job done.
Let's go, Jen.
Car, get out the way.
We need the afterburners.
We need those tangents. What are you doing?
Oh, she cut it real close, too. There.
Good.
As close as she could. They know it's tight. Okay, we got to get loud. Hiroki Kai's coming to the track right now. Your M10.
And not far behind Hiroki Kai. Jen can hear you. Let's keep it loud.
Let's keep it loud.
Keep it loud.
Crazy. Otto. Moving on the track. He's excited to be back.
He knows that Jen Lichter is breathing down his back there.
Yeah, Hiroki Kai, 16:22 last year. Definitely coming with another great performance today, locking up another 10th place. Getting that M10 bib yet again next year, should he desire it. And now the road is clear.
All right, y'all, let's bring her home.
Okay, we need to get really, really, really
we
loud.
want her to hear you guys all the way from...
You can see the track in the distance.
Jen is...
She's got 7 houses to pass.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And
Let's
280 meters on the track.
Oh, my goodness.
Hiroki Kai, your M10, 15:26.33. The content king. Punching his ticket back in. And the content queen.
Jen's got just under 3 minutes to get here to the finish line.
Oh, she's at the chicane.
Here we go.
We're money. I'm going to need the stadium to get way louder than they are right now.
Get on your feet.
Jen Lichter.
Oh, my God.
Here she comes. Your 2026 Women's Champion, a debut 100-mile runner. Looking to sneak under the insane 15:29.33 of the one and only Courtney Dauwalter.
Look at her go. She's opening up. She wants this, and she wants it to be more than just a few seconds. Jennifer Lichter.
So much of her story has led to this moment. So much perseverance, so much grit, and you are seeing it on display here as she mercs around the track. One turn to go, and then gets to bask in what will be a new course record here. Absolutely nuts.
We are unwell in the studio. This is the second time I've cried this week on live TV, okay, you guys? Wow.
Jen Lichter!
Yes!
Course record! Let's go! Making history here today. Debut Western States 15:28.05.
Your 2026 Western States champion, Jen Lichter.
Course record holder.
Earned every bit of it.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, that was a nail biter. Fiance Nick coming in for the love. Our champion. Pacer McKenna Morley.
Pretty good day for Missoula.
Yep.
15 hours, 28 minutes, 6 seconds. Broken world course record by about a minute and a half.
An absolutely historic performance from Jen, clawing back time on the absolute greats of our sport. Take a bow, Jen.
I mean, if you've been paying attention to Jen's story the last couple of years, you really shouldn't be surprised. Jen is an incredible athlete. She's struggled with some injury over the years, but when she does race, she shows up.
One of the best sporting moments of the year.
Yes, I am like blown away right now.
A truly great run from Jen, running an absolutely outstanding 15:28.06.
And just 30 years old.
The sky's the limit.
First Western States, still so young. So much more from Jen Lichter, I think we will see.
A patient run from her today before finally making her move and then opening it up over the final 50K. Unreal. Not a lot of people can do what Jen has done this year, let alone the last several years of her career.
Got the whole family on the track.
World class. Yeah, just turned 30.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Colombian flags showing up in the chat as well. Again, paying homage to the place that she was born and spent the early years of her life.
Coming off of, a disappointing end of the season for her last year, not being able to run the World Championships long trail. And to come back, run an incredible race at Black Canyon, absolutely obliterating Riley Brady's course record, who we're going to see here pretty soon.
Yep, Riley just came through Roby Point about a minute ago, so about 10 more minutes. And Riley Brady will be joining us here on the track as well.
Likely in the third fastest time ever run on this course. Just an incredible day here. We are so lucky to be watching this.
Yeah, history unfolding. We were given absolutely outstanding weather. It looks like we might be getting ready for an interview with Dylan Bowman and Jen Lichter on the track.
And while we're queuing that up, I believe we were just throwing it back to Pointed Rocks. Fiona Pascal had gone through about a minute ago.
Is that who we just saw at Pointed Rocks?
I believe so. So
Okay.
Fiona's sitting in 8th place in the women's race right now, 15:31:51 at Pointed Rocks. Just a cool 6 miles to go.
What a run.
I'm impressed with this move, taking the belt off right after finishing 100 miles. It's probably nice to breathe, but that's like asking for a cramp.
Someone else will help get him off her feet. There we go. Don't make her bend.
Check, 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 check. Can you hear us in the back? Good? Great. Jennifer Lichter, everybody! Just to reiterate what we all already know, that was one of the greatest performances in trail running history, one of the greatest performances in the 53-year Western States history. Our new champion and course record holder from Missoula, Montana, Jennifer Lichter. First, as we were observing the race today, of course, we know you to be a threat, even though it is your 100-mile debut. To me, as somebody who has observed you racing, it seemed that you maybe adopted a more conservative strategy. It seemed like you intentionally kept yourself in the pack in striking distance, though not off the front like you sometimes are. Speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone saw that I got up the escarpment first, and that was not the plan. So essentially, once we went over, I just put the brake pedals on, essentially. I knew it was going to be a very long day. I knew it was my debut. And I just kept telling myself, all day pace, all day pace. I wanted to start at a pace where I could finish at. And so I think I think I just kept checking within myself of, is this sustainable? And with that being said, that required for me to let go of girls who, were passing me or running maybe a little faster. And so I just kept telling myself, like, trust the process, trust yourself, like, you're really fit. And if for some reason you don't end up getting the win or podiuming, then it was just not your day. But I knew I wanted to give it my all, and I did. But that required also being really smart.
So once through Robinson Flat, eventually Riley catches up, gets in front of you, and then we saw you officially in the lead alone for the first time climbing up to Devil's Thumb. Corinne and I in the booth were saying, Jen, probably one of the best climbers in the sport. Maybe she's taking advantage of this critical moment in the race to play to her strengths. Were we accurate in that interpretation? And in general, just tell us about the moment you found yourself in the lead of Western States.
I intentionally let Riley go. She was moving faster than I wanted to be moving at that point in the race. And I was moving pretty well, I thought. And I was like, I guess she's feeling really good. And I knew the canyons were coming, so I also didn't want to blow my quads up on that long descent. And so heading into, Devil's Thumb, the first climb, I did catch her on a downhill, very technical, and it was like, oh, this is so much fun. I think I just kept telling myself, like, you got canyons to climb, like, be smart, and so that you have energy and you can use your strength of climbing to potentially then start to pull and move. Heading into El Dorado, I think, into Devil's Thumb, I decided that was, like, my time to make a move. To use my strength of the canyons.
So I trust you will eventually catch up on the women's race today. It was one for the ages.
Yes.
We will remember watching the live broadcast. Jen Lichter gets to the river crossing at Rucky Chucky, mile 78. All of a sudden, Riley, 90 seconds back.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I was told 5 minutes. So.
Really? You didn't know that?
No, I had no idea.
Because what we were talking about on the live broadcast was once you get across the river crossing, you can hear the cheers of the people behind you. Maybe at that point you're thinking it's men behind you?
Well, yeah, because I did pass a few men, some who just moving a little slower, some who were walking because sadly they had not a great day. And I did, as I was climbing out of the river, I heard a whisper of, oh, Riley. And I was just like, oh, God. And, at that point, I knew there was about 20 miles left of the race. And I still, at that point, had felt really good. I was saying, steady all day. And I just said, I think I turned my 50K brain on and just said, I got to send it now. And that's what I did. I changed shoes for the most runnable part and then just took off. And I felt amazing. And it didn't really start to hit until probably... Point of Rocks, where I was like, oh, I'm feeling this really bad. I did cry a little bit, but that is running Western States.
Well, if it makes you feel better, you made a lot of other people cry today.
Yeah.
Jen Lichter, one of the things... One of the things that Corinne and I were commenting on, too, because the women's pack was so tight, is that you have been in a lot of close races recently. Looking back at Broken Arrow in 2025, where Helena Faulkner caught you on the second lap. You willed yourself to a victory there that day. We'll remember Ann Flower, the battle you had with her at Black Canyon. You won by less than a minute back in February. And I just wanted you to comment on just like finding the will to win in these moments, because I think it's one of your superpowers.
I always say, going into this race that if you want to win, you have to have a winner's mindset. And that requires, maybe a little bit of ego, maybe more belief in your fitness. And I don't know, just looking back at your training, looking back at your racing results. And I think... whether I win or not, I go into a race and I was like, I think I can win this thing, and that's the winner's mindset that I think is really important because I think it takes out the fear factor of I might blow up or maybe I'm not cut out to be in the lead. And so, yeah, I think it's just having that mindset and believing that I worked really hard to get here and that I deserve to give myself a chance.
Well said. Okay. Jen, a lot of us now know your amazing personal story. You are now a Western States champion. You now have a platform to really show the world what people can do, especially people who come from very challenging circumstances. And this is an amazing pinnacle life experience for you and something that will influence and inspire so many people around the world. What would you say to little girls out there who grew up in the way that you did about chasing their dream and shooting for the stars?
Maybe just forgive that little girl and love herself. Yep.
And on the track, here they are. Let's see Riley Brady from Boulder, Colorado.
And on the backstretch of the track, we have Riley Brady coming in to the finish. Gonna be F2 on the day with the third fastest time ever run on this course. Third time is the charm for Riley. Had a rough go of it, but the 14th place finish in the first attempt. Had an unfortunate DNF last year. Took a step back, tried to relearn how to love this course. Got back in at the last minute with a golden ticket from Canyons and made the most of it. Riley Brady coming in F2 at the 2026 Western States Endurance Run.
Third fastest time.
12.
They've done it.
15:42, 16.
I mean, you said it. Riley Brady, when they are on, like, in course record contention. If Jen Lichter hadn't been out there today, Riley would have run the second fastest time on this course. Fantastic.
Nothing to be sad about here for Riley.
Big hugs.
An absolute banger. Earned the chair.
Big hugs from former champion Claire Gallagher there, who I know trains and supports Riley in all these endeavors. It's wonderful to see that friendship there.
Even without being able to hear what they're saying, you can just tell by the facial expressions. There's a lot to be said about how today went.
I mean, Riley's been waiting for this day. A couple of rough days out here in the canyons makes champions.
And I'm sure already thinking through,
how can I do better next time?
What are some things I can clean up? Exactly. But no, absolutely threw down today. 15:42 is nothing to be upset about. There are years in recent history where that would have been a top 10 overall time on this course.
Yeah. I mean, how far off were they of the top 10? What are we like? That was 12th or 13th?
That, Riley's 12th.
Yeah, 12th
overall.
place.
Yeah.
On this year, 12th overall this year, where we had 3 men run under 14 hours. I mean,
the women's race is just
and it's just getting started.
I know. There's still so much to happen in this women's race, which is this is the easy part.
Hard to comprehend.
This is now's where it starts to get messy. Now's where we're going to be dealing with a separation of just minutes.
Yeah,
right?
I haven't even checked the splits on Marianne and Caitlin. They've got to be.
Did you guys talk about how Riley Brady PR'd by like 5 hours?
No.
Riley Brady's last finish at Western States, because they had a DNF here last year, was in 2023, finishing in 14th in 20 hours and 59 minutes. Small PR here today.
Wow.
I'm trying to do the math in my head, like how many minutes per mile is that chopped off?
So fast.
Incredible, Riley. Marianne Hogan came through Roby Point at 15:38. So probably seeing her in the next 4 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Caitlin Fielder has not come through that checkpoint, so it feels like Marianne Hogan has likely solidified her third place finish here at the Western States Endurance Runs.
What a resume.
Yeah.
I've only been third at Western States 3 times. No big deal. That's incredibly impressive.
And faster every time, I would imagine.
There she is on the road, making her way towards the track. Your third place woman today, Marianne Hogan.
Gonna get to finish without a headlamp.
I don't think we've ever had more than one woman finish without a headlamp.
No, because Marianne definitely came in the dark last year.
Really, really impressive running from Marianne here today. Again, continuing to get faster, finding her way back onto her third podium finish at Western States. Generally running herself into the ground here, time after time. But she is coming up that slight incline. It feels like a lot bigger of an incline, generally speaking, at mile 99 and change.
Caitlin Fielder through Roby Point, but still almost 7 minutes back. So,
yeah, that white tent on the left side there is basically the top of the climb. You got a sort of makeshift aid station out there, and then you make the left, and it's downhill to the white bridge and to the finish. So Marianne should be smooth sailing here to a third F3.
I heard there was a bunch of movement in the back of the women's race, too. I got a message that Fu Zhao had PR'd by 7 minutes at the last checkpoint. Somehow came in behind Ingvild, left in front of Ingvild. Hauling.
Did you say Fu Zhao?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
So let's put it this way. 7 through 10 on the women's side. Ingvild Kaspersen, Fiona Pascal, Ho-Ha, Hannah Allgood, all separated by 6.5 minutes with 6 miles to go. And Fu Zhao hunting for that 10th place and the automatic requalification to come back and do this all again next year. So we'll definitely be following the rest of the women's race and every runner coming in all 30 hours through golden hour. So make sure you stay with us.
All right, let's bring Marianne Hogan in. I want to hear you guys get as loud as you did for those first 2 finishers.
Before today, we only had 2 women sub 16 hours. We're about to have at least 3, potentially 4 today.
Crazy.
Okay.
Small work.
Yeah, just par for the course in 2026. Absolutely insane.
No longer should we ever be surprised.
And Marianne is going to have a course PR by something like 57, 58 minutes.
Wow.
Keeps finding a way, as this race gets faster and faster, keeps finding a way onto the podium. Hopefully we'll hear what her secret is, but whatever it is, we need to start stealing it, because to be this consistent and this good year after year after year is truly remarkable. and we're going to get to witness it on display as Marianne Hogan is about to hit the track here at Placer High.
Let's bring in our third finisher in the women's race here. Marianne Hogan coming out onto the track here in a few seconds.
F3 one more time for Marianne Hogan.
Play it back.
Huge PR.
This is her third Western States, and she has finished third in all three of them.
All smiles on the track. Coming down from the Great White North and burning up the Western States Trail. I can't tell if her vest is just
I know,
a little
or
loose, or she's got a little bit of that lean. I'm like, oh, I'm used to seeing that in the 29-hour finishers, not the 15 and change hour finishers.
I was thinking that earlier. But leave it to Marianne to wring everything out of herself here.
Absolutely. Has run this race and been in pain coming in. And hopefully she gets to at least take a little bit of joy in a third place finish at Western States and the 5th fastest time ever, 15:51.43 for your F3, Marianne Hogan.
Wow. Okay, so the reports that I was getting back on the field, we've got people out at Pointed Rocks. It sounds like Fu Zhao's bib hasn't been reading very consistently throughout the day, and it seems like she actually came in right behind Ingvild, leaving ahead of her, really charging her way through the field. I thought Fu Zhao was completely out of being top 10 today.
At some point, I don't even think I found her in the results, and I thought she had dropped out, so it's...
Yeah, supposedly a PR through Pointed Rocks by 7 minutes.
Wow.
And at Robinson Flat, I said she looked absolutely horrible because she looked absolutely horrible.
You told me it was the worst you'd ever seen her look.
Correct.
At Robinson Flat.
But apparently the diesel engine just took a little bit of time to fire up because she is absolutely barreling through this field. We are going to have a very spicy race.
Yeah, I mean, that video that you just showed me looked like Ingvild, Fu Zhao, and Fiona all kind of in that aid station together.
Yeah, and that was Quarry Rock. That was from Tim Tollefson a little bit earlier, but they all came into Pointed Rocks, I think, effectively together.
Wow.
I mean, we're really looking at, assuming that Fu Zhao is in the mix with Ingvild, Fiona, Hauha, Hannah, that's 5 women within
fighting
6
for
minutes.
4 spots.
Fighting for the guaranteed return for next year. Just, it's going to be wild. Here's the thing. We were talking about it's going to be lamps off, or like you get to finish without a headlamp. We're going to have a lot of women barreling down the road without a headlamp on because they don't want the person behind them to see how close they are.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah,
I like that.
They're on a clear Ruby Point without their headlamp on to stay tucked away there. I've definitely played that game before. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but it is. I think it's insane that before today, we've only ever had 2 women under 16 hours. We put 3 women under 16 hours
Caitlin
here
Fielder
today.
is close.
And Caitlin Fielder is on the road on her way from Roby Point.
It's hard to tell where she is from this shot, but I imagine she's coming in under that 16 hours too.
I don't think that she has a headlamp on either.
No.
But there she is with Ninka Brinkman, the one and only.
Flying Dutch woman
to her left-hand side.
She's close.
Think that Caitlin Fielder is pretty darn close to the track right now.
Yeah, we're talking 1 minute.
Looking
on the track.
Let's go.
To finish 4th here today, making moves all day, sat outside the top 10 for a long time with teammate Ingvild Kaspersen before finally, I feel like, charging through the field, starting around Forest Hill.
Maybe even later. I feel like she was still in like 8th place
at the
coming
river?
into the river.
Yeah.
And she's going to be our 4th woman of the day under 16 hours.
Yeah, really, really close.
Oh.
I've used the word insane and stupid a lot today.
I know.
And if that doesn't summarize ultra running, I don't know what does.
Inspired.
Yeah, there we go.
There's a word.
All righty.
And while we're waiting for Caitlin to come in, Lottie Brinks has also split through Roby at 15:52, so 3 minutes ago. So in another 10 minutes, we'll have Lottie down here as well.
Just above that 16 hours probably, but
Correct.
oh my gosh.
Keep PRing by almost 3 hours.
Yes.
Okay, fitness.
Cool.
What can't you do?
What is happening?
Here she comes through the Hoka.
Hoka
what would we call those?
pylons.
Pylons there.
There she
Let's
comes.
welcome Caitlin Fielder out onto the track.
The Kiwi lives in Andorra. Looking for a big PR, trying to go under 16 hours. That is Caitlin Fielder.
Our 8th place finisher from last year, moving all the way up to 4th place.
Last year, and she's going to be almost 2 hours faster this year.
All smiles, waving to the crowd, absolute vibe.
Almost 2 hours faster than last year. 2 hours. Just from 8th to 4th place.
Working hard for those places here today.
Look at that smile.
14th overall.
Okay,
Wow.
4 in the top 15.
Yeah.
Is anyone between her and Lottie Brinks?
Nope.
5 in the top 15? Let's see.
But you see the Kiwi coming in 15:57.08 for your F4, Caitlin Fielder.
Caitlin Fielder finished this race last year on a torn quad. Crazy to see just what she can do healthy, I guess, here.
Yeah, it took months to recover from it.
Yes.
Hugs all around to the team that made today happen.
Yeah, I mean, Lottie Brinks through Roby Point, our 16th place Jeshurun Small not through Roby Point. So we are going to have 5 women in our top 15 this year in an incredibly fast men's field.
Yeah, in a year where we had so many people under 14 hours.
And realistically, there's a world where, because Tara left before Hoopeter from Pointed Rocks, and Jesh wasn't feeling phenomenal.
And we actually know that Fu Zhao is likely closing ahead of Ingvild Kaspersen.
How many women are we going to see in this top 20?
A lot.
Oh, my goodness.
Until we run out of places for them.
I'm here for it. Here for the women's race?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, we are waiting for Lottie Brinks to make her way from Roby Point to us here on the track. Looking to pick up an F5 bib.
Check.
Sounds like we got Dylan on the
hear
track
us in the back?
for interview.
Check. All right, folks, we are back at the finish line with F3 for the 3rd time, Marianne Hogan! Absolute insane consistency from Marianne. Her 3rd time at the podium at Western States, has also been on the podium twice at UTMB on our sport's largest stage. She has 5 podiums. Unbelievable for the Canadian Marianne Hogan. Marianne, a women's race for the ages, sub 16-hour performance for you today. Take us a little bit into the environment within the women's pack. It was so densely packed. What was going through your head? What was your strategy?
I like to run by feeling, and I was having a really good time at the beginning of the race in the high country, so I had a lot of good time in the downhill, and it was nice to see that the whole women field were following along, and we were a really good train for a good while until Jen and Riley kind of took off. But then I kept seeing girls arrive behind me, and it was a very interesting day, and obviously could never let the foot out of the gas, and Caitlin showed up in the 5 minutes after me at Pointed Rocks and gave me a run for my money in those last few miles. So yeah, keeping things interesting for me for sure.
So bring us into especially sort of the middle section of the race, and coming through Forest Hill, it was in quick succession. We've never seen a women's top 10 through Forest Hill so close together. How do you interface with that information in real time in order to execute in the way that you did today?
Yeah, I was trying to stay focused on the front of the race as opposed to trying to be scared of who was chasing me. I was still trying to catch the first two, but came out short a little bit. But that's okay. I'm glad I was able to hold on. After Forest Hill is a very runnable section, so you really can't miss a kilometer out there, you know.
Yes. So one of the things we talked about this week before the race is the fact that you were bouncing back from injury, that you haven't really raced on a high-profile stage like this in quite some time. Did you struggle with the confidence, or did you feel like you were benefiting from some freshness from not competing too much in the spring?
Yeah, I think not competing made this start line even more special. Not that this start line can be any more special to me. I think Western States is my favorite race, and I'm always happy to be here. And not racing didn't make it that I was lacking confidence. Quite the opposite. I feel like my bucket of motivation was as full as can be, and I was very happy to be out on the trails today.
So you ran a 1 hour PR. The first time you finished third place here was you ran 18:05. So that's 2 hours and 20 minutes faster. How much of that do you attribute to the conducive conditions of the day to run fast, and how much do you attribute it to you advancing as an athlete and also being pushed by the other women?
Yeah, I absolutely. The conditions made it that it was easier to run faster today, but we still need to run. We still need to run those kilometers. So yeah, I made it easier, but I think it's a testament to how much we're all pushing each other and how close we are. And I think that high level of competition makes it that we're all surpassing our levels. And it's crazy to think that it took me 2 more hours in 2022.
Final question for you. We have our next runner coming in here. She's entering the track now. What does it mean to you to finish here on the podium at Western States again for the third time?
It's super special. I think that it's so nice to be out on the course and having all of the Western States family cheer. But special thanks to my Solomon crew out there and my friend Oliver, who paced me all 3 years. They're definitely the reason why I keep showing up on the podiums.
Big round of applause for Marianne Hogan, everybody!
All right, that's Lottie Brinks we see coming down the track here for F5. A 3-hour PR.
Love to see it out of Boise, Idaho. Representing Germany at World Champs last year. A Hoka athlete. A huge PR for Lottie Brinks as she's going to round the back corner of the track. An exceptional performance for the young athlete, only 30 years old, joining the great ranks, finishing 5th here today. She got in super late this year due to a pregnancy deferral and a ticket roll down. Doesn't have to run her way back in next year.
And the coolest thing about that pregnancy deferral is it was her teammate, Sylvia Nordskar, who was out there crewing her today.
Full circle.
Full circle.
Lottie Brinks, congratulations. You're a 2026 5th place finisher.
We love that the pregnancy deferral rolls down because it just makes this women's field even deeper. Lottie Brinks.
16:04. Last time she finished in 18:53.
Before this race, Ellie Greenwood said, you know, my time from so many years ago has been hanging on in 8th fastest in history. This year, I know it's going to be pushed off that list, that top 10 list. Sure enough, record performances across the board, rewriting the history books on both the men's side and the women's side here today.
And what, first to fifth, 35-minute spread on the women's side?
Yeah, really tight racing. I think the closest margin was what, an hour and 33 minutes, F1 to F10? Does that sound right? And at like 93 minutes?
That sounds right.
I was hoping we could take it close to like 75 minutes this year.
Tara Dower split Roby Point in 16th place.
Yep.
Jeshurun has come through, but Hupiter has not.
Okay.
It's incredible, like the PRs that we're seeing on this course from these top 5 finishers. I mean, Jennifer is obviously a newbie here, but Riley, what did we say, 5 hours? Marianne, 2? No.
What did we say, 55 minutes?
55 minutes with 3 third places. Lottie Brinks, well, Caitlin Fielder almost 2 hours. Lottie Brinks almost 3 hours. Our top 5 here is just coming from behind.
Insane performances. Oh, puke bag in hand for Lottie Brinks. That's what we like to see at the finish of any 100-mile race. Know that she's gone to the well.
And next to her there on the stage is teammate Sylvia Nordskar, who got the ticket at CCC, later announced that she was pregnant, and gave Lottie her entry into this race here. And for those of you guys who don't know, the pregnancy deferral here at Western States is fantastic. I am a recipient of that, but Sylvia Nordskar gets to come back whenever she wants.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to return to Western States as well for your Western States debut.
Ooh.
Any year now.
Any year now.
On our screen, that is the woman pursuing the 6th place spot here in the women's field, looking to bring in that F6 bib, Tara Dower. She runs fast 50Ks. She's got the AT overall FKT. I'm not sure what she can't do. Not only is she going to run an absolutely stellar time here today, but in just 13 days, she'll be towing the line at the Hard Rock 100 mile. A truly wild double to try to pull off. If anyone can do it,
it's Tara.
And we've been joking, the faster she finishes, the more hours of recovery she has.
And she's finishing in 16:08. I'd say that's pretty friggin' fast. Well, she hasn't finished yet, but she's very close to finishing.
Yeah, we're talking
in under 16:15, which is so fast.
Yeah, because you have to remember, before today, the 3rd fastest time in history was Fu Zhao from 2024 in 16:20.
What?
Yes.
What?
Exactly my thoughts.
And for those keeping track at home, when Courtney set the fastest Western to Hard Rock double, 41, 43, 42, that was her course record-setting year. So Tara's going to be spotting Courtney about 35 to 40 minutes with this performance, which means she's got to run just a cool 25 something at Hard Rock in 2 weeks' time. So get excited for that.
Yeah, we do have some questions in the chat about Abby Hall. Yes, your F1 bid from last year did ultimately pull the plug at Green Gate, mile 79.8. She came into Rucky Chucky looking like she was favoring one leg pretty badly, so happy that they made that decision.
Yeah, and I heard that it also looked like she was going to get swept away by the river, so I'm glad she made that decision. Even if she did have to walk it all the way out to Green Gate, sometimes it's better to just stay healthy and not finish.
Yeah, she's marched in enough 100-mile races to know when it's time to pull the plug. But the woman on your screen is the woman who lives by the mantra, suffer better. Her crew kitted out in that matching pink kit, reading, suffer better. That is her coach, actually, on the far left-hand side of our screen, Megan Roach, as well, running in with her. Robin Lesh, her first pacer. Chris Myers, her second pacer. The whole team making it happen here today. Tara Dower almost not needing that headlamp to make it here to the track.
Yeah, I mean, you can see behind her there's still a little bit of light on the horizon, but when you're coming through the neighborhoods and the trees here, it feels a lot darker.
Yeah, and actually crazy enough, there's only been 22 DNFs until this point.
Well, weren't you guys saying on the live stream earlier that there's going to be like a record number of silver buckles or something?
We're pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the highest ever finishing rate was from 2012. 82% of the field finished that year. That's 316 out of like the 367 starters or something of that nature. So we're looking to repeat that 2012 year here today. And there comes Tara Dower.
Through the pylons and on to the track. Candy Mama bringing it home. Someone else with an axe to grind after a 2025 that didn't go exactly how they wanted. Comes back for redemption. Runs a lights out time that is going to be the 8th fastest time ever run.
Yes. Yes.
And just
Wow.
suffering gloriously.
Truly. Suffering better than all of us here combined. 6th place here. And we do actually think that Fu Zhao might be the next person looking to make her way here. We don't have our next woman split through the Roby Point yet, but again, Fu Zhao's bib hasn't been reading for much of today.
We're going to send the runner cams back. Try to find
Here
that.
she comes, Tara Dower. 16:13 is going to be the finishing time.
Take it in.
After
Let's
disappointment last year, this has to feel pretty good. What a time to finish F6.
16:13. Tara Dower, ladies and gents.
What can't she do?
I don't know. After this year, I really don't know.
Javelina course record back in October. Watched her rip an absolutely stellar 50K at Gorge against some of the fastest 50K women.
3rd at Black Canyon in that incredibly historic field.
It's been a good last 12 months for this woman.
And she's not done yet.
Not even close.
13 days, baby. Hard Rock, here we come.
Time to kick those feet up.
Recovery mode starts now.
Somebody get this woman a couple of burgers, plenty of water and electrolytes. We've got Hard Rock to run.
And somebody I'm sure is already trying to figure out where the nearest Chick-fil-A is. Although it's a little late, in and out. Just one down the street, you got 2 miles. So
Yeah, at this point, Chick-fil-A is basically closed for Sunday.
get her fueled up, and let's keep this train rocking on over to Silverton.
A surprising lack of blood on Tara Dower right now.
Got out the way early.
Yeah, she did. I think that's why she looked mad coming into that aid station. It looked like she had just fallen. She looks clean.
All the friends suffering well together, getting ready for Hard Rock. 13 days to go. But again, we'll soon turn our attention back down the course, looking for Ingvild Kaspersen and Fuzhou Zhang.
And we've had 3 men split Roby in the last 3 minutes.
Ooh.
Okay. They might be breaking up our string of women's finishers here today. It sounds like we're going to quickly throw to a few ads, and they'll be back in just a few minutes to catch those next finishers.
Introducing TrailCon, a trail running conference and festival celebrating its 2nd edition in 2026, a 3-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted here in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States, packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations. TrailCon is an annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It is all about community. After our 2nd edition this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2027, and we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event, and stay tuned for announcements about the 3rd edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life.
Kleivarva.
Go. Come on. That's it, Louis. The grave is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Alrighty, welcome back to the track. It sounds like we've got 3 men who have split through Roby Point in the last little bit. We also have word out from Pointed Rocks that Fuzhou had moved up in the field. This is Jupiter, though, on your screen right now. Craft athlete making his way to the track. Looks like he's on that climb out of the kind of the hole that you climb into at the top of Roby Point, just out of that aid station.
Looks like team manager Abel Recknold there with him, bringing him home.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we've had any more women split yet through Roby Point, but I keep incessantly refreshing just in case.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting little section because Jupiter's actually the 3rd man to split out of Roby. Jesh is working his way in. He had a 10-minute gap on Jorgen, who had a 1-minute gap on Jupiter. So a lot of movement here potentially in the last mile of the race for 17th, 18th, 19th overall. And Colton Gale was just 2 minutes back of Jupiter at Roby, so could also just be moving up. So 16 through 20 all sorting themselves out right now, plus a potential Fuzhou.
Yeah, it sounds like at Pointed Rocks, Fuzhou came in right behind Ingvild, left right in front of Ingvild. Ingvild is a fighter. though. So she's not going to let that go very easily. They're going to be fighting for F7, F8. Fiona Pascal also in that mix. Ho Ha has run actually a pretty good day today. Found herself up a little bit further early on. Is still looking to defend a top 10 finish here today. And the question is, we had heard a little bit of a report from the field that Hannah Allgood was stumbly in a couple of these last aid stations, but continues to move down the trail. So Kimmy Schreiber, her pacer, paying her dues.
Doing the work.
Laura Hansen, though, someone that we've talked about off and on today, Bay Area gal, representing SFRC in the field, so not a golden ticket, not a traditional lottery spot not someone that was on anyone's radar.
Speak for yourself on that one.
Well, okay. not the Bay Area folks. Recently got a black shirt at the Dipsy running super well.
Blitzed it. It
Yes.
was insane to watch.
So warmed up for Western States by crushing at the Dipsy, but is going to probably finish in somewhere between 11th and 13th today.
Yeah.
Correct.
In good company. Again, knowing that Fu Zhao's bib didn't read at Pointed Rocks, but that she is through there. So we're one spot off if you're looking at the live results for the current women's field through Pointed Rocks.
Fiona Pascal has come through Roby Point.
Okay.
But we don't know which side Fu Zhao is on.
She, ahead of Fiona, behind Fiona.
Behind Ingold, who has not come through yet.
We'll find out when we get a camera on them or they turn up at the track.
Yeah.
But it is very characteristic of how Fu Zhao runs. She's finished second here twice. I think
From behind both times.
On a really cold year, though, I think, given how Fu Zhao likes to start in races like this, it was going to be hard to be that far off the front that early.
Yeah.
And at the same time, her best time just elapsed on the clock. Likely going to finish probably in the next, 15, 20 minutes at worst.
Hoopy coming up on that final climb, about to make that left turn. Make his way down to the track here.
You love to see it's almost 9:30 at night, and you still have the great folks of Auburn out cheering these runners in. Just such good energy. I heard that there's going to be a dance party out there
at Roby Point.
At Roby, in the wee hours of the morning, trying to get those folks that are chasing the silver buckle to the finish and celebrate them. So, if you're out and about,
if you're looking for something to do with your Saturday night, head to Roby Point.
I mean, you can't find many dance floors in California after 2 a.m., so maybe that's the afters.
I was going to say, is this the best club in Auburn?
Right now, this party on the infield? Oh, for sure.
For sure.
For sure. Endurance capital of the world.
All right, we got a couple Mexican flags joining Hoopy here for his final few strides heading towards the track. I believe this is over an hour PR for Hoopy on this course.
Yes, close. Last edition, he ran 17:14.
Yeah.
For 23rd overall. He's going to come through somewhere in the 16:26.
Yeah.
And here on the track, Jorgen.
First finisher from the lottery.
Wow.
Wow.
Jorgen, what a run.
Debut 100.
38 years old.
Lottery
off
entry.
The lottery. Coming all the way from Norway. Off of 4 tickets.
Sacrilegious.
Love
Comes
that.
Through. Hey, if people are going to be mad at you for getting in off of 4 tickets, you better
finishing in the
show
top
them
20
that-
overall.
Yeah.
finishing 17th overall in his debut 100 mile under 16:30.
In 16:24.
Insane. My favorite word of today.
Incredible.
Looks like Jupiter is also on the track as we speak, and I think we got one more runner chasing onto the track right now. So we've got 2 runners on the track, I believe.
I think that's Fiona Pascal, maybe? No, that's Fu Zhao.
Fu Zhao.
We've got Fu Zhao on the track.
Ripping the backstretch right now, chasing down Jupiter.
Fu Zhao Zhang, your previous 2-time second place finisher, going to be finishing F7 here today.
And just 5 minutes behind, or 6 minutes probably by the time she gets around, behind her best time on this course. And I thought she was out of this race early on.
No, I texted her coach and I said I thought she was done. Never stop fighting. I think we have another crew on the track as we speak.
It's an Adidas crew.
Maybe Jeshrin?
That is Jesh.
Jeshrin Small. I see Eric LaPuma behind him. Oh, Fu Zhao's coming in hot.
This is a traditional golden hour finish scenario.
Yeah.
This is going to be a sweet, woo, sniping.
Leaned at the line there.
At the line.
Fu Zhao.
16:26 for F7.
That puts her at 18th overall now? No. Yes. Let me check that.
19th overall, 17th for Jorgen. Oh no, 18th for Fu Zhao, 19th
overall
for Jupiter.
Do we have one? Oh no, Jesh is going to be our 20th. I was like, do we have one
But
more?
somebody else is entering the track as we speak. Is that Colton Gale?
I think so.
Yes, I think that's Colton Gale making his way around the backstretch of the track. Going to be, this has to be his wildest expectations running. He's going to run sub 16:30 at Western States. That has to blow his expectations out of the water. Super talented runner.
Mind you, Fiona Pascal also split Roby at 16:19, so we'd expect her on the track in the next
At any
4 minutes.
moment, yeah. Have we ever had this many people just like finish this early on in the race?
Not during this time of day.
No,
this
this
is
is
golden hour, just
This
fun.
is so fun.
Waldo winner.
So Jeshrin Small, followed by Colton Gale. 16:27 for those two gentlemen.
21 runners through here at our finish line now.
Yeah, we're working to manually put Fu Zhao into the results as well, so that our jobs get a little bit easier and we know we can remember how many people have finished.
I do believe that was 21 though, right?
I think we are doing math okay.
After all these hours.
I've been streaming for 17 hours presently, so we're starting to come a little bit unhinged here in studio on the track. We do think that Fiona Pascal should be one of our next runners to the track, looking to finish F8. Ho Ha has also split through Roby Point, but sitting about 4.5 minutes back of Fiona Pascal. So likely to kind of stick to that F8 and F9 position. And then the question is Ingvild Kaspersen, Hannah Allgood, or Hanuka Akiyama being paced by Katie Asmuth.
They're all very, very close.
That's a lot of energy to get you to the finish line.
Yes.
All with excellent pacers. Max King with Ho Ha. Is Danny pacing Ingvild?
Yep.
Danny Moreno with Ingvild Kaspersen.
Kimmy Schreiber with Hannah Allgood.
And Katie Asmuth with Hanuka Akiyama. That's a lot of energy
That's
to
a
be
lot
coming
of
up Roby
energy.
Point right now.
Stacked, just stacked. This whole race is stacked.
It's incredible we've withstood all these amazing results today.
Oh, we were coming apart there with a bunch of those finishes. We've only cried a few times in studio.
Only a few.
What's a few more tears?
Yeah, just wait until tomorrow at 10:55 a.m.
Well, I'll be crying in studio with Billy Yang and Topher Gaylord. Looking forward to crying during Golden Hour with you, Billy. We're going to have a good time. Again, I don't think we've ever seen this many finishers come in so closely together, all under 16:30.
Well, and I think we're about to have another slew of like 6 runners, I think, finishing kind of in similar fashion.
5 of them women.
A brief break here before we lose it again.
Do you remember?
Yeah, we have
Western?
Isaac Frank and Justin Grunwald.
Oh, Isaac's been running really strong all day.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a runner approaching the track. I'm hearing screams from outside the barricades.
I would imagine that's probably Fiona at this point.
I have to imagine that is we're waiting for Fiona Pascal. Yep. That's what that's looking like. Terex rounding the outside of the track. Headlamps off. Here they come. The whole team running them in.
It's a party for F9. Fiona Pascal doing the family name proud.
Somebody else that I saw early on and thought, no way, not today. And she is finishing in this top 10.
Was sitting way far back.
And looking rough. But getting another automatic entry into Western States for next year.
It sounds like her build wasn't perfect. Definitely came in, it sounds like a little bit injured. So putting a really good day together, paced by Ian Sharman and then paced by her husband for the final 20. We've got another runner on the track.
Here we go. Another little power 5 minutes for us.
This is...
I cannot tell.
I think that might be.
I mean, Fiona's looking over her shoulder. Is that another?
I think it might be Ho Ha.
Oh, that might be Ho Ha, yeah. A race
she would have closed. Track. She would have closed in a pretty big way if Ho Ha is going to be our next finisher here.
Fiona Pascal, your F9 at the 2026 Western States in 16:32.
Isaac Frank is that next finisher coming in.
Yeah, because it would have been Isaac Frank, Justin Grunwald, and then Ho Ha would have been the 3, or that would have been the order coming through Roby. So it looks like Isaac Frank coming out of Leadville, Colorado.
And then just a reminder, Ho Ha, who should be our F10, last year ran 17:23:47.
She's going to run like under 16:40 this year.
Yeah, for sure. A huge PR. Isaac Franks had a really good day. He's been in this mix the whole time. He was a good marker for us as we were looking for splits into aids. What a great run. I have to imagine going sub 17 is blowing people's expectations away here.
And to go under by so much.
Again, we're planning to bankrupt Western States with all these silver buckles. I've already volunteered to mortgage Craig Thornley's house, if necessary. What a great run by Fiona Pascal. Oh, here we go. That looks like a Terex kit.
That's Justin.
Justin
Grunwald?
Justin
Grunwald.
Are there 2 sets of people on the track? Nope, there's plenty across. No,
okay.
Justin Grunwald.
He just dropped his pace.
Panic. Causing me panic here.
Last year, this is his first run in Western States. Got in with 4 lottery tickets. Going to run.
Justin just cruising this final turn.
Has been consistent all day.
Yeah, super consistent, has moved up all day as well. Again, got in through the lottery. He's tried to figure out those golden ticket races. Finally got his name drawn this year in the lottery.
Oh, we've got the girls. Maeve and Rylan, his daughters, running in with him. Look at that knee drive on Maeve.
Yeah. just in a full-time position, working as a hospitalist, or maybe even an intensivist, I want to say. So working long hours. Got to be pretty happy with the 16:34.
Yep. Those are some proud daughters right there.
Awake and pretty happy to have Dad back.
Yep.
All righty, keep your ears and eyes open. As Dylan's been saying, this is no blink territory. We've been on no blink territory for much of the day.
Yeah, my eyeballs are starting to hurt.
Yeah, at one point in time, we had a report from the field that Hannah Allgood was having like vision issues out there. It sounds like her eyes were just really dry, and some eye drops did ultimately help, we believe, with that problem, but that happened relatively early, which I think was probably a scary experience. It happened on the way into Michigan Bluff, I believe.
No, I heard it as early as Devil's Thumb. And she was looking for eye drops at Devil's Thumb, but nobody had any. So she ran all the way to Forest Hill, I believe, feeling that way.
I'm trying to think. There was somebody who took eye drops at Robinson, and then they like put them in their pack. I'm trying to remember if that was her, and then she might just like fell out of her pack.
Yeah, I don't know. But I just remember somebody saying that she was asking for them.
Either way, Hannah Allgood has made it through Roby about 4 minutes ago. Meanwhile, we are working to get intel about
we're having
the rest
whiplash
of the
here in
women's
the studio.
field because
we're not
Hannah
sure
Allgood
what's
is
happening.
currently sitting F10.
Yep, Hannah Allgood currently sitting F10. We do have Ho-Ha through Roby Point. We do have Hannah Allgood through Roby Point. We had Ingvild Kaspersen split through Pointed Rocks, but not yet split through Roby Point.
And it was another 20 minutes back to Hanoka, so really it's a three-way battle for 2 spots, the final 2 spots to guarantee an entry back next year.
Yeah, Hannah Allgood came through Roby Point, it looks like 5-6 minutes ago, and we have not yet seen Ingvild Kaspersen or Hanukkah Akiyama through Roby Point. So right now, pretty comfortably looking like Ho-Ha in 9th and Hannah Allgood in 10th. There was a while today where I thought many of the F bibs were not going to be making it into our top 10, but we've had a little bit of a shakeup, I feel like, late in the race to secure a bunch of spots back for those, F3, F8, F2, F5, F6, F7 bibs.
Yeah, we're looking at potentially 6 of the F bibs getting another F bib today.
Which is hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it proved especially hard today.
For whatever reason, it did. I mean, although Fu Zhao making that late move, I feel like really cementing herself back into a clear competitor when we thought she was done early on. Robinson Flat, she didn't look good. She was in pants at that point, I think, still.
Hopped into shorts, literally got full massage gun for the right leg.
Yeah.
Just looked busted.
She just needed a little bit more body work. She was ready to go.
Yeah. Turned on the afterburners, not a problem.
Yeah, and I looked at Coop and I was like, and he looked at me like he just did the sort of
a very
exhalation
Coop-esque.
thing. Right. I was like,
Just a shrug.
Well,
and a noise. Yeah, 1,000%. He was shirtless over here because he had already given Ryan his shirt and was looking for a jacket or a blanket for him. So
hopefully they both found clothes.
Eventually, they all end up clothes.
Next up to the track should be Ho-Ha.
Yep. The only people through Roby Point at this point are Ho-Ha, Hannah Allgood, and Jacob Banta, looking to finish 25th, 26th, and 27th overall. We are looking for your F9 finisher. This is Ho-Ha. She's been paced today for all the last 38 miles by the one and only Max King.
New teammates.
I thought that was a really cool move.
Yeah. He asked me if I had ever met her because he had never met her prior to this. And I was like, she's wonderful. So I'm sure he had a great time out there.
And that is Hoha's 10-year-old running in with her.
I saw him at the river today. Oh, I love this.
They've been over here in Auburn since the week before training camp, spending time on the course, living with a local family.
Some high fives with Max.
So excited to see Hoha and her son on the track. What a huge accomplishment. Hoha coming back for the second year in a row, securing another FBIB to come back next year. She is a person who I think could nail this race, end up on the podium, fight for that win. She is plenty talented.
Yes.
And ran 17:23 last year. And comes back and just shave off a cool 40 minutes.
The PRs just keep rolling.
Let's bring her in here.
Your F9 from Vietnam, Hoha. Huge PR on the day. 40-some minute PR.
This race just keeps on giving. Yes. Some celebratory zigzags.
Letting the flag fly.
Woo! And a jump.
With the ups.
We're going to see 10 women under 17 hours.
I love this.
Are you kidding me?
Today is awesome.
That has never, ever happened before. Last year, I believe, was our fastest top 10 ever in the women's race, with Emily Hawgood finishing 8:11:05. 18:11:05. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm missing a digit there.
That's okay.
We're going to be 60 to 80 minutes faster than that today.
Yeah.
75. 60 to 75 minutes faster than that. Hannah Allgood.
Hannah Allgood. Gosh, my thing keeps going to just men.
We don't want that. Hannah Allgood should be our next finisher. Split the Robie Point 1 minute ahead of Jacob Banta.
Probably like within the next 4 to 5 minutes. So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're looking at...
Came through 10 minutes ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the moms get me too.
I know. That's my dream right there.
Emery, we're ready. You're going to wait until Emery's 10?
Yeah, I'll wait until he's 10.
Greg, I'm
Sorry, guys.
I'm taking my spot when I'm
Sorry,
40.
Greg. 42.
Going for the Masters record. We've got the blinkers up at the corner of the track.
So quick fact check, fastest F10, Leah Yingling, 17:33.
Holy
in
cow.
2024.
That was a really fast year.
48 minutes
here.
faster?
Oh, I think that's Jacob Banta.
Jacob Banta.
Jacob Banta. Banta visuals.
Made a move on Hannah Allgood on the final mile.
Normally out here photographing all of these fantastic runners. Got his ticket at Tarawera this year.
Thank you for the fact check there. I was like, I'm just going to assume we've continued to get faster. We're almost right.
Let's welcome Jacob onto this Placer High track. He looks stoked to be here. I know this is a big dream moment for him.
Yeah, getting that golden ticket at Tarawera, then signing his first ever pro contract.
Just being at Western States.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. He's worked incredibly hard for this moment. He's going to finish in under 17 hours, under 16:45. It's not a bad debut Western States. No.
You see how stoked all the media folks are for him?
They were fast media guy.
Fast media guy. For sure, 16:43 for Jacob Banta.
Yeah, a huge day for our resident fast media guy. Brett Hornig can no longer claim that title. I know it's a ferocious battle.
What,
But
17th male, 26th overall?
Just to put this into perspective, last year that time would have put him in 11th.
Wow.
Hiroki Kai finished in 16:22 last year. So So historically a time that would have landed him in the top 10 men. But we just keep getting faster. I do see lights on the track. I do believe we have Hannah Allgood making her way onto the track. She is going to be your F10.
Our final guaranteed entry for next year.
Oh, the heartbreak of finishing 11th here.
16, we're at 16:44 right now.
Again, 45 minutes effectively faster than our fastest top 10 ever.
Survive and advance.
Look at her go. Second year in a row finishing in the top 10 here for Hannah Allgood.
That's Cliff on the far left-hand side of the screen. Coaches bringing her home.
For another 53-minute course PR, an improvement over last year.
Again, the last time it was cold, everyone ran a PR but me, so I'm really happy for all of them.
Just absolutely stellar grit and determination.
Getting this final lap in.
Hannah Allgood getting that last guaranteed spot back for next year. Unfinished business still on tap. She took a big swing early. Didn't quite stick the landing this year, but still going to walk away
top
with
10 and a huge PR.
A huge PR.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine not sticking the landing and running 16:45?
No. That's a best day ever.
Yeah.
That would me be getting the absolute most out of myself.
There we go.
16:45.56 for your F10, Hannah Allgood, and that rounds out our guaranteed entries to the 2027 edition
Yeehaw.
of the Western States Endurance Run when we get to do this all again in 52 weeks.
Are you excited?
I am already so stoked.
I mean, does it get better? Definitely. It can always get better, as we know. These races just keep leveling up. I think even despite the weather, now that the men and the women have seen that these times can be run, what's to say they can't do something like this or faster in a hotter year? I mean, we see this happen all the time now.
We have the skills to make that happen. Yes, this was a unicorn weather year for sure, and we definitely took advantage of that. We are looking at a small course change next year that will likely make the course slightly faster, we believe, but I don't know if that matters given what just happened today.
And people were doing hot weather things today. Like we saw ice early,
cooling.
we saw dunking, we saw all of the important things that you would need to do if it was 20 degrees hotter. So people are already thinking through the logistics of how to be successful here regardless of the environmental context. And it only means that next year's everybody's going to come in with even faster splits or like a why not me mentality. And we're just going to have yet another ridiculous addition.
Yeah, this crop of ultra runners sure is skilled enough, sure is talented enough, sure is smart enough.
And honestly, fresh enough. Like, so many of them are still so new to this. Like, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, it's a bunch of young 30-somethings making it happen this weekend on both the men's side and the women's side. I actually don't think anyone in their 20s snuck into the top 10. Your youngest women are in their 30, oldest being Ho-Ha, the mom of a 10-year-old at 37. I believe the men's top 10 was very, very similar. Youngest of 30, oldest of 37.
So exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Wow.
Demographic across those two top 10 finishing groups. We've got Lauren Puretz, I know, chasing. Amy Cameron chasing.
Yep.
Solid athletes sitting just outside that group. Lauren Puretz, 43. A mom and a full-time doc. Amy Cameron, 46. Works full-time for GU. Sitting just outside the women's top 10 right now.
I hope you guys had as much anxiety but also fun as we did.
We had better connectivity all day, so I didn't have to deal with technical issues.
Oh, no, I mean just what we just saw.
Oh, you mean the people at home had as much anxiety?
Yeah.
I imagine that was very much the case. I think we're slowly going to work towards transitioning our teams in and out of the booth.
Yeah, I'm looking at our next runners prospectively to be down here. It should be your F11, Hinoka Akiyama.
Hey guys, are you part of Mount Athos? Sorry.
Yep, we're moving teams
A
along.
split through Roby about 6 minutes ago, so Hinoka going to be the first one out. But still a banger of a day for her. And she knows she can get back in. Like, she got the golden ticket once, and so with this experience, I'm excited to see if she takes another swing at it and comes back to try to join us in what is shaping up to be just an absolutely ridiculous edition next year.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that this was going to be one of the hardest top 10s, probably the hardest top 10 to get into on either side. And next year's just proving to be even worse.
Yeah, trying to get a golden ticket back into this thing is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
You keep riding that pregnancy deferral as
You
long
know
as
I will.
possible.
You know I will.
Emerald being kindergarten. He'll be ready to run into the finish line with you.
Maybe that's what I'll wait for. It's just whenever he can run into the finish line with me.
I think this is the plan. We can get, I think, Leah and Rachel on board as well, and
I'm in.
Form a unit of all returning at the same time.
All right.
Stack the field. Load the deck.
Save on daycare. It's like one person to watch all the kids.
Yeah.
We talked about that for TrailCon, so it's not out of the, out of the realm for Western States.
Yeah, there are a lot of kids at TOE this week, which I think is a really special part of our sport. That it is. We're seeing a lot of family. I saw so many families at Packet Pickup. We've seen kids come across the finish line today. Vincent winning on the men's side, I believe, has like a 6 or 7 month old daughter who I've been hanging out with all week. She's got 2 little teeth. It's pretty perfect. It's cool to see. I feel like our peer group.
Yeah. Having families
and excelling right now in the sport and being able to do those two things.
And being supported in doing that.
Having the sport infrastructure to do that.
Yes.
It's a privilege.
It
truly.
is.
And especially on the women's side, one, showing that like pregnancy is not the end of athletic dreams. Like, you keep seeing these moms coming out here and absolutely crushing it. And 2, throughout the course, all day, I saw so many little girls and little boys high-fiving the women runners as they were coming through, especially. And it just shows that, like, you can dream. And, to have that example and to have that representation. So, even if it's not the kids of the elites that we saw out here today, there are kids that are being inspired to do great things athletically or just, whatever their heart desires, because they've seen what these runners out here are doing today. So,
yeah,
super stoked.
Finishing in under 14 hours or trying to sneak in tomorrow at 29:59:59. Both incredibly inspiring. Little boys saying they want to run like Vincent. Little girls seeing Jen Lichter.
Runners
seeing Riley Brady.
Yeah.
Incredible performances on both sides today. Things that I think we'll take with us for a very long time, remembering that we were here to get to witness those incredible performances.
Yeah, as much as we'll remember the performances, we'll remember the stories. We'll remember how it played out, and I'm sure we'll come to find in the days and weeks ahead the stories that the runners continue to tell about their journey out there and the miles they shared with each other, and we'll really get an inside look of how it played out, and it's just going to bring even more lore to what was a spectacular day for the elites, and we still have 13 more hours to go with our everyday folks.
Some incredibly inspiring, performances.
And lucky for everyone watching, we have wall-to-wall coverage. I've been joking about wall-to-wall Corinne coverage, actually.
Because you start and finish.
I'll be signing off to Corinne Chalvoy as well on the overnight team. So you get the Corinne duo on your coverage. I do believe that I think Zach Marion and Hillary Yang tag in for some early morning hours before I come back in with Topher and Billy to round out golden hour and sob uncontrollably while sitting at this desk.
Yes.
My preferred state of being.
Yes.
It's It's cathartic. It's cleansing.
No place I would rather be on this Saturday and Sunday of June. I feel like they're going to have to rip it out of my cold, dead hands eventually.
She'll
Year
be here
6
forever.
of this live broadcast, getting better and better every single year. So excited to have so many of you with us all day today.
I had so much fun. Thanks for having me out there on the field, out here or up here with you. We've got our F11 coming in. Hanoka with her, I'm sure, incredibly high energy pacer, Katie Asmuth.
Enthusiastic.
I can see the joy in the choppiness from Katie.
You have to remember that Katie last year didn't get to pace and then ran as a camera runner for, I think, several hours.
Just doing intervals all day.
Yep.
Enjoying the heck out of going back and forth to Roby Point.
Nobody loves Western States quite like Katie Asmuth.
I think that's Brianna, too, as well, who's part of our athlete management team on the far right-hand side behind Katie Asmuth. Really cool to see folks out here supporting the athletes. Again, Honoka all the way from Japan got the golden ticket at Tarawera, a ticket that Katie Asmuth tried to get and didn't get.
And is here supporting.
Incredibly impressive. I do think Dylan Bowman's going to join us in studio, which means we are winding down our primetime coverage before we hand off to the highly skilled, highly competent overnight dynamic duo of Corinne Chalvoy, who's currently stretching her legs to get ready for speaking.
Warming up.
And Chris Warden, who is doing his calming exercises before he takes on the mic. Dylan Bowman, welcome back.
Check.
Got you.
What's up with the team? Oh my goodness.
Tears,
unwell,
stress,
unwell.
Yes.
Excitement.
I
Oh
heard
my
you
God.
on the loudspeaker here say this is the second time I've cried on live TV this week.
It is.
Danny,
y'all gotta stop this. It's madness.
Look at Katie Asmuth,
Losing
the ultimate
it.
cheerleader. 11th place, Hanuka Akiyama.
That's Brianna, part of the Hoka athlete management team,
Nice.
I believe, as well, with her there on the track. Tagged into crew.
You love to see it.
Again, our fastest ever top 10 spread. Leah Yingling, 2024, 17:33.
We're at 11.
We're at 11 under 17 hours.
Unbelievable.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I was just chatting with Hannah. Coach Allgood on the track, 10th place. Huge PR, 16:45 for 10th place.
How's that feel?
Riley Brady, 5 hours.
Just
5-hour PR.
Just a small improvement for Riley Brady.
Yeah, dipping under the casual 16-hour mark.
Guys, after Hanukkah finishes, I had a huge epiphany, which we need
We're
to
ready
get
for
to.
it.
Okay, we're waiting
Need to
for you.
get to.
We've been prepping for you this whole time.
We have our bubble finisher, first one out, but doesn't make it any less special. 16:57 for F11, Hanuka Akiyama Yokata.
When you can run 16:57 for 11th place, you can get another golden ticket to get back into this race.
It's great to see just how joyful she is finishing 11th.
Yes.
You know, it's easy to be disappointed with that position at Western States, but awesome to see. And congrats to Katie Asmuth for pulling her along. Okay, you guys ready for my revelation?
Drop it.
Tell us.
Okay, remember how I talked to Corinne about the Broken Arrow vertical to Western States double?
The pipeline.
2024, Jim Walmsley, second in the vertical at Broken Arrow, wins Western States. Last year, Chris Myers, Killian Jornet, both ran the Broken Arrow vertical, both on the podium. 2026, Ryan Montgomery, Broken Arrow
We
vertical.
talked about this. I forgot.
Yeah.
Western States podium.
One was the
If
one the
you want
non-binary
an
race there.
automatic, or at least to significantly improve your chances for a Western States podium, you gotta run
Broken
the Broken
Arrow
Arrow
Senate.
vertical.
Oh,
it's
mandatory.
Manifest it.
Insane 3 years in a row.
That's wild.
All
That is
all
crazy.
men. But I guess we haven't seen any women. I think
They haven't even
attempted
tried it. Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. If Jen went out there, she probably would have ripped it for.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So
she would have been top 5, probably top. I could see Jen mixing it up with Anna and Joyce, no problem.
So, as we wrap up, Marianne Hogan, 3 podiums in Western States, and then 2 podiums at UTMB, 5 podiums at the world's biggest 100 miler.
Is she doing UTMB this year too?
I don't know.
She's
if she
got
is,
a
you know, shoe in
podium.
for your fantasy team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane consistency at 100 miles.
And she's so understated.
Yeah.
Like, because she's not a huge personality, because she's not super splashy, people still sleep on her.
Yeah.
It's like, she is one of the greatest acts of our generation. And
How about Caitlin Fielder?
What a
stellar
second
top
half.
Talk about Fu Zhao Zhang.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I thought she was done.
Yeah, I was just talking to Tollefson about it. He said that Fujiao, Ho-Ha, and one other woman came into Quarry Road together, and
Yeah.
it was a freaking dogfight.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, then Fujiao finished
It was-
almost a
it was
half hour in
Ingvild.
front of. I heard that Ingvild may have dropped at Roby Point.
I think it's officially been confirmed now. I got word from the
That
Tarek
can't be
team
good.
manager, and I was like, we should text Danny Moreno.
Yeah,
I
because
think
mile
Cody-
98.4, you don't.
I said I would crawl from Roby Point, so that's not a great sign.
No.
I know Cody Lind, I think, went out to Roby Point to collect her. So hopefully
God,
she
I
is
hope she's
okay, but
okay.
that's not dropping at Roby Point's not a good sign.
Yeah. Well, thoughts to Ingvild. Was running super strong all day. I mean, working with Caitlin Fielder much of that. But Caitlin, I mean, Travis's prediction, Caitlin Fielder is going to be on the podium. She nearly got that. 4th place. Sick.
Yeah,
fast.
she was moving on Marianne at the end, but Marianne had that dog in her, and she just brought it home as she does.
Yeah, ever so slightly. It's like, whoa, where could that move have been made a little bit earlier, maybe, or maybe Caitlin executed perfectly. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But what an incredible performance, and again to see 11 women under 17 hours. What did we have? How many in the top 15?
We had
5?
16 in the top 25 in the top 15.
6 in the top 20.
Or sorry, thank you. Lottie was 16th. My brain is fried. 6th in the top 25 in the top 15.
Yeah. Well, team, shall we sign off for the day?
That sounds good to me.
I think we are ready to hand off to our overnight squad of Corinne Chalvoy, Chris Warden, and I think Libby Jones is going to join them for part of it as well. They will also be doing athlete interviews all evening. They're going to take you through to the early morning hours. They're going to hand off, I think, to Zach Marion and Hillary Yang at that point before Billy Topher and I check back in for Golden Hour. It's been a true privilege to work with you all today. Thank you so much, team. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Huge thank you to the team behind the scenes, too. The 4 of us get to be in, the more glamorous positions in front of the cameras, I guess you could say. But my goodness, what a team effort it was. Whole Mountain Outpost crew, Billy Yang, Ethan Vosberg, the 2 guys who really lead the charge on the Western States side. Corinne, as usual, absolutely amazing day doing it with you for the 6th year in a row. Skizzle Fresh, you absolute G. You crush it in the field. Emily Sullivan making her Western States
to the crew.
Debut.
Not necessarily on the race course, but anyway, you guys get what we mean. We love doing this. We appreciate everybody. We've got Chris Warden, Corinne Chalvoy here waiting in the wings. They're going to absolutely keep you locked and loaded and entertained for the next several hours. So we'll clear the way and let them take over.
Yeah, Corinne Chalvoy's about to walk into excitement on the track.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what's happening. It seems like there was multiple teams there.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the crew here in the studio, love you guys so much. Western States, best day ever. Let's do it again next year and stay locked in. We'll be back here for Golden Hour. The rest of our women should be very close here.
At Western States, nothing is given. You earn every mile of it. As you take on 100 miles of dirt and granite, canyons that climb past 110, river crossings, and relentless climbs. This trail demands everything you have. Focus, awareness, resolve. You need to push forward while staying connected to the world around you. With open-ear audio that keeps up with every step, is tough enough for the trail and built to go the distance. The trail never lets up. Neither do you, because this is where legends are made.
Introducing TrailCon, a trail running conference and festival celebrating its second edition in 2026, a 3-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted here in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States, packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations. TrailCon is an annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It is all about community. After our second edition this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2027, and we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event, and stay tuned for announcements about the third edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life.
Play varva.
Go, go. Come on. Fast as Louis. The grade is so nice.
Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Welcome back to the Western States 100 presented by Hoka. I'm Chris Warden, and I am here with Corinne Chalvoy and Libby Jones, and we're going to take you through the overnight. We're going to call the finishers for the next few hours, and how are we feeling tonight?
I mean, fresh energy. Here we go. It's been a heck of a race so far. The day is just getting started because we have so many more runners, and we are going to call every single one of them in. We are going to highlight. There are people in this race that have been waiting a decade plus to get in, and we are going to talk about every single one of them that we can. We're going to call them around this track. We're going to talk about the day. We have somebody coming down right now. I mean, here we go. Like, this is, you're going to have to bear with us because we're going to have to find bib numbers on people that are running with headlamps on and in the dark, but we're going to do our best, and once they hit the track, we're going to let you know who we are looking at. So thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate it. Kudos to the whole team who carried you through many, many hours. Dylan, Corinne, Skylar, MK. Did I miss somebody?
As far as in the studio, I think you got everybody, but also out in the field. Thanks to everybody who was out there. So many in the field,
all the drone pilots. It was an incredible race. We're going to talk about that a little bit and the experiences that we had out there, seeing it firsthand. But right now we are highlighting another runner who is looking very, very strong as they move toward the finish line here. And we will ID them as soon as we can. We have had M1 through 10 plus many, many other men and F1 through 10 come through already. Hannah Allgood was F10, rounding out the women's top 10 this year. All under, I mean, incredibly fast.
16 and a half hours.
It's only 17 hours and 10 minutes on the clock right now.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing day, but we still have so many finishers, and all of those finishes are special.
Yes. Libby, thank you for being here with us. We're excited to commentate with you today.
I'm the new kid on the block, but thank you for letting me come.
It's going to be a blast.
You know what, Libby? I got a chance to peek my eyes at your homework, and oh my goodness, you came in correct and prepared.
Mid-pack stories are my bread and butter.
And we'll talk about that and your relationship with the race, because you you have a very close relationship with Western States
Yes.
and what you and your organization provide, and we'll
This
be
is
definitely talking
an
about that
ACG
tonight.
runner, or they're just wearing Radical Airflow
A lot of that out there this year.
Popular.
and moving so well as they get a little closer. Here is that final turn on the track. Headlamp off.
Oh, yeah.
Looking pretty strong for having 100 miles on their legs.
Is that Laura Hansen?
High fives from the crowd.
I think that's Laura Hansen.
Laura Hansen?
Yeah,
All right, Laura Hansen. We think we
from California.
have got Laura Hansen from California making her way around with her crew and support who's been out there all day with her.
Looks really good. Looks
She looks
really good.
great. Oh, yeah, we got confirmation. People in the chat here to see Laura. Let us know a little bit about Laura. Pride and Joy of the Bay Area. Oh, David Lamb said the Pride and Joy of the Bay Area.
Yeah, she got in on Black Canyon, as many people get their qualifier there.
Oh, that was her qualifier?
Yeah.
Okay. Black Canyon 100K. Laura Hansen. 17:12. That's an incredibly fast time. Incredibly fast.
And I believe that makes her F12 or F13. Let me confirm. F13.
Did we miss a couple women?
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment. But
all right,
Laura
all right.
Hansen,
Oh my gosh, congratulations, Laura.
17:12, about 14. But we were talking, we missed Hanoka Akiyama and
Okay.
Sarah Humble.
Okay,
So,
Hanoka Akiyama and Sarah Humble, 11 and 12.
yes. So that brings us to 13 finishers in the women's race. And in the men, about 17. Actually, that's kind of leveled out after the men came in,
Love
you know.
that. Yeah.
Pretty heavy numbers in the early going. Yeah, we are at 17 men and 13 women in the top
Man.
30.
Fast day.
I think I remember a couple of years ago there was 15 in the top 35.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so this is just kind of what we're starting to see at this point. Congratulations, Laura.
Absolutely. And as far as next runners coming in, we would suspect that our next runner to come in would be a familiar face to those who watch a lot of coverage on Mountain Outpost and Western States. That would be Anthony Costales,
All
who has
right.
hit Roby Point.
Anthony, who has been on the podium here in the past.
Yeah, third overall with a 15:09. Wow.
Yes, he has run very fast. Coming back, he is a new dad.
Yeah.
He's
had
teacher.
a good year. Second at Black Canyon, second at Gorge Waterfalls just in April.
Yeah. Maybe not the day that he was hoping for in terms of time, but you know what? Still getting it done.
Regardless of the weather, the canyons are the canyons, and it's a hard
Absolutely.
course.
I think
it's
we
a
were all
mountain
out
course.
there, and it did not feel cool. The temperatures may have been cooler, but it still felt very hot. Like, you know.
It was a cooling breeze, but
Yeah.
if the wind stopped,
Agreed.
that sun feels warm.
I do want to say one of the things that I've noticed is that the number of drops at this point is very minuscule for what I consider to be like, well, we're 17 hours in. And I believe that we're maybe 30-ish drops at this point. I mean, you know, and a lot of those are names that are very familiar. But one thing I've noticed is that I understand when the elites, maybe burn themselves out trying to
Right.
win this race. But the middle and back of the pack has been taking advantage of this weather. They are keeping themselves in the race and on the course because we only have like maybe 15 or so drops from what you would consider to be like maybe the back 80% of this field.
Yes, because Robinson Flat is that first place where you really see the cutoffs come into play and you lose a bunch of people, and we didn't see that this year.
Of course, the runners had to be through Robinson Flat just a little bit ago, right? 9:45?
Right.
And I think
I think you're talking about Forest Hill? No. Michigan.
Not Robinson Flat, Michigan Bluff. Sorry
Yes,
about that. Yes.
yes.
Michigan Bluff was 9:45.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and I think that as we were talking about, it's just, I mean, again, we're going to start seeing people that have been trying to get into this race for so long. That is such a special thing. Nobody takes it for granted. They do whatever they can to get it done, even if they're not having the day they'd hope for. And that's just the cool part about this race. It's got so much like lore. It's just, it's something that people strive for, and they're going to do whatever they can to make it happen.
And Libby, while we have a moment, you have played a part in helping people get into this race a little bit quicker. And I'd like you to share with our audience about that while we've got a moment.
Yeah, thanks. I've been coming out here since 2012. So at this point, I feel like I'm family. I started out as a volunteer in the Rucky Chucky, in the river, in a wetsuit. And 2012 was a cold year. So that was a hard time to be in the river. And then 2013, I was a crew chief. But 2014, it started with an email to Craig Thornley, the race director, and said, do you need sponsors? I know that the sponsors are what really keep the entry fee affordable to the runners, because I think that that's a hard thing for them. There's just so many expenses that go into race production, and I would know. So as a sponsor of the race, the Active Joe, I produce races in North Texas. Because I'm a sponsor, I get to choose an athlete every year, and I have them write an essay. All of a sudden, it's like college acceptance, or they have to come with a resume. But I'm really focused on mid-pack runners, so it's not always the people you would expect. I've had some fun names come across my desk, but I'm really looking for people that are part of their community. They volunteer. Like it's more than just training. This is our family collectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this year we've got Stuart Chutter out there from Saskatchewan, Canada, and he's bib 119, and he's made it 71 miles, and he's hopeful I'll still be on the mic when he finishes, but we'll see.
All right, we're going to go back to the track because we have another runner finishing here.
And I did just hear Tropical John. Yeah.
This is Anthony
Costales
running it in with the family. We're hearing Tropical John also mentioned not the race he was looking for today, but making it happen, getting it done. Still super respectable.
Yeah, and you talk about a guy like Anthony Costales who's had, some wild success at this race that, that he came into this race expecting to finish in daylight, expecting to finish in the top 10, I would assume.
Yeah.
We've seen him at Black Canyon tear the course up.
Before he was a sponsored athlete, wearing a Chico State singlet.
I remember that
and
very well.
Everyone was like, who is this runner wearing a Chico State singlet, absolutely flying? And, I think he set a course record that year.
He did.
If I'm not mistaken. So, Anthony...
And he races
everybody.
His way in via Golden Ticket this year at Black Canyon again.
This year, another Black Canyon Golden Ticket after coming back from some injury. Congratulations, Anthony.
About
high five.
17:18:42. A couple hours off of his PR at this race, because in 2023 he ran 15:09:16 for third place.
Fast. That's still got to be one of the fastest times, but I mean, it's all being rewritten after this year. Just unbelievable. We'll talk about that in a little bit here too, recap, but you love to see people in good spirits at that finish line and just happy they got it done. I mean, sometimes that's an accomplishment in and of itself, and it should absolutely be celebrated. Anthony Costales, ACG athlete out of Utah.
So normally over these next 5 to 6 hours, last year I think there were about 45 finishes. I'll be really curious how the numbers come in with this weather difference. It's going to be a really interesting day.
People are going to be like PRing right and left. Like they're going to be like, I ran, an hour faster than I thought I was going to.
I think they're going to keep us busy.
Yeah. I think that's going to be great. We need that. And if possible, we're going to bring some people in and hear firsthand experiences as long as they're feeling okay. We all have people that we know in the race that are still out there on course. Talk about them for sure. And if you're cheering for a runner, feel free to throw their name in the chat or throw in there where you're tuning in from. Again, glad to have you guys here. This is a fundraiser for the Western States. The live stream is a fundraiser. Western States is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So if you are so inclined, you can donate as you are following along, and all of those proceeds go back to the foundation.
Well, people really think of it as a race, but I mean, we're at the forefront here in medical research for ultra running. I believe now over 100 studies have been published.
Yes. Incredible steward.
A lot of medical research has come.
A lot of
from this
medical
race.
research, trail stewardship. I mean, I was out there on the course in a couple places, and it was like you could tell that people had literally like moved rocks out of the way. There was like a couple branches that were going over that they had pushed back. Like people are doing a lot of work in maintaining the trail. So much work.
Thousands of hours year round.
Yeah. And volunteerism, major pillar of this organization. And you see it, you feel it, you've done it for so long, Libby. But I remember running Canyons 100K, and it's all the same volunteers from Western States. And I was like, these people are gods and goddesses. They are angels. They are the best in the business. You are so catered to. Everyone is taken care of. And that is also a goal of the race, is to provide just this once-in-a-lifetime amazing experience for every single runner out there. So we know that they are feeling that as they make their way throughout the day. So where have you guys been today? Libby.
Well, I went to Robinson Flat and was able to see a lot of the people that will be finishing right around 24 hours.
Okay.
So it was really fun to see and compare to all the years, the 15 years I've been coming out. But I know, Chris, I saw some pictures. Somebody spotted you. Where were you at?
I was hanging out at Michigan Bluff. Carol Hewitt, who owns the house where the Michigan Bluff aid station is positioned. I became friends with her through some ruffian by the name of Andy Jones Wilkins, and he brought me out to Western States Training Camp several years ago and introduced me to what they call the Michigan Bluff Social Club, which is a group of, like 15, 20 plus people, and it ranges from people who are, like maybe ran the race in the 70s and 80s, and I guess that technically the most recent member inducted is Casey Lichtig. Like when she got her 10th finish, she became eligible. But they just hang out, like they actually do the aid station on training camp weekend, and then for race weekend, they just hang out and tailgate and cheer on runners. And you're talking to people like that are just hanging out, having a wonderful time, and they're so in awe of these runners. And they're such supporters of this event that you can't help but love what they do. Looks like we might be having. If that's who I think it is, this is somebody you know, Corinne.
Wait, who? Oh, is this Lauren Puretz? This is Lauren Puretz out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Lauren got her ticket or her entry this year in. She's probably going to be running a significant PR. I think she was in the 18s last time she ran this. So she is setting a new record. Really strong mom of two. She is an OBGYN. She is a absolute crusher and figures out how to, work a very, very busy full-time, actually owns her own practice in Colorado Springs and figures out how to still run 80, 90-mile weeks on top of that. Just amazing. And just shout out to the moms out there. Shout out to the 40-plus-year-olds. Some incredible masters athletes, especially on the women's side. So it's super exciting to see Lauren getting to round the corner here. And
a huge PR. This is going to end up being, so her finish in 2024 in 18:52.
Oh, fantastic.
So this is almost an hour and a half.
And I know she was not satisfied with that. The irony here is I think she might be one place lower than she was.
She was 13 that year.
She's 14th, right? Is she 14th now? Man.
An hour and a half faster. That is a testimony to how crazy this race has become. Congratulations, Lauren Puretz. For those who have been following the sport pretty closely, she was the top-ranked American woman runner at UTMB.
She was 8th at UTMB last year. I mean, absolutely incredible. That was stunning. You see her coach there, Megan Roach, greeting her and just, celebrating with her. Yeah, Lauren is a very cool person, and just love this for her. I mean, it's very special, and I don't know. She does a lot for the community. Part of the Aravaipa racing team. Shout out to Aravaipa, and also rocks some precision stuff there, sponsored by them. Tantrums, getting her shirt, getting her flowers. Huge congrats, Lauren. So happy for you.
Yeah, when I peeked across the course, I know who I was expecting to see, and it wasn't
You're
Lauren.
like, wait,
and I said,
you know this person.
but I know who that is, and I know that you know her very well.
Yeah, that's exciting.
And we've got someone else heading in from Roby Point, so maybe that's who.
Exactly.
Well, and at Michigan Bluff, I wanted to mention that Tanya Olson heads up the foot care team.
That's
there.
right, yeah.
And as well as having Dana Baxley, who was my sponsored athlete last year.
Oh, we'll talk about her story because
She
that
worked-
is a
oh,
hell of a
yeah.
story.
Yeah.
We also need to talk about Sarah Humble. I know there's a lot of people who are, we kind of were switching right as she came in. So, we want to give some shine to Sarah Humble, also incredible athlete. We're going to talk about these women and and Hanoka Akiyama as well, because unfortunately, we were switching. So we're going to give them some love. But shout out to everybody that's come in here in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, Sarah, 4th place at Canyons 100K.
To earn her
this
ticket.
year.
Yeah.
18th at Black Canyon this year. And then last year she won Bear.
100.
100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible. Bear is a tough race.
And she's under 30. There's only 15 athletes that are under 30 on this course.
Yeah,
so,
that's awesome.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the 2 young 23-year-olds, but there really aren't a lot of athletes on the younger end at all.
Yeah. And definitely has a huge future in front of her. Shout out to Sarah Humble. Very, very strong performances. Again, we just had Lauren Puritz finish. And someone noting, which I do think is probably correct, that Lauren is probably the 40-plus winner.
Oh, yeah, and she is.
Sure.
She is the, most senior member of the list of finishers so far in the women's race.
Is she the first master overall, or have we had any male masters come through? We'll have to check that.
Oh,
That's a good question.
I don't know if there's been any men that I can think about that are 40-plus.
Here, I can pull up. I've got
Okay, we're gonna check that.
Yeah.
Justin Grunwald.
Oh, is he 40?
He's 40.
40. Okay.
And Lauren is the first Masters woman, though.
Okay, so your Masters winners recently coming in, Justin Grunwald and Lauren Puritz, both out of Colorado.
And that gives us another story we're going to be following here very shortly as a gentleman who has made loud proclamations that he is going after the 50-plus record. Jeff Browning has passed Pointed Rocks.
Yep.
So
Wonderful.
Jeff Browning going after that 50 to 59 age group record and coming off of also finishing Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Rolling right into Western States. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And again, we're talking about Sarah Humble, but turning it around from Canyons to Western.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
It's
That's not
tight.
minor.
It's like 9 weeks.
Yeah.
And we used to say that that's it's just kind of not doable. It's not a great idea, but she,
I feel like we're seeing more and more athletes doing that, though.
Doing well.
Cocodona going
Doing
into
well at
this
it. And
or
maybe-
doing canyons.
Yeah.
straight
And maybe
in.
it's the, the fueling, the recovery aspects that are just getting better. Unfortunately, we have had some DNFs at the front end of the race. If you're just joining us,
Yeah.
some of the goats of our sport and some of the best out there: Jim Walmsley, Killian Jornet, Hans Troyer,
Hayden Hawks.
who was leading for so long.
Yeah.
Unfortunate DNF. I know with Hans it was his stomach.
Daniel Jones.
Dan Jones. He ended up, I saw him at Forest Hill and his gait was so compromised. It just was it's so hard to see that people going through that are so, they're just incredibly strong runners.
And on the women's side, of course, our defending champion, Abby Hall, called it a day.
Devastating.
At Green Gate.
Ugh.
I hadn't seen her, but I did hear from other people who are pretty well connected that she did not look great at the river. And, of course, the river to Green Gate is less than 2 miles. Probably heading up that hill, she just realized that she was not going to have the day she hoped or expected. And I think at that point she was already on the fringes of the top 10 at that point anyway.
yeah.
I don't think that she was one of the first people to hit hit Green Gate or hit the river.
Yeah, that 2 mile stretch is a real contemplation moment.
Straight up.
Because, well, and you've spent all this time in the trees, you cross the river, that wakes you up because it's in the 50s in that water. And then all of a sudden the trees open up and you're just walking for 2 miles. It's a great time for pacers to really see what does my runner need to get that last 20 done well.
Yeah.
Of course, we talked about, the number of elites that have DNF'd. And again, conversely, I think it's pretty fantastic and amazing that the non-elites have been at a very minuscule rate DNFing. I mean, we will see more as time goes on, and we will kind of when we get a chance, we'll audit. I know that the runners have to be out at Forest Hill by 11 p.m. tonight. So at the top of the hour, we will be we'll check to see who has yet to hit Forest Hill that we need to keep an eye on. And for those of you who are back of the pack fans and want to follow those final runners in tomorrow morning, we will give you a scorecard on who you can follow when it gets to be that time of day.
Yep. Thank you guys for mentioning earlier some of the folks that you're following along with. Wanted to just give some shine to the folks in the chat. Rooting for Connor Drewis, Tahoe Locals, who's been trying to get in this race for years, grinding it out right now. Rooting for you, Connor. Let's go, Connor. We've got cheering on from Australia. So waiting for Holly to cross the line. Holly Ranson. Fans are in the chat out there.
And I saw somebody was asking, how do you become a sponsor? Everybody has a favorite runner they want to get into this race. Getting in as a sponsor was a very different thing back in 2014, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
It was, and now it's about loyalty to the sport and being there for the long term. Like Western States picks their partners very carefully. They want people that care about the community, and that you really see that in how much all of these sponsors are showing up this weekend.
Yeah.
And while we've got a moment, I would expect, and I'm going to call it out right there. I think we're going to be seeing Trayson Knopp come in sooner rather than later. As far as I can tell, he had passed Roby Point about 12, 13 minutes ago, so should be coming up the street here fairly quickly. But while we've got a minute, Libby, I'd like you to talk about your last year's runner and the story behind her, because it is fascinating.
Dana is extraordinary. So she, during COVID, got into running, and then on a one ticket got into Western States as a very new runner, and didn't know what she was getting into. Our friend AJW was coaching her, Anthony Jones-Wilkins, but she ended up DNFing at Roby Point. You don't see a lot of those stories of the back of the pack of it coming down to that 1.2 miles. And so she applied for my spot. I get 30 to 40 essays on average a year. And her story was amazing. She'd already come out to Dinosaur Valley 100. She's part of our foot care team. And so it was an easy choice for Dana last year. I wish I had 30 spots to hand out, though.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I went to Roby Point for the first time with AJW, and he actually had me stop and pointed. He said, see, you can see where the rock is. Yeah, well, this is where we're standing is where Dana DNF'd last year. Like, you could see Roby Point. And she DNF'd right there at mile 99.
99, right before the top of the 1 mile to go. I mean, the closest that I can think about is like Claire Gallagher, mile 93. And it's like...
Or Lucy's dad, Lucy Bartholomew's dad.
Yeah. Sometimes you're like, why can't they just make it in? And sometimes it's just done. You just can't. It's impossible.
We used to have an aid station at No Hands Bridge, and now, we have Pointed Rocks, and then you go straight to Roby Point. Mm-hmm. But No Hands coming in, it's nice, buttery running, really. There's hills, but we used to have cutoffs at No Hands where, crossing that bridge, I think, is such an important point in the race emotionally.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
We were talking about Jeff Browning and his target in order to set the new 50 to 59 male course record. It was held by Stephen Moore now.
Of Texas.
Yeah.
My land.
What is the time?
18:14:57.
18:14. I thought it was around that. 18:14 is what we're going to be looking for.
And Jeff's last ping was at Pointed Rocks, so about 5.5-ish miles to go at that point.
How is the model projecting him?
17 hours even was his split. So he had
projected?
No, that was when he hit it. 17 hours even.
Okay.
So basically had about an hour.
Oh, here comes Trayson.
14.
All right, Trayson Knopp.
Yeah. So
making his
Trayson
way.
is the only Alaskan runner on the course today, which is really cool to have come so far.
And Trayson was up there. He was in the mix for
Yeah.
a while. And I mean, running well within the top 10. I mean, it looks like he is, I believe this is his first 100. It looks like he is just, getting it done here. But I think he has an incredibly bright future in this sport and very, very excited to see what he does in the coming years.
Yeah, still only 27 years of age. One of the youngest runners in
Again,
the
one
field.
of that 15 under 30. Yeah. And he was a golden ticket back at Gorge Waterfalls 100K. So, and then he got third at Black Canyon this year.
That was his
as
golden
well.
ticket.
Yeah, that was his golden
Is
ticket.
Black Canyon,
Yeah,
but
that's
he-
true.
yeah.
But he also had done Gorge Waterfalls.
Great results at Gorge Waterfalls.
Last year, so.
He's named after Ann Trayson, guys.
Oh.
He is.
I wondered about that. I had heard that.
No, I am almost 100% because I believe he has confirmed it on a podcast that he is named. It's spelled differently, but he is, in fact, named after the one and only Ann Trayson.
That's lovely.
So that's just legacy, the next generation, inspired by the previous generation. You know that his parents knew a thing or two about ultra running.
Yeah, I'd love to know their running history
I know,
that
yeah.
they feel that connected.
Yep, here comes Trayson Knopp. Trayson,
just under 17.
someone who is
37.
25th at the Long Trail World Championships, World Mountain Running Championships, 25th in the world this past year.
First of probably several Western States finishes for Trayson Knopp.
Oh, it's got to be for sure. I mean, he ran a 7:26 Black Canyon 100K. Could absolutely go for another golden ticket. Congratulations to Trayson Knopp. Again, this is his 100-mile debut, so first stab at the distance, and say he did it very, very well.
So I just took a peek, and it looks like 10% of the field has made it through Michigan Bluff and has yet to get to Forest Hill. So about 31 runners. And when we get another few moments, I will go down that list and give you the roster of people that you'll be cheering for tomorrow morning when we are in the golden hour from 10 to 11 a.m. local time here in California.
It looks like we've got a little break right now. Nobody threw Roby Point at this second.
I think actually Kroom Beatty might be our next person because it looks like Kroom has hit
Rush, yeah.
Roby Point. Seems like you might know Kroom.
Well, I know of Kroom, and I think he is somebody that I was kind of excited to follow. Also, I believe fairly young. I'm going to find out exactly how old Kroom is.
He's 36.
Okay, 36. That's kind of young for a Western States person that's going and getting it off the lottery.
When it takes so long to get in nowadays.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. But has some solid results. So I was really curious to see what he would do out here. I mean, 11th at Javelina just this last year, but second at the Bighorn 100 miler. 18th at Canyons 100K, Crazy Mountain 100, which is a very difficult hard rock qualifying 100 miler. Third place there in 23 hours. That's a tough race.
And a woman-produced race. Megan DeHaan,
Yes.
giving her a shout-out.
Oh, shout out
There aren't that many female race directors in ultras, so I got it.
Kim Levinsky, we got Michelle Hartwig. Who's
We got
been out
Libby
there.
Jones.
We got Libby, yes.
And
Yeah, we have
Michelle's
two of
out
the-
here this
Michelle.
weekend.
We have
from
two of the
Ornery
big
Mule.
timers here this weekend, and you and Michelle.
Representing the Miwok 100K.
Yeah, Magda Boulay.
Now is by Magda, but was
Yeah.
previously run by another woman who I met this weekend.
Oh.
So two women, a woman passing it along to another woman.
Arkansas Traveler 100 with Stacy Shaver, and this is her last year.
Fantastic. So we just saw Trayson Knopp come through and finish out.
Another familiar face has hit Robie Point. If you're a fan of these live streams, Luke J.
Oh, Luke. You know what? I saw Luke on the escarpment. He was tucked right behind Hannah Allgood, literally like drafting off her. I was thinking Hannah is probably like, Luke, would you get off my butt? Because they're from the same. They're both from Colorado, and I guess Luke is more up in the Denver area, and she's in Colorado Springs, but they probably know one another pretty well. Luke has been trying to get into this race for a long time. Did he have 254 tickets, I think?
He might have been one of those.
I think he was. 256.
Yeah.
Sorry, 256.
High Lonesome was his qualifier.
Along with Sarah Ostaszewski, they've both been trying to get into this race that's 9 years, right?
Yeah. No, that's 10.
Is that 10 years?
That's 10 lotteries, yeah.
But Luke is a fantastic runner.
Oh, very good runner,
he's so good. Here we have the river crossing, just so you guys can see what they're doing crossing the American River.
Yeah, so I've talked to people who have volunteered on the rope duty out there, and
I've been there, yeah.
And that's right, yeah, you did say
so
that.
I did 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. the year that I was in the river.
In the wetsuit, you said.
And in the wetsuit, and they basically have you just go down the line, and you move down, and then when you get to the end, you get out. You warm yourself up, you eat a little food, and then you get right back in at the end of the line.
Oh my gosh.
So that's a good way that they make sure the volunteers
don't stay in there. Yeah,
you have to stay on top of it because people can get rushed away in the river.
That makes sense. I mean, famously, Jim Walmsley did not either let go of the rope or did not use the rope. Different methods. Have you seen people crossing the river in really unique fashions? I mean, of course we have. I've heard that the ideal technique is like to lift your feet up and use the rope instead of using your legs to walk through.
Oh, but taking the shoes off and wrapping them around your neck. I mean, some of the back, of the back of the pack because you know
want to get their feet. Their
I mean,
wet.
or you can take the Chris Myers technique last year with a snorkel.
Yeah,
yes, and then you have to carry it into Green Gate because there's no place to just drop that off.
That's true. So, yeah, we have a couple of runners that are between Robie Point and the finish. Holly Ranson and Eleni Matarisi as well.
And Eleni Matarisi is the youngest.
23.
Yep. Yeah. The youngest runner in the field and recently signed by Hoka. Just huge promising future. She was in the top 10 at Black Canyon 100K this year.
Congratulations to Kroom Beatty.
Kroom Beatty.
I did see him come through Michigan Bluff many hours ago when I was down there.
He's getting a hug from Diana and Tim Fitzpatrick right now.
So we would expect to see Luke J, Holly Ranson, and how do you pronounce that? Eleni or
Eleni Matarisi.
Eleni Matarisi. Thank you, Corinne.
So she's 23, and then there's a male 23-year-old that's out there, Max Janzik.
That's right. Was it Max?
I think Max actually
did
dropped.
He already?
Oh no.
Let me confirm before I start saying things like that, though. I should have probably confirmed before I said that, but
I went off and took a 3-hour nap this afternoon, so I'm still playing
good for you.
catch-up.
Max, you fall asleep. I couldn't even.
Max Janzik did withdraw at Forest Hill earlier, so
a lot of future years, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to give a list of those runners that have yet to hit Forest Hill that are still on course as far as we can tell, that are between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. And some familiar names here. Right off the top, Corey Woltering.
Oh. Yes, Corey.
Corey Woltering, Bib 369.
Athlete
Mike,
manager for Merrill now, and a storied, very, very strong career in the sport and
adventure racing.
Oh, so much! Yeah.
I've watched the TV series.
Oh, he's fantastic. Yeah, Corey's great.
Corey Woltering, Mike Molokaitis, Mylan Tetral, Jeff Spencer, Tim Palin, Donna Arrington, Stephanie Irving, Kimani Long, Mark Tanaka, Hideaki Furukawa, Jeremy Peterson, Keith Pronsky, Sarah Breitbach, Patrick Johnson, Mike Smith, Janet Hakusen, Eric Strand, Benny Hickok, Cliff Simpson, Tammy Hellings, Yui Senda, Andre Pavelek, Antonio Lee, Brett Deathridge, James Oliphant, Amy Chavez, Jeremy Donati, Chris Perlberg, Melanie Maciel, Charlie Jones, and Wanderly Rice.
So I got to go back to Mike Smith because
Yeah,
he's a two-time 100-mile finisher at Dino Valley.
Okay.
But he also has, this will be his third Western States. So I'm really excited to see him finish.
He
And
might
Benny-
be the senior member of the field at this
I
point.
think so,
68 years
yes.
of age.
Yeah, because I think the oldest was 69 this year.
And
Mm-hmm.
he unfortunately has dropped
he has
out.
dropped, okay.
Yeah, both the oldest female and oldest male did drop this year. And then Benny Hickok is a race director also out of Indiana.
Okay.
So I'm Corinne Shalvoy with Libby Jones and Chris Warden. Some folks asking about who is here in the studio with you all. We are here with you for many more hours and super excited because we're going to have a ton of runners finishing as we have eyes right here. Is this Holly?
I believe so, yeah.
Holly Ranson?
Holly Ranson.
All right. We've got lots of Holly fans in the chat cheering on from South Australia. All right. Holly Ranson. Australian athlete finishing it out here in a very strong 17:46.
That's how you turn a golden ticket into a debut 100-miler.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Her entire crew is kitted out in matching outfits. Fantastic. Lots of love for Holly in the chat. Throw an Australian flag in there. Give her some love.
Yeah, I think, isn't it about a third of the field is international?
International, yeah. I know, and I know that, that has been a goal of the race over the years to bring more international folks. It used to be that the world, what was it called?
The Ultra Trail World Tour. UTWT.
Ultra Trail World Tour. We were going there. Yeah, what was it? Was kind of the way. Now, I mean, we do see a couple of international. CCC, for example, is a golden ticket race.
I was going to say all the UTMB associations right now.
Yeah.
I think with Western States
Chianti
Canyons and then
is a golden ticket race. Yeah.
Yes,
so Tarawera. So those are ways that we're finding some, but also returning top 10s and it's great to see the diversity in the field. I mean, case in point, M1 and 2 this year.
Yeah, both international runners.
We had Vincent from France and Francesco Pupi from Italy finishing 1-2. Incredible job, Holly Ranson.
Some runners that we might expect to see at Pointed Rock sooner rather than later are another couple of familiar names. Emily Hawgood, Jeff Browning, Addie Bracey. Among those that we would expect to see. And I think that just speaks to the depth of the field. I mean, we're 15, 20 deep on both sides of this race, and we're hearing names of heavy hitters.
Heavy hitters, for sure.
Golden ticket winners, people who are, have raced at the top of the sport. Emily Hawgood with back-to-back top 10 finishes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Even Addie Bracey was a past top 10er.
And golden ticket winner this year.
Yeah.
Right,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic runners. I mean, going back to Corey Wiltering, also, super excited to see him finish. We had reached out ahead of time and asked and did a little kind of preview on some of the folks to pay attention to. And Corey wrote me back and said, this is States number 3 for him, and hopefully his 70th official ultra finish. Not everyone is on ultra sign up, but this will be his 70th finish, and he's only 36 years old. So 70 ultras. He's excited to race because it's always a fun atmosphere. This year he gets to run his own race without pressure of having it be like a breakout race. He said he's been dealing with some stuff going on with his back and a little bit of pain management, herniated disc, but he said he has the experience and the course knowledge, and that's exciting to him. So he was just really excited to line up.
And Corey is a sober athlete,
Yeah.
and I think quite an inspiration for
Very
those
vocal
who have
about his
come
journey
through
on that.
addiction.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, yeah, we're getting some interaction. Hamming it up. Is this Luke J? This is
That
Luke
is Luke
J.
J.
Round in the corner.
There was a lot of love for Luke in the chat earlier.
Yes, because he is a fantastic field commentator.
Now, if we were to drag somebody into the studio, he might have to be
You
one
know
of those
what? I
people.
think he'd be willing.
Oh, he would.
Oh, I think he'll be tired now.
Well, yes, but if we give him a very comfortable chair to sit in and a beverage, he might be like, I can talk to you guys for a moment. He is soaking it in.
Such a good guy.
Oh, incredible. He's got a son who is a really fantastic runner himself, who I think is maybe going to be getting groomed by dad and mentored to. I mean, I remember Luke finishing Hard Rock a couple years ago, and just he's a fantastic runner. Here comes Luke J. Finishing out the Western States 100. Take it all in, Luke. Mission accomplished.
About a 17:51 and maybe a second.
That's a great time. Great time.
Wasn't too long that would have been a top 10.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, when I heard that Marianne Hogan had run one of Jim Walmsley's splits earlier today, I was like, what is going on in the sport? Seriously, like, it is next level.
But it's a beautiful thing, and I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that runners are able to focus on being full-time runners. I mean, you know, it's, yes, runners have gotten faster, but that's because, you know, 25, 30 years ago, you could count the number of, quote, professional ultra runners on one hand. And now, you know, there are dozens of them, and they're able to
Kind of
focus.
an anomaly if, like, one or two are not
Yeah.
pros
Like when you talk
in the
about, like,
top 10, 20 of a field.
it raises people's ears when you say, oh, they have a, quote, real job. Like, I mean, away from the running community. And, you know, like, oh, like this person is an attorney, or this person is an accountant or a teacher. Like, it actually raises people's awareness, and they're like, wow, I didn't realize that, quote, normal folk could still, you know, compete at these high levels.
Yes, I sponsored Pam Smith one year, and she's a doctor and a mom of two,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
she
she's
still was
awesome.
fitting it in. She's pretty amazing because she has not only won the female race, but she has been a golden hour finisher. And
I
I
didn't
think
realize
that
she's been
that's
both.
Yes, yeah, she has 7 finishes, and she's done the gamut. She tries to prove that a DNF is not in her DNA when it
Wow.
comes to Western States.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, again, we have another runner coming in. I just want to shout out Luke J. again. He's 45. I think he probably is our second Masters male
Yep, that's correct.
in the field this year. Absolutely fantastic time for Luke J.
Is that
Congratulations to him again. And this is Eleni Matarisi finishing it out, 23 years old, recently signed by Hoka. Strong future. I love her style. I love that they highlight the fact that she's getting her nails done before the race. I mean, this is what we're here for. Like, come on, let's bring some more of this style and this vibe to the sport. She is I mean, this is her first 100-miler, you guys. She's sprinting around this track. And her first 100K was Black Canyon in February. And she's a Harvard grad. Like, come on. Are you kidding me right now?
We have a very smart field this year, too. In addition,
I
we've
mean,
got
the
Dartmouth
sport.
Business School grads.
We have an educated field.
Educated field, but that's the sport in general.
There's lots of smart people out there.
Academic smart, street smart, all of it. Eleni Matarisi
The
finishing
CV
strong.
of this field is incredibly impressive. Let's go
no,
with
you're
that.
100%
Go,
right.
Eleni.
17:54:02.
17:54, 7:18. She's going, I just finished a 100-mile race for the first time in my life. And I'm 23 years old.
She has that face like she can't quite believe it.
I know I had that feeling when I finished my first 100. Are my legs still working? Yes.
And as of about 4 minutes ago, Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, has hit Roby Point. So he is just about a mile out, probably, give or take.
So we are going to have Eleni Matarisi, 23 years old, and Jeff Browning, 54 years old.
And
Going to prove that you know age means nothing in this sport.
and Jeff is acutely aware that his target time gives him about 20 minutes to finish from
And
here.
he's got about a mile.
Yeah.
He hit Roby Point. He
Yeah.
is going to break the.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
going to break the 50 to 59-year-old men's record.
He has several minutes of cushion on this one for sure. Yeah.
This is fantastic. This is like what he has been wanting to do. And I mean, there's nobody better than Jeff Browning to stamp his name on something like this when he has done so much in this sport already. And
Yeah.
I mean, second at Cocodona 250, almost first.
He's finished on the he had a year, what is it 2018 or 2019 where he finished in the top 5 here and then won Hard Rock.
Yeah.
2019?
Wow.
I think.
Here at Western?
Yeah, where he was top 5 at Western and then won Hard Rock the
and
same
then
year.
won Hard Rock, yeah. I don't know which year that was, but I know that he has run just about every single 100-miler that exists.
Won a lot of them too.
And has won so many of them.
Yeah, his
Bronco Billy. Let's get some, Bronco coming up next. We need to get some, what do we put in the chat for Bronco Billy? We need some cowboy hats.
Yeah, here's his Western States history. 2002, he finished his first one. 2016, third place male. 2017, fourth place male. 2018, fifth place. And then he also finished last year with a 1912.
So 2002 and then a jump in not until 2016 again?
Yes. Yeah.
It was 2018 where he finished 5th here and then won Hard Rock.
Okay.
Like
There we
3
go.
weeks apart.
So we're talking about a decade, 12 years later after the 2016, but
he went sub 24 in 2002. Like, let's think about
and 2002, 24 years.
when he was 30. So
24 years.
having a career that
Separating
spans
his first and this
Well,
finish.
Western States was his first 100-miler.
Oh my gosh. In 2002.
In 2002.
In 2002, his first 100-miler. As you see runners hitting, is this the...
Is that Rucky Chucky?
It's Rucky
Looks
Chucky.
like Rucky Chucky
This is
near.
Rucky Chucky. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's inbound from
Inbound, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, before they
Coming
hop
off
in the
of
river.
Cal
right?
Street, yep.
Yeah.
Again, we just had Eleni Matarisi finish up the race.
The chat has some shout outs for Amy Cameron. We've got Bob Hearn, who's through Forest Hill.
Love Bob Hearn.
Oh, he's finished the Spartathlon over in Greece, I think maybe 5 times.
Also,
I mean, he's
possessor of some of the most unusual race kits.
And hair. And hair.
At Javelina. He's been known to
Is he the...
bear it all out there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
he's
right.
a Burning Man 50K course record holder.
Yeah.
In
Oh,
the
yeah.
naked edition.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That's
also,
incredible.
talking about education versus intelligence, he's got both.
Yes.
He's a PhD from MIT in
MIT.
computer science.
Yes.
And
What?
like,
Are you making this stuff
I'm
up?
dead serious. No.
I have a math degree, and he just puts me in awe. Like
He was a former Rubik's Cube world champion.
Oh my God.
He makes puzzles for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He creates like crazy math puzzles.
I love it.
But he's also just one of the coolest, hippest guys you'll ever meet.
We've got a shout out for John Kelly, which of course we know from the
Oh,
Barclays.
John Kelly, Barkley Marathon.
I'm loving watching him run.
I heard it described earlier. It was a great way to describe it. This is literally like a track meet to John Kelly, because when you are like a record holder on the spine race and you have finished Barkley multiple
I'm thinking
times,
of Barclays. Go find a book and pull a page for
and
us,
the
please.
harder the better.
Yeah.
The worse conditions. This is like short and very fast. And I saw him coming through Forest Hill. He looked fantastic. He looked great. He was rocking his full yellow La Sportiva kit. It was awesome, and I am not surprised to see him finishing super strong time here.
Yeah,
this
he's
is not
through
his
Pointed
wheelhouse,
Rocks.
but
No.
this is him showing some range and some incredible diversity in his abilities.
And that speaks to what's really interesting and beautiful / crazy about this sport. You think, if you can run 100 miles in one discipline, you can probably do it pretty well across the board. But some of the
Every
people we
race
talked
day,
about,
it's different.
Yeah.
It's about the race day.
John Kelly, 3-time Barclay finisher, and he's going through it out there at Western States. You've got Jeff Browning out there who is going for yet another 100-mile finish. I remember seeing him on the track at Desert Solstice a few years ago, and he was miserable.
Well, and I would imagine John Kelly might be a little bored out there. The chat is saying that. I love that.
Conversely, talking about Bob Hearn, you're talking about a guy who can do 155 miles on a track in 24 hours.
Or win Vol State.
Yeah. And set a record by like a whole day, it was one of the top 5 ultra running performances of the year a couple years ago. But like I asked him, I said, "What are you looking to do at Western States?" He said, "I'm just hoping to break 24."
Oh, okay. Let's be real. Bob just turned 60.
That's
he
true.
holds multiple American records in the male 50 to 59.
Yeah.
And I think 60 to 69 could be a really interesting decade.
Well, he's actually already. Yeah, I've talked with him about picking up some of those records. Him coming out to Desert Solstice as a regular out there.
There you go.
Yeah,
But he's also been sick the first half of this year. I think he got the cold, the flu, the RSV. Like he had everything in this training season. So
yeah.
So again, the current record holder is Stephen Moore of the 50 to 59 category in 18:14:57. We're going to be looking very shortly to Jeff Browning, who, was an ideal year to chase that and go for it. And so I think that's going to go down this year. I am super impressed by the women's 50 to 59 female record. It's 1850 by Megan Canfield.
Oh, the queen.
The queen in 2011. I know that, recently we've had the 40 to 49 records be reset by Ida Nielsen and Tyler Green. Those were both in 2024. So, this is going to be a huge accomplishment for Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy. Giddy up. Let's get some giddy ups in the chat as this unfolds around the track. And if you're here, make your way over to the finish line. If you're not, cheer him on in the chat so that he can watch this back and feel all the love.
Mentioned Jeff Browning, Emily Hawgood have hit Roby Point. Among those runners that we expect to hit Pointed Rocks in the next group would be Addie Bracey, Amy Cameron, perhaps Ethan Meza, Marcus Meinke, Dana Morris. Those would be some of the names that we might expect to see.
Someone says their boyfriend is with Jeff Browning and they're very close. I'm like, that's amazing. Okay.
I love this chat. They're very active tonight.
Love the chat. It's great. Thank you. Yeah, giddy up. Throw the giddy ups in the chat. But John Kelly, probably our next runner. Is he here? I see somebody coming in.
Yeah, we're watching for Jeff Browning, Emily Hawgood, John Kelly. Shout out to Eric Vaughn, a past Western States runner who just sent me a message.
Jeff.
Is this Jeff? That looks like Jeff.
Oh.
Yes, he is going
Jeff
to
Browning.
lower this record.
Male 50 to 59.
From Flagstaff, Arizona. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, giddy up, everybody. He is setting a new 50 to 59-year-old Western States 100 record on the male division.
And he's already signed up for Cocodona next year.
Of course he is.
Of course. Let's see him do it again.
But this is going to be by more than 10 minutes.
Wow.
As Jeff Browning accomplishes an incredible day out there. Lots of love for Bronco in the chat.
Lots of emojis with cowboy hats.
Lots of cowboy hats. Let's go, Jeff Browning. Just an example of longevity in this sport.
Yeah, we're really lucky for the overnight shift. I know that.
A testimony to strength training because he swears by it.
Yes, Jeff. Woo!
18:03:38. Now that's a guy, if we ask him if he wants to talk, he will come over and he will talk.
He'll come talk to us. We need Luke J. We need Jeff Browning. Somebody needs to go gather these people for us.
So if you're watching live, stick around. Let's find out who we're going to have in that fourth chair.
Well, and this is awesome because I know, Jeff's been struggling with a few niggles here and there. And I mean, to complete both Cocodona and now run this time here at Western, Okay, we are potentially going to have some folks joining us to talk about their days. Maybe
we're expecting Luke J. Maybe.
All right, stay tuned. We're going to hear from Luke J.
We just had our cutoff at Forest Hill.
Oh, that's
And,
a hard day. Are we seeing the DNFs roll in yet?
Have not yet, but it looks like as of last check, there were about 10 or 15 people that were on the bubble. And once I can fully audit that, I will share those runners whose journey we are going to follow or continue following as they head down Cal Street.
I've had a sponsored athlete or two have to drop at Forest Hill, and it's always a hard time.
Yeah, it looks like there's there's a handful of runners that
aren't quite going to.
Their status is a question mark.
Right now, you're looking at Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, who just set a new 50 to 59-year-old male record, running 18:03:38, lowering that record by more than 10 minutes over the previous, and sitting down on the track, having a nice chill sit down.
He's earned it.
This is a benefit of finishing right in this time. Is nobody's right behind you. You just chill out on the track.
The chat is talking about Ethan Meza from Orange County. He's past Pointed Rocks, so we'll see him in a little while, and the chat can go wild for him again then.
Again, if you're just joining us, recent finishers that we have had come through, the youngest individual in the field who had not dropped out. We had two 23-year-olds, but Eleni Matarisi getting it done in 17:54. We had Luke J. come in right before that, Holly Ranson before Luke, and then Kroom Beatty, Trayson Knopp, Lauren Puretz, Anthony Costellas, all finishing just recently here.
And for those of you who have made the joke, it's funny. Some people were saying, John was having a rough day because every time he got to an aid station, he was looking for pages. But I've seen that several variations on that theme. But
Popping up in the chat again. Yeah, I love it.
But John, he's showing it is a different discipline.
It's versatility.
Yeah,
it really
absolutely.
is. Yeah.
He ran. I can't remember his time. He ran something like a 2:35 or sub 2:30 marathon recently.
Oh yeah, and if you really think about it, those people that are saying John Kelly had a rough day, it's still only 18 hours in. Not a lot of people that you say, oh man, it was a fight, and they're finishing sub 19 hours at Western States. Because as many people as we see, historically, that's still a fairly short list when you consider all the people that have run this race over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said they thought Holly Ranson's pacer was Phil Gore, the backyard ultra world champion. I did hear that Phil Gore was out here, so that's entirely possible. That's one of the cool things about this race, too.
Oh, everybody's here.
And people want to see Phil run this now, yeah. I saw in the chat. So yeah.
It is a who's who, because everybody who ran Broken Arrow is over here crewing and pacing the other athletes. Mm-hmm. And then people who are trying to get in and just want to be part of it are out there pacing. Yeah, it's
like Addie Bracey's pacer. I know a lot of people were taking
some girl named Rachel,
some Entrican,
some girl who did something pretty cool earlier this year.
Yeah, but whether you're a part of this race still as an athlete, a competitor, somebody wanting to get into it, or as I talked about the Michigan Bluff Social Club earlier, people who ran this race back in the 70s and 80s. I mean, Gordy is still out there on the course, assisting runners at the river. He's been doing that for years. That's one of the beautiful things about an event that has 53 years of history behind it and thousands of runners is that those who have been through the experience and still want to continue to be a part of it, they don't have to run it to experience it anymore. They just show up and help how they can.
Well, and I found that with race directing is that my running years are unfortunately over after a really bad injury years ago and a pound of metal in my leg. But I'm always part of the sport. Whether it's volunteering, race directing, or sponsoring, there are ways to stay in the sport.
Oh, yeah.
We're hearing a lot of yelling.
Oh, yeah, we've definitely got runners coming in here soon. Mm-hmm. We have had 38 finishers so far, but we will have many, many more. There are 370 in the race this year, and this We will get eyes on this athlete, but I think this is Emily Hawgood. I mean, Emily Hawgood loves this. I think of somebody like Casey Lichtyke. There are people who love this race so much.
She's always smiling
I mean,
out
she
there.
moved to Auburn.
Yeah.
Like, because she loves it. Originally from Zimbabwe, has finished in the top 10 the last 5 times she's run this race.
Yeah.
So incredibly consistent, so dedicated. Yeah, the smile is always there on Emily Hawgood, Adidas Terex athlete. And you can guarantee, even though this is not the day maybe she wanted, she's going to be smiling to the finish line as we get some eyes on Emily Hawgood coming around the corner here. Still running a very, very respectable 18-hour and change Western States.
This will be her 6th finish.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
You are correct. I was wrong. The Forest Hill cutoff is 11:45, not 11.
Okay, 11:45.
So we do have a little bit more time, and we've got about, I think, 18 to 20 runners that still need to get through there. So we are going to be cheering them on, and as it gets closer, we will do another roster read off of those runners whose days we are hoping to continue to follow into tomorrow morning, at which point 11 a.m. the golden hour draws to a close. But the number of runners that are still on the course, all things considered at this point, is so inspiring.
So Emily Hawgood.
So this ends up being her 3rd fastest Western States.
Emily ran like 5 seconds faster than last year.
Exactly.
This year.
For 10th female last year.
Yes.
And then I don't know where she's ended up here.
Almost in exact same time.
Can you repeat that, please? I just want people to let that sink in.
Yeah.
Really quick.
Emily Hawgood ran last year. She ran an 18:11:05. I believe she ran an 18:11 flat or so this year. So she literally ran the exact same time. Mm-hmm. Last year she was 10th place. This year
17th.
17th.
That
really shows you the
year over year how amazing it is.
Mm-hmm. And the conditions this year.
Yes.
Contributing. I mean, I was very skeptical that Courtney's record was going to be broken today, because I feel like that time. Now, when she ran that, she was 6th overall, and I still think we have to maybe think about something like. But I was like, nobody's going to touch it. It's so fast, and it was broken.
And the competition at the top is only driving it faster. An interesting thing: 2021, Emily was an hour slower, but 7th place female.
Yeah. This sport just is
changing.
Everyone is figuring it out. It is so dense. We are seeing that if you do not push to the absolute brink at the finish line, somebody is 30 seconds behind you, and they will take your place. Like these guys coming in here and finishing like 2 minutes apart from one another. 4 men going under Walmsley's previous 14:09 record this year.
And it shows what we do when we put money and support into the sport.
Yeah.
Is that we won't continue to press it if we don't support these athletes.
Yeah. And that drives that front end competition all being dense and close to one another, which we heard people talk about this. You know, when Walmsley did that, he was kind of time trialing. He did not have anybody necessarily pushing him at the very, very end. This year, 3 men. 3 men
true.
within about 4 minutes of one another. Mm-hmm. They were pushing each other to the brink.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as somebody who races at this level, Corinne, I mean, you know, and are you also, your day is going to come for this race as well.
Maybe.
You know,
I was going to say, you need to apply for my spot. I'll look for your essay.
But you know, because I know that you've run with and trained with a lot of these women that have finished recently. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, is there a level of amazement or just like kind of like, okay, like maybe a realization or, you know, note taking in your mind, like in order to do what I want to do, like, holy crap, it's going to be, you know, an additional level.
You got to keep getting exponentially better. Well, I think there's 2 pieces to that. I mean, I think one is that you got to grow where you're planted, and everyone's on their own journey here. And some of these women have been running for 10 years, and that, you know, Riley Brady, look at what they did this year. Riley is not an overnight success. Riley has been running for a decade.
Fighting.
And to get to that level. But the exciting thing is that more and more women are just coming into the sport. So just the talent pool and the amount of participants is just driving there to be, younger women that are coming right out of college and jumping into it. And it's even though it's leveling up and it's like, oh, how do you keep up with that? It's also just exciting.
Yeah.
It's just exciting that there's more participation. And I think you see these ebbs and flows of, the men pushing the boundaries and then maybe plateauing a little bit. And then the women, as we see John Kelly.
There we go.
With family. Oh, he's got the whole crew. They are awake and they are running it in with Dad. This is awesome. John Kelly out of Tennessee. It might not have been hot enough for him.
Yeah. If it would have been a much more difficult, trying year, perhaps it would have brought the field back to John a little bit. Like, that's entirely possible.
Oh, yes.
Or like if there were some sort of like complete hurricane out there, or there was a bit of an earthquake in Northern California a few days ago. If that would have hit during the race, perhaps John.
Lots of love for John. Lots of love for John Kelly.
Absolutely.
So many athletes have an Achilles heel. And so it's really playing into making yourself as well-rounded as you can, like the strength training for Jeff.
That's going to be that's the Christmas card right there.
18, 15, about 41. Wow. John Kelly. Now he needs 2 more finishes at Western States to catch up to his Barkley tally. Congratulations, John Kelly.
Over in the chat, we have a shout out for some Fleet Feet coaches that are out in the field, currently making their way here. We've got Jeremy Donati and Sarah Breitenbach. So they've got some fans cheering them on. And I love seeing that.
Yeah, somebody was actually asking, and we'll talk and we'll see if we can grab a hold of Bronco Billy. Like I said, in my years of getting to know Jeff and becoming friends with him, I don't think there's ever been a time where if I asked him to come on a show that he wouldn't talk. But
for sure. They might need like a couple cans of water before, and then they'll be over. But we're gonna maybe talk to Luke J as well.
And actually, with both of them being guys, masters level athletes, being able to talk about staying in the game at this level. I mean, both of them having 18-hour finishes at Western States at 45 and 54 respectively, I believe. That's really impressive.
So has John Kelly finished Hard Rock? I should look this up because
I don't know. That's a good question.
I want to know how many Barkley Western States finishers there exist, and then
it's a new triple crown of some sort.
If you've ever finished Barkley, Western, and Hard Rock, like there's
I know of at least one off the top of my head.
Who?
John Fegivarese.
Whoa.
Okay.
So John, do you know John? He's a Flagstaff guy.
Can you say that last name again?
Fegivarese?
Fegivarese?
I think so.
I don't know.
They call him Feggy.
Okay, Fegivarese.
So John was, the year that there were 3 Barkley finishers a while back, he was the 3rd finisher, and he finished and it was like 59, 55 or whatever, like basically a couple minutes in. Well, I think it was 2 years ago, he actually ran the Western States Hard Rock Double.
Wow.
And John is not like what you would consider like a conventionally fast guy. I mean, he finished Barkley and maybe he was like a, 24, 25, 26 hour finisher at Western States and maybe like a 40, 42 hour finisher at Hard Rock, but he's done it all.
Okay,
so there's a few people like that.
So John Kelly has finished Hard Rock.
We both found it at the same time.
We found it. He was the
good job, Corinne.
Good job. Good job,
His
Libby.
name's too common, right? It makes it hard to find.
He was 10th in 2022. Okay, so John Kelly, 2-time Barkley finisher, Western States finisher, Hard Rock finisher, winner of the Spine race. Might be the only person in the world who has ever completed all of those. Has he won tour?
No, but just adding that to another finish, having that 330K
Talk about
out there.
A resume right there. Congrats to John Kelly. It's AJW in the background.
Oh, love him.
I mean, I would assume, somewhere along the way, like, some of the early finishers of Barkley, like David Horton or Blake Wood, might have, found their way to Western States at one time or another. I mean, we know that Blake Wood and David Horton. David Horton has won Hard Rock and Barkley, and Blake Wood has. I don't know if Blake Wood has won Hard Rock, but he's definitely finished in the top 5 and won Barkley. and maybe they just found their way here to get to Western States at some point. But I mean, there were some people. Jim Nelson, I believe, has won. I believe he's run Western States. I'd have to check, but that's an interesting one.
Blakewood and David Horton have both run Western, according to this.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So yeah, but less than 5. You can't.
You can count on one hand.
You can count
probably,
them on one hand or less of the people that have done that. Those are some names, blast from the past. If you're new to the sport, go look up those individuals. So much history.
So in the last 20 minutes, we've had another 4 people come through Pointed Rocks. They're just getting it done all the way.
We are going to have so many people to talk about. This is fantastic.
Shout out to runners for making our lives that much easier.
For giving us content, for being out there.
I did 7 hours overnight last year, and 44 runners in 7 hours is a lot of banter time.
That's not too many.
Yeah, it really isn't.
I'm gonna actually name off some of the more prominent names that are still in the field that we're anticipating. I'm kind of just working my way forward. I know people are familiar with Eric Strand. He's still out there, having passed Forest Hill.
I know him for doing the Grandma's Marathon Double.
Really?
I want to say he might have been the one that came up with it, is do it one
That would
direction
track.
and then do it the other direction. Yeah.
Yeah, the marathon doubles have now become a thing with a lot of
this is
people.
back when Twitter was like still new and there were nobody was out there.
Yeah. Corey Woltering has gotten through Forest Hill.
Nice.
Familiar name. Stephanie Irving, I believe, is our silver legend this year.
Yes,
is through
Stephanie
Forest
Irving.
Hill as well.
And they have to be how old
60
to qualify?
plus. 60
That's
plus.
it.
Yeah, and Stephanie, I have notes on her. I'm going to find them, but she is very cool. Has started a all women's event, and I think it's called Wild Woman Running. Race director.
Over in the Wasatch,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And they only choose one silver legend a year,
every
I
year,
believe.
and it started back in I think 20.
Only a handful of years.
It's been 6 years or so, but there have been some. I mean, I was supposed to pace one of them, Betsy Kalmeyer. Unfortunately, she
I remember.
missed a cutoff. That was just 2 years ago, maybe. She was chosen, but there have been some incredible people chosen for that silver legend entry. That's one person a year who really does give back again to the community, to the sport. And Stephanie Irving is that woman this year.
Yeah, I love it going to a female athlete.
Oh, I love that too.
If you guys were watching the different panels on the live streams, she did the Trail Sisters one on
She was on there,
Thursday
great.
leading into Western States Week.
Yep.
Bob Hearn is another runner that is still on course, another prominent name out there. Let's see if I can pull up another couple.
We've got Amy Cameron through Pointed Rocks. I'm excited to see her come in.
I think
The race
she'll
admin
potentially
spot.
be the second Masters female.
Niraj Egbert. Are the two of you familiar with Niraj?
Tell this story.
So Niraj was the first person to miss the cutoff last year.
The first non-finisher.
Yeah,
the first
first non-finisher.
non-official. He did the full 100.2 miles.
Oh, but missed the 30-hour cutoff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
So
I
one of the
cry.
sponsors,
Wait. Cry.
James Bonet, Man Against Horse, awarded him a sponsor entry for this year.
He's not the visually impaired runner, is he?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. That was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago.
Yes.
Oh goodness. Okay, that was brutal too.
So, that heartbreaking.
Yes.
But Niraj is actually being crewed by James Bonet this year at the race, and so he's in good hands. But he is currently on course, so hopefully moving pretty well. Other runners that are actually Niraj is through Cal 1 already. He's really cooking.
Wow.
He's leaving nothing to chance this year.
In the chat, we have some cheering for Molly Seidel.
Yeah, I was
She's
gonna-
still
I was
out
gonna
there.
get-
Molly
yeah,
Seidel,
Molly's still
Molly
fighting.
Seidel, bronze
She's at
medalist.
Auburn Lake Trails right now. She's come through there about an hour ago. So that's mile 85.
Dan
Mile
Barger.
85. That's great. I mean, she's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Dan Barger is a 60-plus runner, 15-time Western States finisher who is still out on the course.
Not to be confused with Dan Berger, who is also out on the course. We have a Berger and a Barger.
A Berger and a Barger?
Yeah.
Wow, fantastic.
It really threw me off. I thought my database was having a glitch. Yeah.
No, this is you just were seeing the top of Roby Point. You know, there is a heck of it's short, but it is a steep climb at mile 98 of this race, just in case it wasn't hard enough.
And once you hit the road, you still have another big 300-400 foot climb, like coming from Roby Point on the street.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
you do. There's pretty significant climbing right at the very end. Make you work for it.
Those painted footprints.
Yeah, the white footprints,
follow.
and then
Yeah.
you get to.
some other familiar names to people who follow the sport pretty closely. Sarah Ostaszewski is still out there, having hit Green Gate.
Nice. Let's go, Sarah.
Let's see.
Sarah
Buck Blankenship
Ostaszewski is a
out of
second place Cocodona 250 finish.
Sarah? Oh no, she's won it.
No, she did win. That's right.
She's won if you look at her race history, she's won like 4 or 5 and like has course records.
I think she has the record on the Uray 100.
Uray, I believe, Mogollon Monster.
Mogollon, yep.
I think like maybe Bighorn or something. Like I would have to double check
Fantastic athlete.
that.
Yeah, great.
Sarah Ostaszewski.
Yeah, running.
And has a twin that's also a Western States finisher, Melissa.
Ostaszewski.
Yeah, so Sarah Ostaszewski has, she's won Moab, she's won Cocodona, she's won
Uray
Mogollon
twice.
Monster, Uray.
Wow.
Well, running Uray 130, I was born and raised in Uray. It's got 44,000 feet of climbing. People like Hard Rock has 33,000 feet, so this has 11,000 more feet, and she ran it in 32 hours. That is a absolutely fantastic time. It's got a 52-hour cutoff.
Yeah. I was about to ask. Okay.
Cutoff.
Versus Hard Rock having a 48.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So
she also has the course record at Cruel Jewel by 90 minutes.
That's right. She was at that just a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So Sarah Ostaszewski is out there, and
I believe she took that from Liz Canty, who had set a pretty stout CR.
Another good runner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another great runner. Shout out to my friend Liz.
Mentioned
who's
Molly.
running the Uray 100 this year.
Oh, my.
Oh.
Molly Seidel is also through Auburn Lake. Joe Corcione, I know a fan favorite.
Joe.
In Joe.
Everyday Ultra, baby.
Through Quarry Road. It's another runner hitting
the river.
The river.
Rucky
hitting
Chucky.
Rucky Chucky. Jordan Bramblett, golden ticket winner at Black Canyon this year, is through Quarry Road as well.
And he is signed up for Javelina this October, too. So Jordan Bramblett.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's Gordy. We had a Gordy sighting right there on the screen.
Yeah, so if you are just joining us, we are here following every runner in until 4 a.m. and then there's going to be Zach Marion and Hillary Young are going to take over. We'll be here all the way through tomorrow and the golden hour, which is always super moving. Lots of runners expected to be coming in the next few hours here, including some fan favorites and very well-known folks we're keeping an eye on. Yeah, we have not had that many drops this year, but they have mostly been at the, pointy end of the race. Unfortunately, some very big names who have dropped this year. Martina Mlinarczyk, Ingvild Kaspersen. On the women's side, as well as last year's. Has she officially dropped, Abby? Yes, Abby Hall. Killian Jornet dropped, Hans Troyer, Dan Jones, and of course Jim Walmsley, all having very tough days. That is ultra running for you. Sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't.
So I want to say something here.
Yeah.
Only out of 369, 370 runners, only 3 didn't make it to Robinson Flat this year.
That's amazing. That's not typical.
And Robinson Flat is mile
30, 31.
31. Oh,
yeah.
the 50K-ish mark?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
only 14 didn't make it to Michigan Bluff.
Man, everyone is crushing
The
it out there
canyons are
today.
normally so hot
Yeah.
that by the time they get to Michigan Bluff,
And
they're
that
blowing
is-
up. Yeah.
That's some rough, I mean, that's the roughest part of the course.
Right.
I mean, Devil's Thumb, that whole area is brutal. I mean, that's what made me realize last year I wasn't ready to run. I was in the race and I had to withdraw because I knew I couldn't handle it. Got to come back and come correct. But to see these numbers of runners who have worked their way this far into the course is really inspiring.
So here's a question. Do we think that the implementation or the option to use poles contributes to that?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of
100%.
chatter about this online
Yeah.
in the last
Yeah.
24 hours.
Because, I mean, this course, like, people say it's quote-unquote fast and quote-unquote runnable. And if you've ever been on this course, it is steep. There's
still a lot of technical
A lot of
spots.
a lot of big climbs.
Yes.
I mean, where I think that especially if you are not like an elite, poles are just going to be a huge help. They're gonna,
You know who I saw leaving Michigan Bluff with poles?
How?
Fu Zhao.
Fu Zhao. We did see, and I was like, wait, I heard no elites are going to use it. 2 elite women. How Ha on the escarpment was using poles.
Mhm. Oh, I think that was, for me, that's like the
That
one
makes
place
sense.
you're definitely going to use
Yeah.
that
Well,
and Devil's Thumb.
And for the everyday runner that economically can't come to training camp, which is a wonderful opportunity, incredibly affordable, but travel is so expensive right now that if you're training on a flatland environment, poles just increase the accessibility in the race. I am pro pole in terms of anytime you can add accessibility.
And I think I also am really in favor of it because I think it is going to help some of those runners and the older runners potentially finish as the entire population that's running Western gets a little older because so many people are having to be in it for so long. If you start entering this lottery at 40 years old or at 35 and it takes you, 10, 15 years to get in, I think we're trending that it is an older population of runners and therefore like
We don't wanna
30
forget
hours
them
to
is the
finish this race is not easy to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at Dinosaur Valley 100, we actually allow a pacer for 60 and up in our 100K and 100 mile for the whole race.
Same as Hard Rock.
Yes, because at that point, perhaps it's a vision, balance, something that is more of a safety runner, just for comfort sometimes.
Yeah.
That's security.
And let's be honest. And maybe there are some people who believe that, they shouldn't make these adjustments or these modifications. The whole goal of races like these is to make sure people have an opportunity to have a shot to finish.
Yes.
And anything that you can do within reason that helps these runners finish, that's the whole point.
Yes.
Like
And it's
there
not a
are
competitive
races where you can
disadvantage if
choose
everyone-
that aren't meant to be finished.
Yeah.
We
Yes.
know all about those races.
Yeah.
Western States is meant to be finished.
Yes.
It's meant to push you to your limits. It's meant to take everything you've got in order to get it done, but you're meant to finish this race.
Yeah, because it is a once in a lifetime for a
Yeah.
majority of people who are doing it. And
And I think as a fellow race director, there has to be some respect for every race has certain goals and visions, and they want their protocols, their policies to follow that. And so I think there's mad respect for races that don't want to have polls,
right?
Because it fits their vision.
Yeah.
And as long as it follows that, yeah.
And kudos to Western States for considering and adapting and changing and deciding that now's the right time to do this. And I think it's great. So shout out to the polls.
Absolutely.
If you love polls, throw your favorite poll company in the chat.
Our next couple of runners that we might expect to see come in that have hit Roby Point, according to my records, Ethan Meza and Marcus Meinke. So we'll be keeping an eye out for the two of them. Apparently, Marcus was going toe-to-toe with Jeff Browning for that 50 to 59 number.
So, again, the competition bringing out the best. Two people who, do you think at any point they said, Jeff said, "Hey, how old are you?" Because I need to make sure that I have thought about this. I thought about this in the Boulder because I raced it again this year, and I last year unknowingly won that they do it by every single age. There's a 42-year-old winner, 43-year-old winner.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even know, but last year I happened to win the 43-year-old female. This year, as I was running, I was looking around, going, is that woman my same age? Should I ask her? Because you don't know. And so I wonder if they ever had this Jeff routing. But that is two people going for it, you know? So.
And Marcus Meinke is from Germany, just turned 50, I believe.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he has a 1933 pass finish
Okay.
out there. I mean, he
Also
got,
not a...
I think
When
third
was
last
that?
year at Trail Alsace UTMB as well, the 175K. So
When did he run Western?
It was 2019.
So
okay.
So it's been
years
a while,
later,
7
and-
years later.
And he's going to probably PR.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, the 1933. Wow.
We got love for Marcus in the chat. Go, Marcus. So stoked for all the runners. You got this. I love this, people. Big thanks to the aid stations, the volunteers. We got an athlete coming around the track right here.
I believe, is that Marcus or is that perhaps
Ethan, I would have
Ethan.
guessed. He was the last.
Ethan is
I
28,
expected.
so
28-year-old.
yeah.
What's Ethan's last name?
Meza?
Meza.
Ethan Meza.
Yeah.
Looking spry and like he is 28 years old out there.
From Laguna Niguel, California. Somebody in the chat is going to tear me
That's
down for that.
okay, that's okay.
But they had talked about the Orange County runners were in the chat, so it's in that
Orange
part of
County
California.
runners in the chat. Show them some love.
Coming in under 19 hours.
Fantastic time.
We are knee deep in silver buckle handouts here at Western States 100, presented by Hoka and Ethan Meza. 1836, let's say.
Going to be our 40th finisher, it looks like. Already 40 in.
40 in, but top 40 at Western States
40 in the
100.
men's, or is that 40?
Overall?
Overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Total finishers?
Yeah.
Total finishers. Do you guys know anything about Ingvild and why she dropped? I saw there was a question in the chat because it looks like, according to the tracker, it was very, very late, and I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
happened.
didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I've seen no
that end.
confirmation about it. Yeah.
Hans dropped, but did he end up dropping between or at or before at the river?
I think it was at the river,
at the
yeah.
river. Yeah, I think it was the river. Thank you. Confirmation on that for sure. I mean, and we saw, he was just going for it. He was going for it. I talked to his coach, David Roach, at Forest Hill. He said, Hans is just doing Hans things, but he's got two of the strongest climbers in the world right behind him, and you got to go for it. This is very reminiscent of a gutsy Jim Walmsley the first time he ran.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is a stressful year for those top runners. Are you running your own race, or are you really focused on everybody else in the pack? Yeah.
And it may be counterintuitive to some people with the fact that the weather was much more favorable than it is in most years. But I think, as some of us have talked about off the air, the fact that this weather caused people to full send a lot earlier and be much more aggressive because they felt that they could weather the elements a lot better than they would be able to if the canyons were 105 degrees.
And
So
blow-ups are going to happen when you do that.
I think, and it really is shocking. If you look at the list of elites who did not finish this race, it is much higher than in recent years in terms of the profile of those runners.
Yes.
I mean, you had how many former winners ended up dropping, this year on both sides. I mean, it's pretty stark.
It's a high risk,
to me.
high reward type.
They went for it.
environment.
Even like Killian coming out, knowing that he's had some knee problems
Mhm.
and still going, okay, let's see what happens, but being smart in the end about it. And then he's just been popping up all over the course today.
He has been out here.
He's loving life.
It was the best thing. We were over here watching the live stream. Killian saunters into the little crowd watching the live stream. Somebody in the crowd yells, Killian stands up and everyone applauds him. And he just walks in and just sits down. And then everyone wanted to go get a picture with him. But he was getting, and I heard he was in Forest Hill signing autographs.
That tracks.
Yeah.
He's just fantastic.
I've seen him at Hard Rock, and it is like a rock star presence just walking down the street.
Oh, yeah. And he loves the atmosphere. I think he just, and what maturity, what class to just, one my day. I'm going to go hang out with the people in the sport I love.
And I done won it 15 years ago. Like, I mean, it's...
I ran with Jamil in down the street. Well, you ran in with Jamil down the street.
Yeah.
We ran past Killian watching. I don't know if you noticed that, but he was standing there with his crew watching Jamil come in and finish.
When Jamil finished?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
We ran right past him. I was like, hey, there's Killian.
Well, this morning I was going up the escarpment to watch and he was warming up, running up the escarpment.
Wow.
That was his warm up. Just doing a little run up the escarpment.
Did you go up in the past on the escarpment?
Yes.
Were there less people because of the tram not running?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe less.
How much?
So, yeah.
I saw a video of it.
It was
I
quite windy.
hosted a trek up there at 3:30 in the morning. I know.
And it was
so.
cold.
It was
It was cold and windy, and here we go.
I had a friend, Faith Miles, out there, and she said that she froze to death.
Okay, who is this?
This would be Marcus Meinke.
Ah, from Germany.
Marcus.
Shout out to Marcus coming from Germany to Western States. You said for his second finish here.
Yes, and he's 50 years old, so he's also in that 50 to 59.
Man.
Yeah.
We are getting some...
So it looks like he
awesome
improved
athletes.
himself by 57 minutes, maybe? Wow. Oh.
PRs all around. You get a PR.
It gives
you get
me
a
hope.
PR. You get a PR this year.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep PRing if you have such a good year.
It's true. It is true. Congratulations to Marcus.
And it looks like we've got Dana Morris through Roby Point, so we're going to be watching for them next. Yeah, it is not a boring overnight shift.
This is
Not at all.
action-packed, man. I don't know if we're going to fit in any interviews. We got too many runners to call in here.
Which I love. It's more than just the top female 10 and the top male 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
every single runner.
They're all important.
So important.
I also want to shout out our presenting sponsor, Hoka, because it's getting chilly out here. Thank you, Hoka, for providing us with layers, because I'm about to ready to throw another one on
Yes.
here. Because it is a little bit brisk out here in Auburn, unlike past years.
I'm accepting of it. I love it.
I think it's great, too. Probably fantastic to be running in.
I'm
Gonna
from
be
Phoenix,
prime.
and I'm cold.
Well, and people were comparing the weather this year to 2012 being slightly colder, and I think the second or coldest year.
And 2019 was cool, but
Right,
I
and
think this was the third coolest this year.
2012 had a lot of hypothermia drops, but there was sleet in the first 30 miles.
So people got wet. And
So
then cold.
yes, and then cold, and never quite recovered
Yeah,
from that.
yeah.
So I was not comparing 2012 to this. That
Yeah.
felt very different.
Of course, that is still Marcus Meinke right there in your screen. And as Libby mentioned, Dana Morris, we would expect to be, in all likelihood, our next runner. You just never know.
You never know. A lot can happen out there on the road.
Chris Warden, Corinne Shalvoy, and Libby Jones hanging with you through the overnight at Western States. The Western States 100 presented by Hoka. Thank you all for tuning in with us through the overnight. We are going to be with you until just before daybreak, at which point I believe it'll be Zach Marion and Hillary Yang hanging out with you until the golden hour approaches, which I believe will be Corinne Malcolm, Billy Yang, and Topher Gaylord bringing it all to a close. By 11 a.m., that is the magic number by which these runners have to cross the finish line. And speaking of magic numbers, it is about 90 seconds away from the cutoff at Forest Hill.
That's a hard moment.
I'm going to check right now and see how many people I have not shown make it to Forest Hill yet from Michigan Bluff, and that number looks like 8.
Wow.
So these are the runners in the next 80 seconds that you want to see come through. Andre Pavelek, James Oliphant, Amy Chavez, Jeremy Donati, Chris Perlbig, Melanie Maciel, Charlie Jones, and Wanderley Rice. The 8 of you, we are all cheering you on. Wait, Andre just got through Forest Hill.
Yes.
So we are down to 7.
Okay, 7.
James,
Keep counting
Amy,
down.
Jeremy, Chris, Melanie, Charlie, and Wanderley.
Do they have a minute?
Wow.
They have 40 or 50
About
seconds.
50 seconds. Well, this could make for a really interesting golden hour. So that's going to start at 10 a.m. Pacific time. But this could mean with positive splits that we have so many finishes in that last hour
Oh,
with
it
those
could be
DNFs not coming in.
So exciting.
Yeah.
That should be a busy golden hour.
Oh, and I think right after that 30-hour mark, when I first came out here and saw that first finisher not make that official finish, even though they covered the distance, oh, that's so hard to watch.
Yeah.
But
Oh, it's
watching
brutal.
Niraj out here this year, getting to have a second chance to get that finish, I'm really excited.
You talked 2 years ago. We saw 2 runners time out on the track.
Yeah.
2 years
I
ago.
sob. That's what, well, and it's actually why Dinosaur Valley 100 has no final cutoff. We have a last incremental at the last aid station. And then I've had times it's just me sitting in a chair holding a buckle and a bottle of water, but I love watching people finish. So,
yeah.
But their race, their rules, and I love that too.
And I think Marcus was greeted by Bronco Billy, according to the chat. So Bronco, stayed
he
around
knew.
for Marcus, and he knew they were battling. And just here we've got another runner. We've got cheers coming on the other side of the track.
Just before we go to that, I want to give a heads up. 4 more runners made it through. Confirmed.
4 more.
Wow.
People sprinting across the line to get into the Forest Hill aid station.
Yeah.
We're down to only 3.
3 or actually 4 total. 4 remain. So there were 3 more. So
3 more made it?
I don't know, and I'll check to see
We'll
if
keep
any
watching
of these.
for officials. But Forest Hill Aid Station's put on by the Silver State Striders based in Reno. Amazing running club. They really show up for this.
Here we go.
And this is. It
Is
looks
this gonna
like
be Dana?
Yeah.
Welcome, Dana. Let's get that finish.
Dana Morris.
Qualified at the Leona Divide 100K.
Got the family out there.
Is he a Southern California runner?
Los Alamitos.
I've been out to Leona Divide. I actually crewed a former partner out there. Gorgeous area. While my partner was running the Leona Divide 50 miler that year, I went and ran down on the beach.
Okay, that's not so bad too.
Like literally, I ran. Down in the beaches just north of LA. It
Love
was
it.
wonderful.
Nice.
We don't think about what the partners are out doing when we're racing. Volcanic
Exactly.
50 and my husband went off to Willamette Valley and wine tasted while I'm off running.
Oh, wow.
Here we go.
All right. Congratulations to Dana Morris.
Dana Morris,
With an
you are a
1847.
Western States 100 finisher in 1847. You guys, 1847?
Outside of the top 40.
But 1847 to finish
Doesn't
Western
even get you
States
top
is a
40.
fantastic time.
Absolutely.
That is so
That's what I'm saying.
good.
And it just shows how fast these runners are moving this year. It's so impressive. I got to wonder with these weather elements, like how many runners are like shooting past what their intended goals were, or if it just kind of brought them to it, like maybe their eyes were bigger than their stomach coming in. I'll be curious to see how that tally shakes out afterwards. Maybe an informal straw poll would be interesting amongst these runners. Say, did you expect, like, what was your target?
Yeah, versus what you actually ran.
Like, did Dana expect to run in 18 hours, or was he just hoping for sub 24, or what have you?
Yeah.
And I would be really intrigued to see what these runners expected to do versus what happened out here.
Yeah.
That would be great to gather beforehand as their goals if they're willing to tell us.
Like what is
and just
your-
kind of know.
I think most would
Just for a behind the scenes data analysis.
having tried that gimmick before at races, they don't like to
The
stay their
sandbagging
goal.
of it all.
Well, it's
yeah.
just, I think it's a comfort level as well. I
Oh,
think that,
yes.
like, you don't want to sound either arrogant or like you're sandbagging. I mean, now granted, the one time I tried to do that was for Desert Solstice, where it's a highly competitive race. And I promised the runners that I would embargo the numbers, but they
Right.
didn't want
They
anything
still
to
don't
do with
want.
that.
Yes.
So, yeah, sometimes people like to play it close to the vest. But, yeah, I would be curious, and I would hope that people would be willing to be honest, like, oh, I did exactly what I hoped to do, or, oh, well, I thought I could do this, or, holy cow, I ran so much faster than I expected.
Right. We've got the chat talking about we picked up another DNF with Corey Wiltering.
Is
Oh,
that
no.
official? I
It
don't
is
know.
in the
Is it
DNF
official?
at Forest
Oh.
Hill.
Shoot,
Unfortunately, I don't
shoot.
know the story of what's happening with Corey, but he's such a strong runner that there's something that was a big cause for that.
Yeah.
I was
mean,
excited for his
if he
finish
has
this
a-
year.
He had mentioned herniated disc to me. If your back starts, and those downhills are brutal on your back, hopefully he's okay. But man,
And as a
valiant
former
effort by Corey.
finisher, I can understand like not leaving Forest Hill because Cal Street is a downhill
Yeah.
pound
Right.
on your body.
And if you're not familiar with Corey, go look up some of the TV series he's done of adventure racing. He did Race to Survive New Zealand with partner Jeff Watterson, and it's just fun to watch ultra runners taking on even harder tasks and obstacles than they already have.
True. So, folks asking about Molly Seidel. She was at Auburn Lakes Trail. 17:13 elapsed.
I just love how much attention there is beyond the first 40 finishers, that people are so excited for this next 40.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Molly Seidel has brought a whole new audience and demographic to the sport. All being a former Olympic marathoner, moving into trail, very much in the prime still of her career, and just knocking it out of the park, getting a golden ticket in her first 100K at Black Canyon. Lining up for her first 100-miler here. I think everyone was super curious to see how it was going to unfold, and she was in it. I mean, she was with Jen Lichter at the top of the escarpment, and she was running, in that top 5 for a very long time, in the top 10 for a while, and seems to have encountered some difficulty here, but that's kind of to be expected.
Right.
It's your first 100-miler, and this is not an easy course. And
Kudos to her for taking on the pressure,
and for continuing
the amount
on.
of pressure.
Like she is
put on these
working her
athletes.
way through it.
Yeah.
Working her way through it. She's at past mile 85, so she's gonna. I mean, it looks like she's gonna get this thing done, and potentially in a quite respectable time.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're still talking, well under 24 hours. Maybe the expectations from some people were pretty high, and I understand that when you talk about an athlete of this caliber. I mean, but this has been a huge learning process for her, because if you think about it, you were out at Black Canyon, and Molly was incredibly fast, super talented, but there were times on that course where her inexperience showed. I think that there were people concerned about her heat mitigation strategies.
Not grabbing water, splitting
Yeah.
water.
Oh,
And-
at
and-
Black Canyon,
At
wow.
one aid station, she
okay.
skipped water.
Oh, and that's the other thing is there's so much focus on every little thing that you're doing at
Yeah.
that level too. Oh, the stress of that.
And we actually had a great conversation with her coach Cliff Pittman after the race. AJW and I did, and talked about this is a learning experience for her. I mean, yes, she's a world-class talent, and she's young enough that once she gets to put package together, she is going to throw down. I think that there's a hell of a lot yet to come from Molly Seidel in this sport.
Oh yeah, absolutely, there is.
Well, we've got footage over on Roby Point. We're expecting 2 in soon. This could be either Amy Cameron, it could be Stacey Marion.
Yeah, and Molly has hit Quarry Road, so she is now 10 miles to go, less than 10
amazing.
miles to go to finish this thing out.
So with headlamps in the dark, I'm not entirely certain which athlete we're showing on the coverage right now, but they should be with us soon.
I mean, Amy's quite tall. So that could be Amy Cameron. She's pretty tall.
I love how when you're at Forest Hill for the back of the Packers and you're waiting to pace and like they're in the dark at that time of night and every headlamp you're like, is that my runner? Oh, that looks like them. And then it's a totally different build.
It's like, is that their gate?
Everybody looks like your runner when you're in the dark and they're wearing headlamps.
So we're expecting
We need
the 3 runners who have made it through Robie Point on their way to the finish are all women. Stacey Marion, Amy Cameron, and Addie Bracey has now hit Robie Point as well.
All right, Addie Bracey.
Yeah. And
Another
she's a past
absolute
top 10.
veteran, outstanding
And a gold
athlete.
ticket entry.
Golden ticket entry at Javelina last year. Yep, that's Amy Cameron.
Wow.
I recognize her. Finishing the Western States 100.
Last year, she was second at Miwok as well.
Yeah, and a very strong Javelina last year as well.
7th place. Yeah.
Huge congrats to Amy. You have done it. You have finished the Western States 100-mile endurance run. Gotta imagine that rubberized track feels pretty good after the pavement. A little bit of bounce.
Or you expect more bounce, and then you're like, oh, okay, no, those legs are still.
Yeah.
And if things hold, Amy here will be.
Will be the third 40 plus?
Let me take a
Sorry.
quick peek. Oh, no, that's okay.
You were going to say something else about her.
Amy, 46. I think that might make her the third
Lauren.
Masters.
Wow.
Lauren.
But.
Or second. After Lauren Pierre.
18:55:15. Yeah, after Lauren, she would be the second woman
40 plus.
40 plus.
Yeah.
But we would expect Stacey Marion and or Addie Bracey to be the next 2 runners, and that would make 19 of the first 44 finishers women.
19 of the first 44.
Love it.
So good. Close to 50-50.
Yeah, 23% of the field was women this year. Last
Yeah.
year was higher, but it's the lottery luck of the draw for most of it.
As you can see, the puffies are on at the finish line. It's a little chilly.
I just threw on
I'm
another
about to
layer.
put on a sweatshirt.
I might have to go and run and get mine if it does get much colder here.
Oh, see, I live in Montreal, Quebec now the last 2 years, and this is a hot day for us. You acclimate quick to where you live.
Yeah, I got it.
Kind of interesting. While we've been on, I don't think we've had anybody come through that's also signed up for Hard Rock. We've got 7 athletes out there who are.
Tara Dower is signed up
came
for
in
Hard Rock.
Yeah. But like during our shift, I don't think we have yet.
We haven't yet, yeah.
Although, while I was talking to like people out in the field, there were so many, and even at the expo, there were a lot of people that were like, "I'm going to be at Hard Rock too." It's like this thing, like you got to bounce from Western States to Hard Rock in some capacity, whether you're running or crewing or spectating. It's like gotta be at both, or live streaming and commentating.
There is a lot of the same crew. That's true. We've got 5 athletes in the Grand Slam. So 5 athletes doing the Grand Slam of ultra running who made it through. Maybe they're doing Old Dominion. They're doing this.
And that's
so they're
4 out of like.
Yeah, it's
there's like a
400 milers. Yeah, and there's a
6.
couple options now.
because not everyone can get into Western and Hard Rock.
Exactly, but
and we got a quick ad break for you all here. We're going to go to that after you just saw Amy Cameron cross the finish line. We will be right back with you very shortly.
Are we clear?
Come on. Fast as we. The grid is so nice. Go for it. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, a trail running conference and festival celebrating its second edition in 2026, a 3-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted here in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States, packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations. TrailCon is an annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It is all about community. After our second edition this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2027, and we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event, and stay tuned for announcements about the third edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life.
And we're back at the finish line of the Western States 100 presented by Hoka. Chris Warden, Corinne Chalvoy, and Libby Jones hanging out here at the finish line in the studio. We want to give a shout out to our most recent finisher,
Stacy Marion.
Stacy Marion.
Shout out to Stacy.
This is Stacy's crew right here.
Yep.
Sub 19.
Pretty impressive. Wanted to recognize Stacy and her effort here.
Huge accomplishment.
She actually looked really good right there. Just kind of very... She doesn't look like she just ran 100 miles.
Man, so impressive.
Yeah, 2024, she was 16th at Run Rabbit Run, and you know that's a fast field.
Yeah. And a whole lot of elevation. We've had the honor of live streaming that race for the last several years, and I mean, anybody that can have a good day at Run Rabbit is somebody that I definitely take notice of.
Thank goodness for emoji flags, because the chat is just representing all the countries that are out there. I love that.
I love that too. That's great.
Christian Malmstrom has come through Roby Point, so we're waiting for him. He's from Sweden.
Awesome Swedish athlete.
And not the only Swedish athlete. There's more than one here.
Nice. The Swedes.
So I have 3 athletes that I am not showing as completed through Forest Hill yet, but I also don't have them showing as dropped. So I'm holding out hope that maybe their tracker just didn't hit the timing mat properly and that they are continuing on. So I am basically telling you that I'm not saying anything at this point. But yeah, as we've talked about, the number of runners who have made it past certain benchmarks is just staggering. I mean, now granted, there have been drops later in the race to this point. Obviously, several runners have dropped at the river, dropped at Forest Hill. But as I mentioned, only 3 runners didn't make it at least to Robinson Flat. And only like 15 runners didn't make it to Michigan Bluff.
But that Cal Street section is still hard.
Yeah. Just looking, eyeballing, even if the ones that I'm not sure about didn't make it, I would say that, 6, 10, like less than 20 runners did not make it to Forest Hill.
Wow.
It's awesome. I mean, I think it's got to be partly the weather. It really does.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, we also talked about how, Western States is a race that, just like a hard rock, you do everything you can to finish, because you might not get to run it ever again. And I think, where we see 40 to 60% drop rates in maybe majority of 100 milers, this one's probably 25% on average across the last 20 years of running of the race. And so it's just, people, once they know they are into this race, they do everything they possibly can to prepare and to set themselves up for success out here, as do the volunteers and the race organization, to see how many people they can get across the line.
We give them the best day that we can, right?
Yeah.
I also believe that when it comes to races that are difficult to qualify for, the arduous nature of the qualification process, having to run qualifiers year after year.
Gets you in shape.
It gets you in shape. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's like, you don't get into Western States or Hard Rock by accident. Like those races that are incredibly hard to get into, it's because you have put in the years of work and dedication and, people talk about how difficult it is to get into some of these lottery races, and maybe it leads to a certain level of frustration. But I think it also makes you appreciate it and take it more seriously.
Oh, yeah. And that's a reason for having the qualifiers, just to ensure that you are keeping, yourself in a place where you could finish it. I mean, all of that contributes, but I think... Yeah, it's. I think we see about 25% dropout rate overall, and cooler years are probably lower, and hotter years are probably a bit higher.
And from a race directing point of view, it's a safety thing to have all of these qualifiers in place, because there are some very remote sections of this course. And I know they've had to go in and get people out for broken bones and different things. And some injuries are just the way the day is.
Yeah.
But we want the athletes to be as prepared as possible when they get here.
It's for your own good.
Yeah.
We have another runner coming down.
Is that going to be Addie?
Doesn't look like Addie, but...
Or is that Addie behind, perhaps?
Yeah, there's two headlamps
here. We
here.
had the Swedish runner, Christian, was through Roby. So
yeah, that looks like a guy.
Could be him. The other Swedish guy out there is Anders Yondering, and he's still out on the course at last I had checked.
Yeah, are we going to have a sprint finisher on the track for these two runners? I mean, you got to race to the finish. They're looking back,
Well, did you see, we actually had one just a little bit ago.
Right
before we came on. Oh, yeah.
Who was it?
It was...
Did they overtake on the track?
Was it Sarah Humble?
It was
the woman
Fujao.
coming in? Oh, it was...
Fujao sprinted into the finish and kind of almost ran in under somebody's arm.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, and then, of course, Zach Miller with his signature. That is Addie behind. So two athletes here. Addie Bracy behind who we think is...
Christian Malmstrom.
Okay, potentially Christian Malmstrom.
Yes.
They're making that final turn. Fan favorite Addie Bracy. Incredible athlete.
We saw her have a fantastic javelina that got her the entry into this race.
She also, Addie Bracy, recently won a 50-miler in Colorado overall.
Wow.
Taking a page out of the Rachel Entrekin book.
Who is currently running right behind her there.
Yep, was pacing her. Let's go, Addie Bracy. Absolute legend of ultra running.
So this will be a PR for Addie.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes,
her previous
Addie.
finish was a 1953.
Amazing. I wonder if this is a relative or her dad running in with her. How special is that?
I have to say that she's run with Rachel since Forest Hill, and if you had any length of conversation with Rachel, I'm sure that Addie was fully entertained for about 38 miles.
And pushed and kept,
True, yeah.
motivated, I'm sure. Addie ran a smoking fast 14:45 Javelina 100 to get her golden ticket into the race this year.
Well, it's 8 o'clock now over in the UK, so we've got the chat starting to pick up with more of our European watchers. So, yeah.
Welcome, welcome. Back in 2019, when Addie ran 1953, she was 9th
place. Yeah, that's what I show. That's amazing.
So a PR and 19th position here for the women. This is just, whew. Addie Bracy finishing the Western States 100. Go, Addie.
Wow.
Congratulations.
We're going to have a steady stream coming in, too, because just from Pointed Rocks, we've got 11 runners already through there that we're expecting in the next hour or so. So, keeping us busy.
Yes.
Absolutely. Some of those runners that have hit Pointed Rocks, I noticed Jordan Bramblett among them. Looking forward to him. He was a golden ticket winner at Black Canyon this year.
Air Viper Racing Team.
Air Viper Racing Team.
And he's under 30. He's only 29. Yeah.
He is a cross-country coach at Embry-Riddle University in Prescott, I believe.
Yeah.
He lives in Paulden. Is that area?
It's right by, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Paulden is just north of Prescott, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's halfway between there and Ash Fork on a random highway in the middle of nowhere, if I remember
I
correctly.
was going to say, I don't know my Arizona geography.
Addie with family and crew.
And Rachel. The Rachel.
And Pacer Rachel.
Entrican. For those who don't know which Rachel we're talking. That's the crew that got her there.
Oh, wow. The Europeans in the chat want us to recap everything.
There's a tall order of the last 9 hours beyond the results. Well, we can definitely give you some stuff. We've got things to talk about here.
Oh, Corinne, fill them in on.
Rewind
There's been a lot
function is a
happening.
thing, too.
Well, okay, so
Oh, and Switzerland's here too. So yeah, Euro's showing up.
welcome Europe. In case you missed early on, you guys won the race
9 hours.
on the
That's
men's side.
Hour 10.
How many course record breaking finishes?
Okay, we had 4 men go under Jim Walmsley's previous course record of 14:09. Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, Ryan Montgomery, and who was fourth? My mind is
another
escaping me right
European
now.
runner,
Thomas Cardin.
Thomas Cardin, yes.
All under 14:09.
Mm-hmm.
Because third was Ryan ran a 13:53,
and it was
they were all under 14
within like
hours.
4.5 minutes were those top 3.
So close.
Yeah,
so
close. So close.
Incredibly close racing.
And then the women's field.
Yeah, we'll go through the full top 10s here, but the women's field did not disappoint. Jen Lichter on her debut 100 miler here broke Courtney Dauwalter's course record, running I think a minute or 90 seconds faster, so around 15:20 or 28.
Courtney's was 15:29:33, and
Jen ran 15:28 something.
15:28:05, so about 90 seconds.
Yep, about 90 seconds. So Jen Lichter setting a new standard on the women's side, and then we had Riley Brady finishing in second.
At 15:42.
15:42.
And they continue to just be an amazing athlete every time they are finishing a race.
Yes.
So I'm loving watching Riley race.
Marianne Hogan took third place.
From Quebec, my new home province.
All right. The Quebecois in the chat here.
That is Christian Malmström
All right,
coming around the track.
One of 2 Swedish athletes here today. Love it. This weather favored the Swedish athletes.
I mean, yeah, congratulations, Christian. 19:12:22. I mean, normally it's about 75, 80 degrees right now.
Yeah.
And it's 61 here locally. Yeah, the hoodies are coming
We're
up.
adding another layer.
I'm going to have to run and get mine. Like, no joke. Like,
We'll let you do that.
again, shout out to Hoka, our presenting sponsor, for making sure we didn't freeze out here.
They hooked us up with waterproof jackets because they knew there was potential for a tiny bit of precipitation early on.
Mhm.
And then we got hoodies, we got T-shirts with the logos, we got hats, we got shorts, all
Yeah.
the goodies.
They made sure that we're not going to freeze. Might have to go and grab a blanket out of my car at this point.
We need blankets.
Okay, so the YouTube chat's getting really interesting because while the Europeans are waking up, we've got Scotland, we've got all the late night Americans that are still tuning in because they're watching all these people finish. So Flagstaff is here.
They're all friends of ours that we coerced to follow us while we're doing commentary this evening. Hello to all of our friends.
I don't know. We're not getting enough chat shout outs. Kidding. It's wonderful
All
to see
of
the
the
energy
kids went
here.
to
You guys
bed.
keep us moving.
I was in the line to get a burger because there is free dinner over there, and I heard people saying one guy was like trying to convince his partner, like, but it's Western States, so we got to stay out here all night. We got to go over to Robie Point. Like, that's just what you do when it's Western States weekend. So people are they're gonna stay up for us. I know it.
Yes, yeah, and the free food perk here at the finish line is a really nice thing. We're doing the burgers now, but then it'll
Breakfast.
switch into breakfast
It will.
in a while.
Shout
And
out-
we'll still be here when that's happening.
We'll go get breakfast. Shout out to the volunteers over there. Yes, and super excited that we are going to maybe have a special guest here in studio.
We're working on it. Let them
We are gonna-
get a little recovered, and we'll bring someone fun on.
I see him over there.
Oh,
Yep.
we're just going to
Stay
tease you guys
tuned,
now.
everyone.
Oh, I
We
got
are-
another Montreal person here so in the chat. That's lovely. So yeah, let's hope for a guest soon.
I think we are seeing a guest make their way over.
It's not like they're tired or anything.
Somebody was asking about a Filipino rep. I don't know if there were any. Were there any Filipino runners in the race this year?
Let me see.
Can we search by country?
Yeah, we can do that. I've got my
PHL,
list.
yes, we had one.
Okay.
All right, shout out. Hello from Wollongong. Where is Wollongong?
That is either I'm not going to say, but it's one of those.
Or they should tell us.
Well done to Aussie Holly. Still on a high after watching Jen's win. Incredible.
I think that's
Absolutely.
Australia.
Germany's here. Montreal's here. Arizona's still awake. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Don Antonio Santillon is our Filipino runner that's out there. Got in on 2 tickets. Wow. Way to go, Philippines.
Someone's on the ER night shift in Kansas waiting for his friend, Dr. Teddy Bross. Teddy Bross, everybody. Pacer extraordinaire, has paced one David Roach many times.
Okay. I hear he's pretty fast.
Extremely good runner. Also holds the record at the URA 100. So Teddy Bross is out there. He got in off the wait list recently.
Wow.
And he gave me a hug at the top of the escarpment, so that was awesome.
Yeah,
Loved
Teddy's
it.
got 2 previous finishes, so let's add a third one on there today.
Teddy's run Western twice?
Yeah, a 23:07 and a 23:43, but they were quite a while ago, 2017 and 2019.
Wow. Oh, wow.
As we get
We're-
ready to add a guest here in the
Absolutely.
studio.
All right, everybody.
The 4th chair has been filled.
Very exciting. We are joined by the one, the only Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning. Welcome. Hi, Jeff.
First of all, congratulations. You came into this race with a very specific goal. And we talked about it because this is not the first time you've gone after this goal. Yeah. And I remember speaking to you afterwards. You were going for the 50 to 59 age group men's Western States record. And you came away not too far off the mark last year. It wasn't like what?
About an hour, 19:12. But I had rolled in my ankle and did not do a good job of rehabbing.
Mm-hmm.
And it flared up, and I couldn't flex my ankle, so I couldn't go uphill. So I had to hike like slow. So it really slowed me down. It was really frustrating.
But this year, you stuck the landing.
Yeah, I stuck the landing with Cocodona on my legs after 7 weeks.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I had to go somewhere mentally to get there because I really was cutting it kind of close. And because it was a cool year, too, we had some pretty solid 50-plus guys in the field.
Yeah, like Marcus. How did that feel?
Do you think that competition, did you know them?
I didn't.
Oh.
Because last year in 1912, I was still the first 50-plus.
Yeah.
I was assuming you felt them breathing down your neck.
So
and that was
I
driving
didn't
you.
know until my crew told me at Michigan Bluff. They're like,
Okay.
there's
Smart
like
crew.
3 dudes in front of you.
Oh, man. That'll light a fire. Did it help?
Did it work? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I had to go
right.
like hunt them down.
Yeah.
Um.
They were in front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Were you passing people going, how old are you?
Yeah.
Were you really? Yes. I love it.
You were
so
saying
much.
that earlier, Corinne, of like,
I
I
was.
love it so much.
I was like, how old are you?
Yeah.
Are you 50 plus? If they looked older, I was like, are you? If they look like late 40s, because ultra runners always look young.
Yeah.
For their age, right? Because they're fit. So you're like, if they looked
fantastic.
anything in the 40s, I'd be like, how old are you? And they'd be like, 50. I'm like, oh, I've been looking for you.
Oh, no.
Wait, so they were looking for you too?
No.
So the only person I didn't ask was the guy who got second in the 50.
Marcus.
Marcus. Monkey.
Yeah, Marcus. So Marcus, I didn't ask him, and I thought it was him because he was 6 minutes in front of me. He was 15 minutes in front of me at Forest Hill, and he was 6 minutes in front of me at the river.
Wow.
So you had to hunt.
I had to hunt him down, and I didn't catch him till in between Auburn Lakes and Quarry Road.
Yeah, you moved up 7 positions in that last 20 miles
Yeah.
overall, so that's great.
Yeah, I had to go to like my 2016 to 2019 when I was in the top 10, how I would close.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of had to find that, and it was really hard with Cocodona legs. I just had to say, shut up, legs.
Yeah.
You know.
Did you have pacers?
We have a film crew, so one of the guys from South Africa paced me with a camera.
Okay.
Down to the river.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jesse jumped in at Pointed Rocks the last 6.
Yeah.
Jesse Haynes.
Yeah. Shout out Jesse Haynes.
Yeah, shout out Jesse Haynes.
Did you feel a big difference in temperature between last year and this year?
Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
How cool it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just like, I didn't have anything to like, I couldn't put my head around it when I kept seeing the forecast.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
I've been here so many times. And the coolest high temperature in Auburn in all the other times I've done this is 94.
Oh, yeah.
In 2019 when I PR'd.
And this is your 6th finish at Western States, right? Seventh finish. Wow.
This is my 7th finish.
Finish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you question it?
But I
at any
have
point-
one DNF here.
Oh.
It's one of my 5 DNFs in 26 years.
Did you question at all about going into this with Cocodona?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because to give context, you were 15th last month overall at Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I had a pretty rough last third. So I went to the well at Cocodona because I had like gut issues and some edema and pretty major edema in that race, the last third. So yeah, recovery kind of sucked. But I managed it well, I think, as well as I could. You can in 7 weeks.
The results show you did.
Yeah.
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 Someone in the chat says, it's the dude from the chase.
Totally.
You are. Yes. This is.
There are so many cowboy hat emojis in our chat right now.
I love it. Giddy up.
Lots of giddy ups.
So, Jeff, and we've had talks about this several times, and one of the things I do love about the fact that you've been able to establish yourself in this sport for such a long time, your longevity comes from not only your willingness to run, but also to incorporate strength training. Can you talk about how incorporating strength training when you had these 2 back-to-back races, like how much did you have to, I guess, pull double duty in terms of, did you have to do more? Did you have to do less? Like how did you balance out the volume and mileage that you knew you had to cover versus what you normally do for strength training?
Well, I'm very consistent, like 3 days a week in the gym.
Which is a lot for an ultra runner, honestly.
Yeah, I do mobility.
This is inspiring.
I do mobility, like about a 15-minute mobility routine before I lift, so I always get mobility in on my strength days. And then I tried to lift like 3 different times, and I kept flaring up my glute medius. It was just so, the right side was kind of angry after Cocodona, and I kept having to go get it needled and then get blood and body work and like have to be on the bike. So it actually was kind of a blessing in disguise because the first 3 weeks I was mainly on the bike, and I ran like twice a week. Like I'd run 4 miles and then I would go lift and then it would flare up. It was kind of sciatica type symptom on my right side. So I ended up like mainly doing mobility and really just body weight strength because I figured, well, I beat the heck out of my legs, so I don't need to really lift them.
Right.
So I just did
That's
upper body
stability
and core
muscles
and did a lot of balance work and rehab that my PT gave me.
And you're working with
real fast.
professionals.
Sorry, real
yeah.
fast. We got to
Yeah.
call in this runner. Just want to give him his shine super quick and let Jeff take a quick drink.
Anthony Snitker from California.
Huge congratulations, Anthony. Rounding that corner, getting it done. You are a finisher of the Western States Endurance Run. 1923 and change, maybe 1924.
And he'll be the 46th overall finisher, 27th in the men's race. $19:23:52.
Tapping the
Congratulations to
sign, getting
Anthony.
it done. All right, Anthony. Anthony Snitker, 38 years old. Huge congratulations.
I'm sorry, Jeff, back
All
to
right, Jeff, back to you.
Well, Jeff, what did you think about how fast the field was overall this year?
I knew it was going to be crazy. And I knew there wouldn't be carnage like normal. You know? I mean...
Oh, it felt like carnage on our side watching some of the blow-ups.
Like some of the there weren't as many, but they were really high profile, like people who were going for it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that I love talking to you about when we're analyzing races, because we work together on multiple broadcasts, is, you know, the concept of like knowing when to burn a match.
Yeah.
There were a hell of a lot of matches burnt out there today.
Oh, yeah. I knew there would be because there's some people that are newer to the sport and newer to hundreds.
Yeah.
So I knew that would happen, and I knew people would be like, oh my gosh, it's cool. They're going to go for it. And so, you know, it probably pays the people with experience.
As you know, someone who is chasing this record, like, were you trying to hit certain splits, and did you adjust those at all?
I had to adjust a lot because
Yeah.
my Cocodona legs.
Okay.
Because maybe it's partially because I'm getting older. I'm 10 years older than when I was in the top 10 here. So I have this perception of what I should run, what I think I can run, and I don't think I can quite run that anymore.
Yeah.
But especially with Cocodona on my legs.
Yeah.
So I had one of my slower times in the top 10 as splits, and I wasn't even close. I was like an hour and 15 minutes slower. And I just kept slowly like losing time on it all day. And then eventually I was like over an hour. So that's why I had to push pretty hard the last 60K, because I knew I was kind of on the cusp.
Okay.
Plus I
So
had to go,
was it like that's
run
the
people down.
buffer and that's padding? Because obviously you stayed motivated to still chase it down and break
Well,
the
we had talked
record.
about it with the crew before and been like, hey, this is like aggressive with Cocodona.
Yeah.
And I'm a decade older almost than that time when I ran it. 8 years. It's been 8 years. And, you know, your 46-year-old self and your 54, almost 55-year-old self, like, is different. It's different. And I'm coming to terms with that. I'm
not, because frankly, it feels like it was just like it doesn't feel that long ago. Your 2018 double.
So neither of you have to do perimenopause as a female athlete. Also going through that.
We do
So
not.
just shout out to that.
Shout out to that.
Shout out to that.
But yeah, like it really does not feel like that long ago. Your 2018 double, where you finished in the top 5 here and then won Hard Rock. It just feels like, honestly, like maybe it was like 2 or 3 years ago to me.
Yeah.
Like
right. Well, and
but you might feel about differently.
yeah, but
about it.
I can tell 50s are different than 40s.
Don't tell me that. I'm 49, so I'm going to find this out
It
real
feels like
soon.
you have a good acceptance of what your body is just at this stage. Do you feel
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that?
in my head,
You
though,
seem
I think
like
I
you
can
have
still
peace.
run fast. Like, I think I can still run those
But
times.
maybe it's a good combination, those two, that then allow you to hit. I mean, you're
But,
obviously.
you know, back then I was peaking for Western States.
Yeah.
And I didn't this year,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
And last year was dealing with an injury flaring up. So I don't know. Like, maybe I can still run fast. I don't know.
Well, you broke a 7-year-old record. And
Which is an eternity in
And
this
I think
sport
it's
now.
really cool that you now own this record, just as someone with your resume,
legacy,
running resume. What does it mean? What does it mean to you to have this record?
Well, this is one of the age group records I cared about.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't really care about age group records that much, except for this one.
It's a big one.
Because it's of the history, and it was
Western
my first
State.
100 in 2002.
Yeah.
Right? I have a
24
long history
years.
with this race.
Yeah.
It was the first 100 I ever learned about. It got me, like, into ultras. Like, the thought of running it. And then I found out you had to get, a qualifier in the lottery. And But in that, like, 2-year window of, like, training for it and getting in the lottery when it was a 50% chance of getting in 02.
And you could qualify on a
that's
50 miler. People forget that you could qualify on a 50 miler.
Yeah, I did Mount Hood 50 miler.
There you go. And then walk into your first 100 here. Wow.
Yeah, and so like I think just that history with the sport, it's got kind of Western States kind of has a special place for me. It and Hard Rock, those two.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the ones I've done the most, and Bighorn I've done the most. Those 300s, I've done the most.
Do you think that you left anything on the table out there today? Do you think that you maybe you could have
I think
broken
I mean,
18,
if I
or-
would peak for it, which I have one more year. Sponsors getting me in one more year next year.
But you're in
You'll be
Cocodona
back.
next year, though, too, aren't you? I thought I saw you.
I'm doing Sedona Canyons.
There
Yes,
we go.
as a trainer.
So just
Western
125 miles as
okay,
a
so
training
this is-
run.
I do well when I have a trainer, a 100-mile
preview.
trainer. So I'm planning on peaking, everything. The spring's going to be focused on peaking, I'm going to run Western States and then run Cocodona or Sedona Canyons,
Sedona.
and then do one more block and show up here.
Okay.
And
All
then-
right, you
Plan
heard it
next
here
year.
first. Next year.
And you're gonna I assume your goal is to improve upon your result this year, perhaps to break 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be in a hot year because it's not going to be cold again. That's not going to happen for 15 years.
2012 was a long time ago. Yeah.
But you're, I mean,
Yeah, 2012.
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
that-
I was in the
cool.
river that year helping people cross. Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, I know that you've done a lot of sauna training, and you're adept at getting ready for this race. I mean, because you know that most years it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, it's
so.
going to be super hot. It normally is.
Between now and then, do you have anything on the docket, or were you just going to kind of take a step back?
I have TDS.
Ooh.
Okay.
Going over to Europe.
Yeah, in August 24th.
Yep.
Has it been a while since you raced in Europe?
Yeah, 2017. I did
Yeah, I thought so.
UTMB.
Wow.
Nice.
So I'm going to be. I am going to go to Hard Rock though and volunteer and mark course and be on the live feed and all that, and spectate and pace David Ayala.
I'm going to do 8
Cunningham to the
different things at
finish.
Hard Rock. Everything except for run the race yourself you're going to do at Hard Rock.
Yeah, I
of
hope he
course.
doesn't drop me. I got to get my legs around in the next 2 weeks.
You're going to be at
so
a
I don't get
usual
dropped
spot?
because David's fast.
We could break up the sections. I can do one. You can do one.
Yeah, and he's a really good downhiller too. We used to train together when I
Nice.
lived in Bozeman.
Nice.
He's an amazing downhill runner. So, and we've had some fun descending really fast together when we would train together.
Mhm.
But oh man, I hope my legs come around.
Did you have crew pacers out there today as part of your team?
Yeah, I had crew, my wife, my son, and George.
For those who aren't
Meredith.
familiar with George, I mean, he's been around part of your crew for a long time.
Yeah,
Tell us about
15
George.
years he's my crew chief.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's basically professional crew.
He's holding up a drink in the background.
Yeah, he is.
Professional crew.
He is.
He's celebrating too
He's
right
an
now. He had a lot of
crew
work
chief.
too.
And his partner Lauren and his son Leonidas. So they had that was crew A, and Jesse Haynes was crew B.
Okay.
And
Wow.
and then we had Keen sent out they're following me for a film crew was following me too. So I had one of the film crew paced me to the river, and then Jesse paced me in from Pointed Rocks. Just the last.
How did you wear a Keen Proto?
Yes.
How did it do?
Ooh.
Good.
All right.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I don't have any blisters.
Oh, heck yeah.
So
okay.
that's good.
It's the best recommendation.
Yeah, it's the shoe I wanted. When I signed the contract, they were in 2D renderings, and I was like, I want to be involved in that shoe.
Awesome.
It's like a mountain racer, basically. So
Is it going to be named after you?
no,
Dang. We need a Bronco Billy shoe.
Yeah, we need like a giddy up shoe.
All right,
Or just
Keen.
the cowboy emoji.
We're telling you
That'll
right
just be the
now.
name.
Keen,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, come on, Keen.
But then they got to pay me royalties.
I think you deserve it at this point. We should make this happen.
Yeah, we've got
I like
somebody
being
on the
involved in
track.
footwear, though. I'm geeked
Yeah.
out on that.
Yeah.
Being a former graphic designer for, 20-some years.
Yeah. Wearing a lot of different shoes.
Yeah, I've tested a lot of shoes over the years and been involved in footwear development since 2011.
I got to say, the Seek's pretty good. I've been wearing it even on technical stuff, and it's great. So shout out to Keen for coming in.
Yeah, they're coming in strong.
It's good.
And we've got a runner
All right.
rounding the last curve, so
We'll
we're
get
going to welcome
ID on
them in
them.
and just speak up for them in a second because everyone gets celebrated here.
Yep.
And then we will finish it up here and let Jeff go chill out.
Yeah.
We'll go sleep.
Go sleep. Well deserved.
Another runner from Europe. It's Adam Wright.
Adam Wright from Germany.
Tour de Jean finisher.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Anyone who has run tour is an absolute badass in my book. Can I say that on the live stream? I
Sure.
don't know.
You just did.
Okay. It's after it's midnight.
Yeah, the chat will accept it, I think.
Auburn After Dark.
And we've got two more
Auburn After Dark.
Two more on the road segment from Roby, so we will have a couple more coming in another few minutes.
And Adam got in on 4 tickets.
Dang. Lucky dog.
Yep, worth the flight from Germany.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Adam Wright, our newest finisher of the Western States 100. Well, Jeff, congratulations. Go get some rest. And, I'm sure we'll be hanging out in Silverton in a couple weeks, and following runners
Yeah,
there
I'm going
as well.
home for like 5 days and repacking my truck and then heading to Silverton to mark course and hang out for the week.
Any secret recovery tips
Oh, yeah.
you have
yeah.
for us?
Because there's going to be
Or
several
do they have
runners
to
who are
stay
doing the
secrets?
double like you've done in the past.
Yeah.
Although this is a more compressed one because now they've got,
Yeah, it's
13 days?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah,
Yes.
13 days. Which when I did it, it was 19 days. It's normally 3 weeks, but the last 2 years it's been 2 weeks, just the way the calendars hit.
Yeah.
But it only happens every once in a while where it's 2 weeks.
Well, that's going to be
Um,
rough. We've got 7 athletes out there today that are doing the double.
Yeah, that's a big. Yeah, 2 weeks is way different than 3 weeks.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
Not even
Yeah,
two.
recovery. I mean, what I did was mainly bike and body work.
Just keep
massage.
motion.
Yeah,
How about from a
mobility.
nutrition standpoint? Lots of steaks?
Yeah, lots of protein.
Physio.
I actually do for during the first 48 hours to 72 hours. I do fairly low carb and pretty high protein.
Oh.
It gets rid of all the swelling really quickly.
Interesting.
Because in trauma, like trauma patients in a trauma ward, if they have swelling and they need to get rid of it, they put them on a high protein IV because the liver will produce albumin and it pulls fluid back into the bloodstream and flushes it. It's basically the same thing happens when you eat high protein after a race like this when we've had tons and tons of carbohydrates, which is going to make you retain a bunch of water.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'll be pretty high protein the next 2 days.
Love it.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good.
Jeff, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for popping over.
We'll be seeing you soon. And
thanks for having me.
We'll see you back here
I'll be back tomorrow for the golden hour.
on the train.
Yeah,
Awesome.
of course. And
All right.
Yeah, congratulations, everybody. This is Jeff Browning, your new record holder of the Western States 150 to 59 age group.
Yeah,
At
giddy
least
up.
until he
Berlin.
comes back to
Yeah.
snag it again next year.
Yeah, I got to go try to take it down next year a little lower. We'll
Yeah,
see.
less pressure
in
to
a
lower
hot
your
year.
own record.
And it's going to be a new course, right? I think they're
Yes, new high country.
yeah.
the new high country through on that ridge line
Reroute.
over to Lyons, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
Supposedly a little faster, a little less chunky in the high country. So, yeah.
yeah. That section's kind of it's weird with the long switchbacks.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
And like flat long switchbacks.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, congrats again.
Yeah.
Go get some rest and
Thank
yeah,
And have a steak.
and have a steak.
Yeah, absolutely. Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, everybody, thanks for spending your time with us, Jeff. And we are here at the finish line of the Western States 100 presented by Hoka. Chris Warden, Libby Jones, and Corinne Shalvoy. We are, it's 12:37 in the morning, so doing the math
19
on screen.
and a half, 8,
something like that, yeah. We're just shy of 20 hours.
People were asking in the chat, when is Golden Hour?
Golden Hour starts at 10 a.m. local time here. So basically 9.5 hours. And I think that we are going to have a very robust Golden Hour here this morning. I think we're going to have, I don't know off the top of my head what the highest percentage of finishers, the highest number of finishers, but this is definitely going to be in the team photo. So we have 5 runners that are currently have not yet hit Cal 1. There is no, I guess it's a provisional cutoff at Cal 1.
That's a hard one to extract people from.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I guess technically the next cutoff, the next effective cutoff is Cal 2. And runners have until 2:40 a.m. local